Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing, guys? It is the final day of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. It has been an absolute blast to work our way through this recently. And super excited to bring you guys the final day of the games today as we work our way through the action. Let's bring myself back online. Get rid of this now as well. Cool. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Welcome, everybody. And thanks for joining us. Like I said, excited to be here and casting some games with you all. Today should be a good one. Hope everyone is doing fantastically. I certainly am. And yeah, super excited to kind of take you guys into some action and some games and just get this underway, basically. So we should be getting going very soon. First videos are coming down from Clem and Classic. So gonna have those videoed up straight away here. And we'll start getting some map picks in just a few moments so we get this TVP best of 5 underway. This is what the tournament looks like as of right now. This is where the bracket is at, which is we have got 4 players remaining. Top 4 play today. Clem and Classic will play a best of 5, and then we go into Maxpax versus Shin. That will be best of 7. We'll then drop down to the lower bracket final. That will also be best of 7 before we do the grand final, which is also best of 7. So this is the setup, and this is going to be what happens. This is how we go about it as we work our way through the final day of matches. We've been seeing all of these maps. It's been a fun time. We've obviously had a few played a bit more than others, but we've seen each a fair amount at this point. We're hoping today to basically see every matchup at least, or every map at least once, is the hope. But obviously there are videos still in process and so on, so it's not a guarantee. As we're going to start this day off on Storm Surge here for this Clem versus Classic series. Getting this hosted will be underway in just a couple, guys. Goes on to West. Make some notes on my own spreadsheet as well, just so I know what's coming through. It's always a good thing to. It's always good to know what's going on. Always good to know what's going on. All right, all right, all right. I'll drop this lobby link down. We'll start getting people into this game and ready to party. How's everyone doing today? Hello and welcome. Hello to the YouTube. And hello everyone on Twitch as well. You guys are feeling great. Thank you so much, Flying Moichi, coming in with the Prime sub to start us off. Yeah, I hope everyone is excited for some games. Really is going to be a fun one. I really think today is going to be a very exciting day of games. So, yesterday was really awesome. I'm just hoping yesterday wasn't awesome and today is the day that it all flops, you know? Sometimes that happens where you have the day that's really cool and then the day which is, like, not so good. It absolutely does happen, so... yeah, we will see as we get ready to rumble. Very, very shortly. A couple more maps being picked out. Cool, just double checking things, make a couple more notes, guys, and we are going to be good to go pretty much. Boom, boom, ba-da-ba-boom. We've got our players ready. Do we have all the castles here that we need? Am I missing anybody that might need to be in this game? Ready, good luck, have fun. Double check my friends list. We're looking pretty clear. I think we're going to be good to go, guys. Let's get into Classic versus Clem then, a best of 5 PvT. Obviously, yesterday, Clem took down Hero, who he's having so many issues with lately. Is that a good sign for him? Is that a sign that maybe of things to come today, for example? Well, we'll be finding out, of course, as we make our way through these games over the next hour or so, I guess, for this best of 5. Let's get into it and enjoy some action again. Thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful Sunday. And we wrap up this tournament, which we've been working on for the last couple of weeks. It's been fun. We've been obviously working through it. We are gonna, like I said, get to rounding this out. Again, thank you so much for being here, everyone. And thank you so much to Monster, as well as the Shopify Rebellion, for both supporting the Team Liquid Map Contest and hence the WardiTV TLMC tournament. as well. Without them, none of this would have been happening. As we start off in the top right-hand side of our only best of 5 today, because after this it'll be best of 7 time. In the top right, our yellow Protoss player. This is Classic. Taking on the blue Terran in the bottom left-hand corner, we've got Team Liquid's Clem for game number 1 of this best of 5. Kicking this off, getting this started, and seeing where things are going to go. What's up, Nanoflower? On a 140 stream watch streak. That is bonkers, if I do say so myself. Holy goodness. That is one of the wilder things I've seen today, for sure. The 140 is pretty nuts. As Classic spawns bottom left to Storm Surge. Clem spawns in the upper right. And we get underway with this TVP. Clem spawns in bottom left. Classic spawns in the upper right. Did I say that? I feel like I said it the wrong way around, actually. So, don't mind me. You know, we gotta get some things wrong early just to make it exciting, you know? So, yeah, don't mind me when I'm chatting nonsense every now and again. As we do just have the gateway and the probe continue to come about for a little while. And the, extra few bits and pieces coming up as well. Is today the last day? Yes, everything wraps up today. Full tournament is going to be brought to an end today. So, just going to be seeing the probe still nibbling at that SCV. The other SCV coming over. And a Reaper will begin to produce. Just going to get that straight underway as we get that going. And Clem gets himself set up, ready to take this natural. This map works quite nicely for the natural. I don't think there's anything too crazy to talk about in the very early stages here in terms of, like I say, the natural expansion and so on. So not really expecting anything in particular on that. We'll see how it develops, and we'll see what comes through over the next little while. See how things go. Obviously, Classic has been playing a lot of different kind of PvTs. He plays a lot of different styles. Plays a lot of the aggressive stuff a lot of the time as well. Kind of, you know, is happy to kind of spice it up and bring the aggression into the game. So, you know, so definitely thinking that could be kind of interesting to keep our eyes on. You never really know what you're getting with Classic. Like, a lot of the time, you know, he likes to get into that Storm, but he can also play the Colossus style so well. Like I say, this is not like as we get into this game, we know exactly what's going to be coming up for the near future as the Reaper and the Marine together will be gathering around. That bunker is coming up at the front as well. Twilight Council, Nexus, all building through. Just going to be having the Stalker and the Warp Gate continue to produce just for the next few moments as the Reaper heads back up the left side and up to the top of the map. Hope Clem does some Banshee builds. Hope Clem just, I kind of just want Clem to have a strong start. I feel like his mental in TVP lately has maybe not been the best. I really genuinely do think that if he can just have a strong start, he could really kind of just pop off and just have a, you know, a great time overall here. So we'll see, though. You're going to see the Adept is going to get in for a couple moments. Marines on the way, Helene on the way. Probe's going down across the map, though. The Reaper gets through. So the Reaper gets in. It's going to cause some issues for a couple of moments, get some damage done. Of course, these Adepts are going to get damage done as well with the Helene here. We should be able to deal with this now. We do not shade the Adept because it was just going to shade pretty much straight into trouble, so we don't bother ourselves with that one much. And yeah, just going to have the Blink and Warp Gate starting from Classic. So on his side, he gets going. Both players get some damage done early. Obviously, that kind of somewhat cancels out a little bit. That's kind of more or less just where we sit for the moment as we see the Robo Facility, the Gateway, the Blink, and an extra probe still coming online. Just bringing a lot of that through. As the Medevac, the Woodermine, and the SCVs continue to get going as well. Just bringing a lot of this into place. So a couple Stalkers still there to hold the Hellion back when necessary. And Blink will be finishing very shortly. And again, Nexus, Gateway, Robo Facility, all producing. A couple of barracks, the SCVs and the Marines will come online as well. Now as that Hellion just going to go over to that left-hand side. Also going to maneuver around. Just going to start to go up this ramp. But there's a couple of Stalkers here already that will meet that and get ready to handle this. So deal with that pretty quickly, comfortably. Very solid so far as we just see the Medevac still boosting to the upper right-hand side. Another couple of Marines coming through. The barracks are all building. Just going to see the Stalkers are going to gather here to fight off this Medevac as well. It's just going to chase that away for a couple seconds. Still got that charge coming online again, the next, and a couple of probes coming up too. The barracks is going to float off over to the sides. It's going to drop down over here and give us a nice little tech lab to work with as well. And we can get this underway. See what the next step of this is going to look like is, again, charge Nexus, Obs and the gates. Forge coming through as well, so again, we bring a lot of that online. A couple of extra Stalkers still warping in here already from Classics, just bringing those up. As the Observer continues to head down to the bottom left corner. And going to be over here in the next few moments too. Yeah, it's doing the combat shield all coming online, so again we bring that up. Obviously with charge finishing Classic, you already see the Robobay coming down. Already starting to see a little bit of the investment from him in terms of where he's going to, what he maybe wants to try and get done. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers actually pick up a Helene at the front as well, just going to take that out, push that away, clean this up rather easily. Just going to see still the Stalker's going to gather around there to try and deal with the rest of this as well. So again, looking to see just what else is going on for a few moments. Stimpack, Combat Shield also building, charge and the +1 upgrade coming by. Robobay and the 4 additional gateways are all in production too. So again, we're getting a lot of that brought up right here. Those few Stalkers still just sitting pretty at the front door waiting for their chance to maybe make something extra happen in the next little bit. So it's just going to go after the medevac, just going to take this down, or at least try to take that down. And otherwise, again, Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack upgrade, all of that coming through. You can see the Bio actually going to stim up this ramp, and Classic is out of position, so we're not going to be having a good time here. And what he really calls in, 3-4 Stalkers, not going to do a lot. A couple of Zealots get involved, and they're obviously going to be quite tanky. Clem starts to pull back, battery just doesn't work. Wow, it always amazes me sometimes how much just a couple of Zealots can kind of really change things, because the Zealots there really did change things. They really made that a lot more approachable than what it was looking like it was going to be otherwise. And there's a couple of mines will continue to step out the front. Extra units warping in, the Sentry, the Zealots, and the Colossus. Still building up. The +1 attack upgrade going to finish very shortly. Again, that Forge coming online as well. And again, the Concussive Shells and the +1 attack upgrade all building. Bio going to try and go up this ramp again. And I miss how we blink away from it, so the Stalkers don't get hit, but everything else does. And we'll see if we can actually get on top of the Colossus and sort of maybe punish that situation. Bio still coming back. A couple of Zealots going down. Another force field coming into place. One more Zealot still taking a few more hits. The Stalker's still chasing Clem for now. At least has to step away. I've liked what Clem's been able to do so far. Keeps the medevac alive there as well. Does not let Classic, get through and kind of do too much with that blink forward. So I like a lot of what Clem is getting done right now. I feel like he's putting himself in a pretty solid spot here, at least so far. Having the couple of mines still coming over. I'm just going to be seeing the Marine popping over there as well. Just getting a little cleanup. A few additional Stalkers still building into place. And this medevac ends up escaping back to the top side. Going to knock these rocks down, open up that area. A couple more Zealots go down as well. It's just going to be cleaning that up too. +2 attack, +1 armor. Again, extended thermal lance. Continuing to come into place. The Colossus continues to produce in. And the Nexus coming up and online at the moment from Classic as well. So again, the Nexus online, the cannon's still halfway done. There's medevac going to boost through. A couple of the Widow Mines ready to unload and to potentially, maybe possibly try and get something done here next couple of moments. Colossus shooting, and again a few of those probes going down. Just seeing the Nexus is going to be in trouble. So that's going to get cleaned out. A couple of Zealots are going to start falling. The Widow Mines burrow up, and we do see one medevac already getting cleaned up. Push back. Widow Mines going off onto a few of the probes. The Zealot Stalker Colossus force still heading forward, and again coming over here to keep chasing things down. A couple of Vikings being chased, the Stalker Zealot force still coming. We are going to see a turnaround. The Bioforce looking to get through on this. The Prism very nearly going down, but does live. Now Clem's losing a lot of units, and the 2 Colossus are definitely a scary thing that's chasing him as well. He can't really lift easily because the Stalker's going to threaten the blink. He leaves a few Marauders behind. He loses the empty medevac. He's going to get back home, but like I say, he's going to be a bit battered and bruised in terms of his army as he gets here. Again, +2 attack, +1 armor still coming through. The Colossus are still wandering around. One more scan coming over. Just going to see this army still pushing up. A couple of Widow Lines in position. Going to go bang, bang. A couple of those Zealots get absolutely blasted. So the Zealots will go down, no problem at all. Clean that up very easily as still have everything else here. Still pushing at the front. A couple more units warping in. +2 attack is very close to being finished. Colossus going to be completing very shortly as well. I'm just going to see the Nexus is just about now halfway through. The Starport coming online, the Widow Mines and the Vikings coming online as well at the moment. 10 SCVs falling. We're just going to have ourselves the Vikings still trying to shoot the Colossus, taking quite a bit of damage. Taking a few more hits here, still stepping forward. A couple of Widow Mines go off to hit a lot of these Zealots. And the SCV is going to pull through again. Clem losing a lot of workers, but I feel like his army is good enough to clean this up and push this back. The problem is you don't want to get the Vikings too far forward because the Stalkers get rid of them. 26 SCVs go down. Yeah, the issue is you can't just send the Vikings in because the Stalkers shut them down, right? But if you can't get the Vikings through, this army of Classic just does damage non-stop. And Clem right now has a medevac issue. No medevacs remaining is a big problem, and it means that every kind of time he fights, he's going to be kind of low HP. That's a major problem. Is, like I say, these Vikings just need to get rid of these Colossus. We can't let them kind of keep on sticking around here forever. And as Clem's supply is going to drop off very quickly. He's got so many Widow Mines. There's the Prism going to micro the Colossus a little bit as well. Still trying to pull these Vikings back. The Widow Mines will do a lot of zoning. I don't know if the Colossus actually have the ability to... I mean, with the Observing down, maybe we can't deal with these mines already. Clem's going to load up. As soon as he gets 2 medevacs, bam, he's going to go across the map. Classic's been putting the pressure on down the right side. Clem's going to put the pressure back to the top of this map instead. So changes up the direction of this. And I'm going to start working over in that direction instead to the top. Like I say, there's a Nexus that just started up here. Very good chance we get a cancel at the very least, if not a kill on another base as well. So I think there's a lot of possibility and opportunity for Clem over these next few moments. The Nexus and Pylon both dropping. There's the assimilator up over there. The the recall on the Nexus is just going to bring some units back to deal with this double drop if it continues. Kind of not really needed in the end because, well, the other units were kind of responding eventually, but I'm just going to check around Classic trying to see what's up. Nice, bring that Zealot Stalker Force back around. The Bioforce going to load up again and just pull itself back again through the top side of the map and away for the moment. Stalker's going to try and blink after, but the medevacs have gotten away, so we're able to escape from this. So we get out for now. Again, a couple Stalkers in position. The medevac's going to hold out here. One more scan coming through. Widow Mine's going to go blasting. A couple of these Stalkers going down already. So again, damage being done. Just going to see the Bio getting in after these Stalkers as well. Going to have the other couple of Zealots stepping over. And we do have, again, the Colossus, the +3 attack upgrade continuing by. The couple of Ghosts still producing through as well. Continue to get that on the go. I mean, this is a nice little bit of pushing from Clem, but he is losing supply. He's also still down a lot of workers from before. He's still only 3 bases as he gets a few more Ghosts brought into play. Also down in upgrades. He's 1-1 against what is already 2-2 of Classic. The Armory just about to finish. He does get rid of the 5th base. So what he is stopping Classic from doing is he's stopping Classic from kind of getting away with the economic game. So that's a pretty big deal, right? Stopping Classic from having the economy advantage. However, if you just die to this shove right now, the economy of Classic is not going to matter, and I don't think Clem is looking well to kind of deal with this. 4 Colossus that he does not have the Vikings for. You know, one of the big turning points of this game that maybe wasn't mentioned at the time, because I didn't really think it was as much of a turn point as it was, but that fight where Clem retreats from the top left and he loses a couple of medevacs while he's coming back away, he really just gets away and he's like, oh, I get home with like 1 medevac or something. At that point, it felt like he never really reestablished medevac count because he was always trying to reestablish the, enough Vikings to deal with the Colossus. And again, the micro there made that very difficult for, Clem to really fight those Colossus with the low amount of Vikings he had initially, so forced him into more and it forced him into extras, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah, kind of interesting because I actually think that moment there where you're losing those additional medevacs really opened the door to just Clem's army not being healed up properly, not being looked after the way it needed to be, and just ending up in trouble in general, basically. As we ready up into a game 2. In a couple of moments. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 casters today. Everyone's showing up for the final day of the TLMC. Alrighty, GGGLHF. All the players are set. We can jump straight into this and get this going right off the bat. Yeah, Classic, obviously, the upgrades as well. The problem so what usually happens, or what typically happens for the Terran, is that you start to go into your upgrades, and you actually get 1-1 nice and quickly. But when you hit 3 bases, you've got to kind of make the choice, and the choice is, what do I do now? And it's basically, do I continue upgrading, or do I go to a Ghost Academy and Viking production? And the priority has to come down into Ghosts and Vikings, right? You have to go into Ghosts and Vikings. There's no real 2 ways about it. That's just what you go into next. And as you go into Ghosts and Vikings there, you end up in a very awkward position where then you are behind on upgrades, but you have the tech units to help you out. But that's where Classic creates such an upgrade advantage in the game, where Clem delays the armory to do other things. In that process, he ends up losing a bunch of workers, so that's why he ends up just in trouble in general. And yeah, everything comes back around from there. As we do have in the top right side of the map, our red Terran player is going to be Clem, repping Team Liquid, of course. As we get into game number 2 of this best of 5, he is down a map, looking to be some Terran representation throughout the rest of the day. He is the last Terran standing here in the Team Liquid map contest tournament. We have not had a Terran winner for only a couple of events. And it's been Hero winning 4 of the last 5, and Cure won the one TLMC tournament that happened that Hero did not win since 2022. In the bottom left side, Classic, our yellow Protoss player, is a prior WardiTV TLMC tournament champion back in edition, I forgot which one it was, but one of the very early editions he came through and beat Zest in the final in PvP to wrap it up. That was actually edition number, I want to say 6? Let me see. Yes, it was edition 5. Edition 5 back in 2019. He's a Classic, a champion of this tournament series from back then. That was the TLMC that had the some of the maps, such as some of the maps you might remember from that: Nightshade, Eternal Empire, Purity and Industry was a controversial one. Golden Wall was in that map pool as well. So that's when Classic last won a TLMC tournament, when Golden Wall was one of the maps being tested. That map was not well loved back in the TLMC kind of tournament. It obviously became one of the most loved maps of all time eventually, so funny little factor. As we get this game 2 on the way. Sorry, there is a probe that's getting chased away by a marine-based opening out of Clem, so probe getting pushed out of here, low HP for a couple seconds, and chased out for the moment as pulls out down to the bottom side. Probe comes over, just going to be seeing the Adept, going to shade through. I'm just going to be stepping across. Again, Twilight Council, a couple probes, and the Stalker coming online as well. Just going to see that Adept still shading toward the upper right side. Try and get a little bit more done for these next few moments. Again, Twilight Council about to be finishing. Probe, Stalker, Warp Gate, all coming up. One more Adept, and shade straight by, heads up to the top through the natural expansion. And then a few Marines gathering up together there. And you have the Heli and the Marines producing through on the side of Clem as well. Starport and the Orbital continue to build into place. So far, so good. Again, Robotics Facility starts into play. Just going to see the Gateway coming through. Add a couple of probes into play as well. The Adept still shading by. Getting up in toward the main base, trying to see what else is happening. Again, 2 more Gateways on that Robo Facility, all producing through, so just bringing a lot of this up. The Stalker going to poke away at the Marines. Obviously, flat entry into this natural expansion, so you do have this decision to make as Clem of do you get a bunker up or not. Obviously, it would definitely help you in this scenario. So far, he's deciding not to quite go for that, but it's like I say, something we're going to keep our eyes on for a little bit. Let's see, the Stalker is going to be there. That Hellion taking some more damage, getting pushed back away. Again, Stalker and the Blink still coming through. The Observer continues to come online. Going to bring a lot of that into place. The couple probes continue to come online as well. And goes back with the right again. Reactor, the bunker, Marine Marauder producing through, adding that stim pack on as well. So a few extra bits and pieces just still coming online. The Marines and the Marauders will gather back up. Let's reset things here for a couple moments. Stim pack and Combat Shield both producing. And this is going to be a Liberator actually coming around the bottom side for a couple seconds here. So bringing the Lib out around the bottom and readying itself to maybe go diving into the main in the near future as well. It's set up to put in a little bit more pressure. A bunch of structures still on the way right now, as we just have the, again, Robo Bay, the Gateways, the Nexus, all coming through. We add on a couple of probes and everything else as well. against Impact Combat Shield. Build into place right now. Just get this online, and we are going to see a little bit of bio ready to just come about and fight. Just push those stalkers away. Killing them out of here for a couple moments. We'll have the stalker still getting turned out then, so we're actually going to catch a couple. Stim Combat Shield will be done in a second. Another stalker goes down. Classic in some trouble early. On his way through the charge now, as we are going to finally drop the force field, but not before we lose another stalker, and we're losing probes. Over on the front is going to be a Hellion being annoying. The Liver in the main base is the actual culprit of dealing damage. We're going to depower the Robo facility, so that's going to be a disaster. Now no Colossus is going to be joining the fray. Widowmine gets onto the first couple of Zealots, and this is going to be too much from Clem. There's so much reliance on that Colossus showing up. There's just no way Classic is going to survive as Clem just walks across, kills Classic 6 minutes easy. And we are going to have ourselves tied up 1-1 in this best of 5. Alright, we'll head into this next one in a couple of moments. A few seconds. Going to be Rorschach for our map number 3, so we are going to get a little bit back and forth to start this day off. We love to see that. Get this host up for Central West. Classic does have the... Unfortunately for Clem, all of his games he's going to be the underdog on the seeding because he's been... because he had such a bad group stage. He started in the lower bracket. He's the lowest seeded player left. I mean, Classic got second place in his group behind Rogue, and then obviously Maxpax also got second place in his group behind Shin, who is obviously in the winner bracket final with Maxpax. And then Clem got third place in his group, so Clem is the lowest seed, so he has the server disadvantage. So we do play games 1, 3, and 5 on West, games 2 and 4 on Central, just in case you're wondering how that's working out. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 casters. We had 10 before. Who have we lost? This guy I've never heard of, but apparently he's casting a day. Invite him in. Where was the grade? Well, I think is it not just this. To me, this game I think is more so not so much a sign of greed as much as it was a sign of just Classic was a little bit messy with the store because he lost a few coming across the map. You know, he bought himself a few moments of the force field, but then Clem still got through to deny the Robo. Like, if you have 3 or 4 more stalkers and you buy a few more seconds and your Robo doesn't go down, the Colossus pops out, you're completely fine in this situation. This is no problem. Like, you see this all the time where the pros is just able to just have enough to play defense, basically. So I don't think this was an issue. We're very close to charge as well. It's that scary moment where it's like, okay, this exact moment of the fight is scary, and in that moment, Clem just got away from Classic, especially denying the Robo, denying the Colossus coming out, denying that big splashing unit that's just going to sit behind you and do so much throughout is an absolutely massive deal. So, yeah, pretty big factor. As we do head into the bottom right-hand side with our red Protoss player, this is going to be Classic, and he is going to be looking to bounce back from that last game, which obviously did not quite go the way he would have been wanting it to. As he takes on Clem in the bottom left, our blue Terran player from Liquid. Alright, game 3, best of 5 series again. After this best of 5, it's best of 7s all day. Gonna be working through those. Should be fun. Gonna get to see a bunch of the maps. Best of 7, Maxpax Shin. Best of 7, lower bracket finals. Best of 7, grand finals. All coming up. Grand finals will be no advantage for the winner bracket as well. Will just be the fact you didn't have to play the best of 7 in the lower bracket final. So that will be the benefit there. It'll just be a straight up best of 7. No one map advantage or anything like that. I'm just fighting my way to... There we go. Just fighting my way over to the... to where I want to be on the observer cams. Perfect. Alright. Well, this is going to be seeing the, again, Gateway, Barracks, the Depot coming up, the SCV and the Reaper coming through as well, so bringing a lot of that online already. And throw a Nexus down over here, just going to pop that onto the Natural as well, get that straight into position, get this started, and see what we are going to be doing next. The Cybercore and the Nexus continue to build into place, the Reaper is still on its way out, the Orbital Command continues to build into play as well. So again, we bring a lot of this through for a few moments. So far, so good. Rorschach has, I think, grown on a lot of people as the tournament went on. I think people were a little afraid to play this one at first, but as we've kind of moved through, people are like, actually, this one does not play too badly. I've seen a lot of this map getting picked a lot more than it got picked in the early stages of the event, so I guess they're starting to get a little bit more love shown to it as the tournament progressed. Stargate coming up for Classic, so he's going to switch it away from a Twilight Council opening. Going to open with a Stargate for this one. Play things a little differently here. The majority of games do generally go the way of, the Twilight Council, but this is going to be Classic, like I say, mixing it up towards a Stargate this time around. So, Classic on the mix-up. As we just have Hellion, Starport, Command Center and Company coming through. Bringing a lot of that up and online currently. And the two Reapers and the Hellion are going to get over here. Depth is going to start hitting onto the Reaper. Reaper already taking some damage. He's going to be forced backwards. Now the Stalker there to try and help out. Reaper is going to fall. The Hellion putting some damage back onto the Adept as well. And we're just going to be seeing the Hellion and the Reaper continue to fight. There's Adept still getting cleaned up, still going down. Continuing to get chased away for the moment. Get to the Healing Shrine. Obviously, that's one of the interesting things about this map. The access to the Healing Shrine, so those early units can poke, take damage, pull back to the Healing Shrine, bam, full HP again, and as though they were never touched. So it is obviously one of the bigger benefits of this map. Something that, like I say, was definitely a little bit of a little scary for, I think, a little bit, but nothing really super crazy. And we do have the Twilight Council, the Gateways, the Probes, the Stalker, and the Phoenix still building through as well. So just getting all of that online as the Oracle shows up, gets an SCV. Now going to go after a couple of other SCVs. Two workers already going down. The other SCV here been picked up as well. Going to make that 3. Looking for more. As the Stalker comes across, chase the medevac, which is going to unload a couple of mines over into this main mineral line. The mine goes off. Phoenix getting hit. Medevac just loads up again. 7 SCVs going down. The Oracle still activating here and doing some serious work. Again, Cyclone and the Marine still coming through. The Ripper and the 2 Hellions are still chasing across, trying to get in after those probes. These Hellions are actually getting some serious work done. So yes, while Clem takes some big damage, he's getting a lot of shots off here, and these probes are still hurting, and the battery had to be recharged already. It's out of energy again now, and this is the benefit. I mean, think about this. Imagine that one of these Hellions was still low HP from earlier, and that Healing Shrine had not brought it back up to health. How much easier is it to shut that down, right? You target the low HP Hellion, and bam, it's such an easier time. Unfortunately, Clem takes a bunch of damage as well. He does clean the Phoenix out, though, and saves his medevac in the process with the help of a Widow Mine. So Clem is going to be, obviously, like I say, he took a lot of damage himself. This Oracle, a hero, 16 kills. He had no anti-air available, but he got a lot done too. Now, who is going to prioritize or capitalize on this from here? Classic is going to go Dark Shrine, which I kind of love. This has just become kind of a lower eco scrappy game from both players. Both of them have had their economy kind of pushed backward in the game. So I kind of love the idea of just like, hey, you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move into Dark Shrine because you're not necessarily ready to deal with that. The Cyclone just kept alive as once again we have a very good bit of micro from Clem. He's going to save that Cyclone to the high ground. The Marines went down. The Oracle went down, as we saw, to the Widow Mine as well. Tank pressing forward, that should be more than enough. The Cyclone needs to just pull back and get repaired. It's super low HP. Talk about some clutch micro, as this was a lot of units saved on very low health from Clem. Good micro back with that Cyclone a couple times over. I was convinced it was going to go down. I was very scared because I don't know what would have happened if this Oracle stays alive. I mean, obviously the Widow Mine killed it, but the Oracle had stayed alive and the Cyclone died. Maybe there would have been an issue. Wow. That's, that is a call. Instead of pulling SCVs off the line and using his own resources to repair the Cyclone, he's actually going to send it to the Healing Shrine to get healed up and to save some money and some mining time. Because he just knows, because he knows he'll get away with it, apparently, and he does. He doesn't get punished for that. He doesn't get caught on the way over there. And that's fantastic. Now, here come the DTs. Obviously, again, it's a low-eco game. Clem's lost economy, so he needs to see if he's got a scan available. If he does not, these DTs could be trouble. He raises the depots, so he does seem to see them. He has not dropped a scan yet. Are we going to have a scan to drop soon? Missile turrets have begun to build. It's right in the back, though. It's going to take a while. Like I say, the scan not immediately ready. Clem taking some serious damage as the Dark Templars show up. The Deep on the high ground needs to not go down. Oh no, the scan's not good. It's no good at all. He's going to not kill the DT, even that was in the scan range. The one on the high ground was outside the scan range. We're still out of range on the top left side. Oh, Classic going to drop a pause. Not a fun moment to drop a pause in. We'll see what this is about. Some lag maybe, or just... Yeah, okay, some lag from him. His ping is 800, so we'll take a second. Man, the scan's missing the D... I mean, dropping the second scan... What's, I guess, frustrating about it is Clem dropped the scan to try and catch both DTs. In doing so, he let the first DT escape, and then he's had to drop the second scan anyway just to kill the first DT. Yeah, this was... Yeah, this was a little bit shaky on the Clem side, but like I say, I can only do so much as we have the Reaper and the Combat Shield still coming through for a couple moments. Getting this back on track as we take a few more moments here for now to get this going again. So we just take a few moments, figure this out. Have a Combat Shield, Reaper, and the Missile Turret on the way through. A couple of gates plus one on the charge. Still building by as well, so bringing a lot of this online. And just taking a few moments waiting for Classic's ping to hopefully go downwards and to allow us to get back on track in this game number 3. Tied up 1-1 and becoming a very scrappy game 3. Now, Clem has killed one of the DTs. The Missile Turret, I believe, up here has been cancelled. Yeah, so... He's not going to have a turret on the natural still. He did get one in his main mineral line, but funnily enough, he never actually let the DTs into the main. So obviously he still wanted there, but he has to rely on scans still for the foreseeable future onto the natural, and that's going to be an issue. Like, he actually has no real good way of detecting. No Raven on the way either, so it's going to be a problem for sure. It's Classic trying to check the ping for a second. We take a moment. It is on West right now as well, which is meant to be the better server for Classic. The turret's finishing. Oh, sorry, yes, there's a turret right there. My apologies. Yes, so he does have a turret in the natural. Yes, thank you. It's because I was looking for the turret over here. I didn't realize he had another one already. My apologies. Good spot. Lost in the chaos. Yeah, so yeah, we do have the turret coming. Okay, then this is actually, I think, okay for Clem. Apart from the chaos that it's caused, 14 workers down. That said, you've got to think as well that Classic gave up tech to do this, so are we okay with that as Classic? Like, if you look at this overall right now, are we okay with where this is, been? All right, looks as though we are ready. Let me get back to it. So, Clem is in the midst of dealing with this. The DT goes down as the turret does indeed finish. And one DT still at the front. Can't really walk in with the turret on the natural now. Blink starts. Clem would like to go across the map. Loads up in range of this DT, so Classic knows it's coming. We do warp in a 5, Stalker warp in. Clem's just going to unload already, so he's not going to get caught by kind of Stalker's mid map or anything. As we are going to see the units. Yeah, Classic doesn't know now where this is going to. He just knows it's on the map, so he knows that threat is there. As the Raven starts, yep, that's essential, because if you don't build the Raven, you're basically forever at the whimsy of scans, and but you're basically saying, hey, if I don't have a scan, I can never really move on the map. So the Raven is just a way more reliable kind of form of detection for moving out onto the map, as this drop is going to find the 4th base, so that's a nice quick cancel. I'm finding this. Scans the 3rd base, sees the Zealot warp in, we'll maybe just try and get 1 or 2. We'll have Widow Mines, that will actually help a lot here. Bam, bam, into the center of the Zealots as well. He even saves one of the Widow Mines, the other one does go down. Probably could have saved both, just didn't quite micro it as well as he probably could. He's probably already back doing other things, and he wants to also make sure you're away quickly with the medevac so you don't get jumped on by some Stalkers that arrive. Gets rid of the DT at the front thanks to the Raven showing up as well. And Clem is going to try and keep pressing this this army supply advantage. The economic advantage absolutely belongs to Classic. Clem is still just 2 bases, so he might just be looking to end this off of 2 bases even. Against charge lots is always a bit scary, but there's definitely a chance that he just gets enough up. 11, 12 Zealots at the moment. 14, going to be, what, 15 Zealots. It's just gateway units and an Archon, though. Like, they're not great units. They do have +1, however. DT on the other side, just going to swipe at the bunker. Clem, Raven, does not want to go down here. Does hit an anti-arm missile, no blink. So he can't really escape out of that. The Widow Mines will get burrowed. They're going to start hitting Stalkers as well, so pretty good Widow Mines. Also hits a group of Zealots in the front. Do we have anything else to do here as Clem? Probably not, just has to kite away. The issue is he's so committed off of 2 bases that he doesn't really have it in him to kind of pull back, reinforce, and to keep going. Another Wouldn't Mind shot goes off on a couple of Zealots here. That Archon's still alive, and Clem just going to say GG, well played. And Classic is going to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 of the DTs. I think we're just a bit too disruptive in the end. Clem stayed alive, and I felt like it was okay for Clem in the sense of like, okay, well, we can play the game, but the damage was clearly done and put him in a position where he was not really able to recover from anymore. GG's. And we go to a map 4 of this series. We're going to go to Exarch, which has been a fantastic map in the end. For being kind of a weirder kind of map, it's been really cool. For being one that's definitely not been picked a lot, like I said, it's grown on me in a big way, actually. So, been kind of enjoying Exarch a little. Let's see if we get some fun and games on it here as we get this next game coming up. Missing a caster who is not in the game. Oh, we're definitely missing a caster, but I don't know who. There we go. Joining us now. Get this ready to go. Go, go. GG, GLHF, and readies from the players. We're already set to go then. And we will send it. Awesome. Alright, game number 4. Let's see if Clem can bring us all the way to 5 games for our opening series or not. As we go to Exarch. And we start this off in the bottom left corner. Gonna get close spawns. And trailing in the series, our Red Terran from Team Liquid. His last stand, needs to win this game. And the next one, obviously, to keep progressing through the tournament. No faults allowed for the next couple of maps. Clem in the bottom left is our Red Terran here on Exarch as he takes on the blue Protoss in the top left corner. It is going to be classic. Game 4 of this best of 5. And get this up and running. Gamer coming through, probe on the way. Just gonna be seeing the racks and the SCV coming about then, so we take a couple of moments to get that settled. Just for now, just gonna be seeing the probe, stepping over, bringing this out and about, seeing where we go to against Cybercore and the Zeldin Company coming up and online. You can see the orbital and the Marine still building by. Continue to get that into play for the next few moments here. So again, that's set up. Again, Cybercore, the Zealot coming through, commencing the tech lab coming up as well. Orbital command still building, bringing this straight online for the moment. Tech lab is about to be done. Just going to see the depot and the command center coming up. The SCV coming over. And put myself on an observer that's not going to have a rave on screen, as we do have a Marine able to push this probe back. Should be able to clean that up pretty comfortably. So probe goes, gets pushed away. Obviously, this is a worker only pathways. You can't chase down there with the Marine as Clem. The other Marine comes back across for a couple of moments as well here. Similarly, still building by. Pile on the Nexus coming up. Stalking the Warp Gate coming up as well. I have the Marauder out. It's actually going to be a nice little feisty unit for Clem. 2 Marauders will get rid of the Stalker very comfortably, and you'll have concussive shells now as well. This Zealot is also going to be doomed. Cannot really do much else to help itself. And that is going to be the Zealot going down in a second. And the Stalker here going to still try and get after the SCV. And so you're going to see SCV down. Command Center finishing up very shortly. You're just going to see Stalker, Warp Gate, Probe Facility, and the probes continue to build through for the next few moment. Stalker back up toward the top side. Just going to make its way over in this direction again. Stimpack coming over. Marauder on the way. Still got the Robo Facility, a couple of probes, and the Warp Gate coming online as well. So bringing a lot of this into action here just currently. Yeah, Marauders are still going to keep moving through to the upper left-hand side. Be able to get another Stalker. How much more can we do from this? Like, how many probes do we get in this process? Because that's obviously going to be a big deciding factor of this. I think at this point we are just going to commit to probes. The Marauders are too low to justify getting another Stalker here. We get 3 workers, a couple Stalkers going down. It's not been a bad start from Clem. He's still building 2 Marauders at a time, so he's actually going to have more Marauders against any future Stalkers made. Now, Classic actually opened Robo Facility. He's going to go fast Robo Bay here and go from there. Observer pops from the Robo Facility, just going to have our few Marauders, like I say, settling in the center of the map for the next couple moments. Deciding what we're going to try and do. Probe comes over, just going to be on the move there, and again, Stimpack still building. Robo Bay, Gateway, Probes in the Immortal, continue to produce. Just for now, the Observer still stepping over. Yeah, Stalker Immortal, Robo Bay, and the Gateway continue to produce online for the next little while. The Marauders in the middle of the map. Again, Observer going to track that just for a few moments here. More Marine Marauders still producing into play. Factory on the way up as well. Hey, what's up, Rack? Thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. What do you hype is in the chat? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Good to see you back. If you are enjoying the games, guys, don't forget to support the channel by subscribe and use those Primes if you got them available. It goes a long way. Super helpful. Helps us out massively. Always appreciated, of course, as well as the Marauders and the few Marines still just gather themselves about there. You know, I'm going to see the Observer keeping an eye on things as the Marauders pull back a few moments. And Colossus extended thermal lance coming through. The extra couple gateways coming online as well. Just still bringing a lot of that into play at the moment here. I'm just going to sit back at home and does have his starport coming online to start supporting these bio units. Kind of as you would expect them to be supported in the near future as well. Yeah, scan for the Observer, going to take that down as well. It's going to be a nice little catch. The starport, again, about to finish in a couple of moments. If starport finishes, just going to lift off, move over to the sides, +1 attack and combat shield. We'll continue to produce through. That Marine going to turn back around onto the Zealot. The Stalker coming across also. I'm just going to have the Marine super low. Gets sliced down. The Zealot gets the KO there. Be able to pick that off as well here just for the moment. Twilight Council still coming through. Nexus on the way. Again, Colossus and the Thermal Land still building by as the units in the upper left get ready to potentially move onto the map here from Classic. We'll see what his approach is going to be next couple of moments. See what his plan shall come out to as the Marines gather. Yeah, that Nexus building, Forge, a couple Stalkers, the Observer on the way. Just going to see that extended thermal lance still coming through as well. The Bioforce is going to have to pull back a little bit here. Tank's going to begin to siege. And the army is going to turn back around into the middle here and just pull away for the moment. It's not going to stick around. Just going to get chased out pretty much immediately. Just going to see that Bioforce coming straight across there as Marine Marauder tank continues to build. And again, the +1 attack upgrade coming into place. We're going to see a couple more Stalkers coming through. The Vikings are still building up as well. Just having everything joining together right now. Does Clem want to send this forward? Yes, he does. Supply lead is good for Clem. We've got a lot of army supply. Remember that this army from Classic is less upgraded than it usually would be. No charge, no blink. Blink is on its way, but not ready yet, so if there was a time to just take a fight here as Clem, this would kind of be it. He's pulling some SCVs into this. Does he want to drop the stim? Very slow to decide if that's going to be something he does or not. He finally does drop the stim down, and he's going to kill everything. Classic kills all the tanks, though. Clem is right here in front of Classic's natural, so he's going to be able to run straight up this ramp and into this, and Classic just says, GG, well played. Classic just out the front, trying to fight this on its way over, and Clem eventually does take the fight that's just going to win it out for him. Kind of wild, right? Playing this game with no medevacs, just straight to Viking production and deal with what has been kind of early Colossus. And that's why Clem was so cautious about the stim. He's like, I do not want to stim if you're then just going to walk back and I can't fight you. I need to make sure I'm ready to fully engage if if I drop the stim pack here. Because if you drop the stim and then he just engages, you have no healing. So then you have to stim again when the fight actually comes around, and that would be a disaster. And this series gets tied back up 2-2, and one final map, Voidstorm, to decide which of these players will advance forwards in the WardiTV TLMC today. What an exciting way to start things off. Very exciting way to start things off. Alrighty, we'll I think we're just ready to send it if the players are ready. You just need to find Classic in this list of casters and put him to the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready, GLHF. Let's do it then, guys. No breaks. Let's just get straight to business. Let's just get straight to business. Head into Voidstorm. Let's, like I say, kick this off and get this going. Get ready to go. In the bottom right-hand side, it is going to be our red Terran player. This is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Of course, 2-2 tied up with Classic in the upper left-hand side. Super early probe from him, just trying to make sure there's no crazy business going on early that he maybe needs to be aware of right away. SV probe will nibble in a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the gate and the racks coming up. Going to be seeing the probe. Probe moving around. SCV's nibble. Again, the gateway about to finish. Let's just have our probe. I could say happy with an early scout, knowing that Clem has in fact built his CC back, or his barracks back at home. Has not kind of proxied anything out on the map or anything of that sort. Obviously, like I say, it's just some good information to have here early. Probe gets turned back over the other side. Just going to be seeing the SCV pull into the natural, CC in the tech lab. Continue to build through for a few moments. Simulator, Pylon, Cybercore, all coming up. Next is on the way. We again start to make a bit of progress here for a little bit. Clem gain open with the concussive shells obviously gives you a little bit more control early. If that's one of his concerns in this matchup against Classic, then that's going to be very quickly solved. And there's the concussive shells already coming up to finishing soon. A couple of barracks on the way, the CC building up, the SCV and the Marauder coming online as well. It's just bringing a lot of that into place. The CC finishing very quickly, or very shortly here, I should say, sorry. And we'll see what these Marauders want to do, as they're going to catch Stalker, so he does get an early grab. Stalker's going to die. Can't do anything. He puts some damage onto the Marauder just to help you clean up if Clem continues across the map. What's funny is we have a healing shrine on the map, so Clem could heal this Marauder up as he goes across, and then, he could stop in, heal the Marauder up, and then continue this pressure. Battery on the way, so he doesn't want to wait too long. Gets a couple of heals as he just naturally makes his way across the map anyway. You know what? I actually kind of like healing shrines, like, dead in the middle of the map. I kind of like the idea of being able to play around these. Like, instead of having to go out your way to do stuff with them and so on, like we had in the previous maps most of the time. I thought that Persephone was kind of like a happy in-between, where it's like, it was close enough you could use it, but it wasn't like really like on the direct path still. But I kind of like it just because I think it's a cool change-up, which shouldn't be overly game-breaking. Maybe it is just overly powered for like certain races. Ooh, it's going to be nice. Marauders in the shrubbery are going to surprise, and we are going to get rid of at least one Stalker, if not multiple here. I mean, this Marauder's going to go down, but this is now 2 Marauders down for 3 Stalkers. Sorry, 1 Marauder down for 3 Stalkers. That's a fantastic trade as Classic loses out early game big time. He's on his way to a Dark Shrine. He's going to have to pause here as maybe some lag again. NA server not being his friend on the West Coast. Look at Classic, you take a moment, but yeah, Dark Shrine coming up here from Clem. So DT's on the way. That's the only thing that Clem needs to be really wary of right now. Otherwise, he's just had a booming start, getting rid of so much super early. Well, we'll take a second. It's going to be waiting for Classic to sort his ping out, and we'll get back on track. Classic just did not think about the fact that there could be Marauders hidden in the hidden in the hedges. Marauders hidden in the hedges. Who knew? Who had Marauders in the hedges on their bingo card today? All good. All right. So at least we have a bit of an idea as to what just happened there. Obviously, like I say, it's one of those things where you don't always think about it because it's a new map. You don't think about where all the line of sight blockers are as well. Yeah, Classic just having a little bit of lag issue here, just obviously hoping to sort that. Hopefully get this back on track. He's going to start dropping the A's to check what that ping feels like. And like I say, we can hopefully get this back underway in a couple moments. Get this back underway. He says thanks and go. And he will resume as Clem. He brought that Marauder back to the healing shrine, so this is actually great use of the healing shrine because these Marauders, even though they took damage, are now getting healed back up, so they're getting brought straight back to power. Right back to where they want to be. And they're going to love that. And Clem's going to love that. Like I say, the Dark Shrine is the biggest issue for him right now. If that Dark Shrine can surprise him, then Clem could definitely still be in trouble. Otherwise, he's about to have Stim, and he's just killed a bunch of early units. If he is saving a scan, he might be able to end the game with a push into Classic's base right now. The one good thing Clem has, as well, is that there's no pylon across the map just yet. He is going to have energy on this command center in 10 seconds-ish. He might see the DT before it can do anything meaningful, in which case he might be able to save the scan. Engineering bay coming up. He's going to catch this probe, so now he might be wondering a little bit. Ooh. Oh, he sees it. He sees it. He's seen the DT. He moves in reaction to it. So he sees it. Missile turret start immediately. So the Dark Templar not looking to be able to get done what they want to here. Did he have a scan saved in the main base? Yep. So he can absolutely get rid of Dark Templar number 1 here. If he wants to drop the scan is maybe the question even, because this turret is very close to being done, right? So if you can just not even drop the scan, yeah, that is absolutely spot on perfect. Wow. Perfect defense here from Clem. The DT spot, just the shimmer on the map. And you know what gave it away most likely is the probe, because if he didn't respond to the probe, he might not have been on the units, right? He might have been, but because he moved to get the probe, he then was in position on the screen to see the Dark Templar where he might not have been otherwise. So that probe might have just foiled the entire plan of the Dark Templar. Classic's on his way to Storm, but that is an absolute eternity away, it feels like right now, when you've got Clem pressing onto this map and this bio army setting up to attack. Classic has not got a lot. He hasn't even got... He's got a battery in play, and this is a stimmed up army, or will be a stimmed up army. Scans surely saved as Clem attacks into this natural expansion. There is a single High Templar, like I say. It's going to threaten the Storm. It is complete bluff. He's saying, look at me, I'm going to storm you. High Templar goes down. There is a DT in the mix here. We should have a scan. If we don't, then that's just a little mistake from Clem, but realistically, this army is doing serious damages. We are going to see a few SCVs going down, so Clem taking damage across the map as the DTs there do get some work done. Yeah, Clem is killing the natural expansion. More DTs, as now we drop the scan, they're going to walk into it. 2 out of 3 DTs go down immediately. We're going to have one more DT that we scan onto as well. Clem into the main base is just going to go through. GG, well played, Clem. Getting the early damage with the Marauders. Classic making the mistake, walking onto the map. The line of sight blocker play, definitely the game changer here. And Classic had some really solid games in this series, and he just had a couple where things really got away from him very quickly. GG's, and that is going to round us out for this one as Classic takes the exit, and we are left with a Terran, a Protoss, and a Zerg to play some best of sevens. Clem will advance to the lower bracket finals. Maxpax will be playing against Shin here next. We'll be getting that underway in a few moments' time, guys, as we have got the maps ready to be vetoed for them. So just waiting for them to get this set up. That's going to be West Central, West Central, West Central, West. It is best of 7 here in this next stage. And I'm going to run some ads while we get some vetoes started, guys. Let's get this on the way. The final day of the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament is underway. As we just wait for our our players to join us. Just need Maxpax and Shin to come and join us on the chat channel. There's Shin, there's Maxpax. Just copy paste this. Maxpax is the lowest seed from the group stages. Like I say, this is best of 7, guys. So, lower bracket final, upper bracket final, and grand final, all best of 7. We'll get this on the way soon as Shin and Maxpax, like I say, get ready to veto up here very, very shortly. Oh, stretch it out. Again, I hope everyone is doing well today. Good to see you guys. Has this been a fixed match? Probably not, no. I don't think anyone is fixing matches over the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Is Shin any good? Yeah, I mean, he 4-0'd his group, including beating Maxpax in the group stages of this tournament. 4-0'd his group with Maxpax, Beyond Zound, and Nicorakt. And then in the tournament, in the playoffs so far, 3-2 Q and 3-0 Classic. That's why Classic was down in the lower bracket originally, so... Man, looking back over this bracket, it's been an absolutely great event. The bracket has been awesome. It's been very, very good. Alrighty, video should be beginning shortly. What's the first place prize for this? First place takes home, I want to say, yeah, $1,250. It's $5,000 total prize pool, but it does get split all the way down to all 20 players who took part. Apparently they're not videoing because I didn't say who was A just yet, so my bad. that's on me. Apparently I'm the one that's holding everybody up. It's because I copy pasted all the information and everything is there apart from that specific piece of info, so... Yeah, if you guys are watching on the YouTube as well and you're enjoying the stream, do not forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Helps us out greatly. YouTube streams have been popping a little bit the last few days, so let's capitalize on that. Let's get some likes and let's get some more people able to watch some more games of SC2s. So it's great. So yeah, do come and check that out, like I say. Definitely helps, like I say. It's very useful. Alright, Maxpax says hello. That's great, Maxpax, but we're actually looking for a veto over here. We're looking for you to kind of pick some maps. So if you could do some vetoes, we could get this underway. That would be lovely. That would be wonderful. Yeah, hit those likes and subscribes on the YouTube. If you're on the Twitch, obviously hit the follow button. And of course, don't forget, if you're enjoying the streams, you can obviously support the channel in a bunch of ways. One of the main ways you guys can support is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. So yeah, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. We'll continue to push that Patreon number up, so if you're enjoying what you see on the tournament, if you're enjoying what you see on the stream, the best way to see more of it is to check out the Patreon page, guys. Again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, pretty much 100% of anything goes, well, no, not pretty much everything, 100% of it goes into tournament prize money, and it is how we are able to support so many of these events, so and keep so many of them going as well. So yeah, do check that out. And we'll have a veto from each place. There's 9 maps available in this best of 7. We're going to get 1 veto each. First video from Maxpax, waiting for one on the other side here just initially from Shin. Also, on the Patreon, guys, as well, just an update, we do have now monthly memberships annual memberships available now too. So if you want to just make one kind of donation to tournaments for the year instead of having to do it month by month, that's available now on the Patreon as well, so you can check that out too. How can I afford to give 100% of Patreon donation to prize pool? Because that's what the Patreon's for. It's for generating prize money. I've never taken any percentage of my Patreon, pretty much. There was a time, like a few years ago, Patreon was just like an extra thing we did on the stream, but since we relaunched it, I want to say we relaunched it like 3 years ago. Since then, the Patreon has been 100% prize pool funding. And like I say, this year, we're not doing a big, you know, in the last couple of years, you might think the Korean Royale, what did we crowdfund for last year? There's the 2025 series. In the last couple of years, we've done typically these big crowdfunding pushes where we do big campaigns and we kind of push crowdfunding specifically for like certain tournaments. We're not doing that at all this year. We're not doing this kind of big like, hey guys, let's get as much together for this tournament. We're just pushing the Patreon because the focus is to support as much constant StarCraft 2 as possible, and that's what the Patreon lets us do the best. You know, $2,000 a month on Patreon means baseline every single month we have $2,000 of StarCraft 2 tournaments to run, which is amazing, and then we can supplement that with sponsorship revenue and ad revenue and everything else as well. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, so yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I do a lot to try and make sure the income is coming in from every direction. And we do the best we can to make sure that we, we do the best we can to make sure that we, import as much StarCraft 2 as possible. Alright, couple maps vetoed. I'm about to have a map pick, I would presume. Slowest veto process of all time right here. We're getting there, though. They got given the maps 7 minutes ago. We will get going shortly. We will get going shortly. Again, appreciate your patience, guys. Yeah, we got a lot of cool stuff coming up as well. WardiTV spring season is about to be upon us, so actually look at my schedule. So this next week, I haven't announced anything yet, but we're probably going to start launching the Spring Cup next week into the start of May. And then we're going to have the Spring Championship probably closer toward June-ish. When does spring end? When do I actually need to run? Spring ends June 20th. So we're probably going to... So it's a little funky because we actually have there's a really big event going to be going on that we're going to be running. So we might have the classic Spring Championship actually finishes at the start of summer. But situation, so you guys can make fun of me for that. But yeah, we're going to get the Spring Cup going this next week and a half, basically. And then we're going to move that into the Spring Championship, start getting that process, start getting that $5,000 event on the go. And then there's another big tournament coming up. I can't announce it yet. It's not my tournament, but I'm running it. But it's a big event. I've received the first payment for it, so it definitely seems like it's going ahead. So, yeah, it's happening, is the TLDR. It is happening. It is happening. We have got some map picks, guys. Perfect. I'm going to go into Blackrock as a map number 1, which is actually very exciting. Lumen map number 2 as well. That's also very exciting. Oh my goodness, we're getting some very fun maps here. Alright, Blackrock, Lumen, and At Eternity's Edge will be the first 3 maps of this series. Sorry, just trying to face log into something on my phone while we talk. I'm just like, oh, what's going on down here? Alright, getting everyone into the lobby. Give me a couple of seconds, guys. Obviously, going to take a few moments just to get everyone online here. Fourth map going to be Old Sun Temple as well, so our maps have been picked for what we're definitely going to see. Obviously, we're hoping for more than 4 maps, though. Fingers crossed we get a little bit more than 4. Do. One more map pick to be made from Shin, and then we should be fully underway and kicking off into this PvZ, guys. Sorry it took so long. Yeah, sorry it took so long. Just play's taking a while. Play's being slow. That's okay though. As Maxpax just switched over. GLHF, 10 casters. Let's do this, guys. Best of 7 upper bracket final starts right here with Maxpax versus Shin again. Appreciate your patience. Thanks for hanging out with us for a few moments. And let's get into Maxpax versus Shin. The loser of this plays Clem in a best of 7 afterward. And the winner obviously goes into the grand final for whoever comes through that lower section. Ideally, realistically, we want to see different matches all day. The loser of this loses to Clem, gets knocked out 3rd place, and we get a Clem versus the winner of this matchup in the finals. That's the dream scenario. We'll see what happens. The good news is obviously it's best of 7, so there should be plenty of games no matter what. That's why we did it like this today. Lengthening the day out a little bit on this final day as we kick off into the Team Liquid map contest tournament powered by Monster Energy and the Shopify Rebellion. Power up with that monster and get ready for these best of 7s as we have got in the top right corner the blue Zerg player here is going to be Shin. He's taking on the red Protoss. In the bottom left corner, we've got ourselves Maxpax. Alright, well there's the intros, as simple as that. Maxpax across the map earlier here on Blackrock. Our map which has been obviously very intriguing for the fact that it's obviously this no high ground map. We haven't really seen the tank positions abused. We've actually seen a lot of ZVPs on this map overall in the end, which is kind of intriguing. Seen a lot of the ZVPs rather than maybe some of the Terra matches, which maybe would have been interesting considering those tank ledges and so on. It's just going to be seeing our probe moving about here, and a couple of drones will just be there to try and help push things away. Overlord popping out. Again, Shin and Maxpax are both looking to be first. In fact, all 3 players that remain. Oh, this is exciting. Because Classic is knocked out, actually, all 3 remaining players are looking to be a first-time Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament champion. None of these guys have ever won this tournament over 16 editions. So, yeah, whoever wins the day is going to do it for the very first time in the Team and Liquid Map Contest. Isn't that exciting? That's very, very cool. Actually, I always love the stats and stuff, and I know like we expect Clem and Maxpax to win things, but the fact they've never been able to do it before, like I say, a lot of that is really caused by Hero's dominance over the past 3 or 4 years. Hero has just dominated these map contest tournaments. But him getting knocked out by Clem yesterday and knocked to the lower bracket by Classic originally is what brings that streak to an end. And yeah, it's going to be one of these 3 guys. Kua won it 2 map contests ago, where he was able to take down Clem in the finals. So Kua did get himself his 2nd victory after he won one of the early ones as well. As we do have our probe just moving about. Hatcher on the natural is up. The Nexus is on its way from Maxpax, and the probe and the Adept continue to build by for these next few moments. So just getting a lot of this up and into play here. It's going to drop down another Stargate just off to the side. The Nexus still coming through. Probe and company, Adept on the way. Continue to get this started for a few moments. Again, the Queenlings drones continue to get going over the next couple of moments as the Stargate is obviously a big expectation here. Over a best of 7, you'd imagine we're going to mix in a couple of non-Stargate builds, though, right? You probably expect we're going to go Twilight Council at least a couple of times over the course of this, right? So that would be my expectation. At least a couple of times we get some Stargate play, and we'll kind of just go from there in general and see what we can do. As that Link Speed, the Queen coming up and about. The Overlord and a few Lings coming over. Drone and the hatchery building through as well. So all of that coming online initially. I'm going to have those few probes continue to gather in together as well. And we just continue to get this all set up for the moment. I'm just going to see the Queen dropping an inject down. The Adept is going to come shading back. Ling speed finishing up shortly. And a couple of Queens trying to get in after the Adept, pulling that back down to the bottom left side. The Nexus on the way from Maxpax, as we do have the Oracle, Warp Gate, and probes continue to produce through. The circling speed is going to be done in a couple of moments. The drones and the hatchery building up. The Spore Crawler on the way over as well. Actually make that a couple of spores coming by the next few moments. The Queen, make it 2 Queens, sorry, will be coming straight through. There's a Twilight Council to follow us up. I mentioned maybe Twilight Council builds. Obviously, Starglaves. The Oracle into Twilight is maybe something we see a bit of as well. You know, obviously we're expecting a lot of kind of blink on the follow-up to the Stalkers, Stargate, but yeah, the Resonating Glaives and the Adepts can definitely be a big factor there as well. This first Oracle does nothing and takes mega damage, so a pretty big deal. Just going to have the couple gates in the Forge coming up, then the Nexus coming through, bring that online for a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the Roadrunner still building, then the drones, the Overlords coming up. The Oracle going to get hit by the Queens for a few moments. Just going to see that push down the right side. So defense has been really good here from Shin early. He's not let a lot of the... well, okay, that's not a good play from Maxpax. He's going to lose that Oracle. Gonna go down. Never mind the hatchery going down. This Oracle is dead. As Maxpax just flew it into range of the Queens and just left it there in a very unorthodox moment from him. That's not what we expect from Maxpax. Plain and simple, as these Lings gonna wrap around on the Adept. Adept 1 and Adept 2 both going down. A couple drones have been cleaned out. Again, Lad drones, Overlord still building by. The hatchery and the Evolution Chamber coming up as well. Continue to bring that online for a few moments here. We just have the Oracle and the Blink coming through as well. So Oracle, Blink, +1 upgrade. Continue to build right now. Continue to get that on the go just for a couple more seconds. Stalker step up. Just going to see this hatchery going to be getting hit by the few Stalkers as well. We are going to see Blink about to be done. The few Lings on the counter attack. Not going to find too much just yet. Remember, Shin was able to knock Maxpax down in the group stages. Best of 7. I definitely think things stack up against Shin, or the expectations stack up against Shin a little bit, but generally speaking here, Maxpax being pretty looking to start this off and looking for revenge in that group stage. To me, definitely comes in as a bit of a favorite, but like I say, Shin definitely capable of beating Maxpax is what we've seen lately, as a lot of these Lings just absorbing stasis wards, but not really enough Stalkers to keep pushing through. A couple of drones are going down. I'm not sure where that was. I'm not sure if that was just here. As the Queens will gather, the Storm and the Charge both building into place. +1 missiles, group spines, and that roach speed coming up as we are getting to Hydras as well. So most importantly, Shin is going to have himself on the Hydralisk tech and is definitely going to be powered up a little bit in that regard compared to initial expectations. So yeah, get those Hydras out, and Maxpax has been held off initially. This first poke of Stalkers is not going to be all that successful at the end of the day. Feeling's going to jump back onto this Nexus, just going to grab this for a moment, or try to grab that. The Stalkers and the Oracles come back around and just going to be seen still. +1 Storm and the Charge continue to build from Maxpax. So like I say, a lot of those upgrades are going to be very important in the grand scheme of things coming on through. And Storm about to be finished. There's a few Overseers morphing straight into play as well. Let's bring this straight about. The, again, Roach Speed, Hydra Speed, all being brought online. The Dropper Lords on the way, so Shin going to start looking to bring aggression all over the place. That's how he saw a lot of his success come around in the group stage as well, dropping around, big drops into positions, able to kind of pull this Protoss defense apart, get Maxpax running around silly, trying to kind of get the defense on the way. So don't forget, we've got all these passageways on this map as well to utilize in terms of the ground attack. So you can definitely get very creative with the directions you attack in with here. It's going to be a big something for us to kind of keep on following. As again, Roach Hydra Ling keeps producing through. The Hydra Speed and the +2 missiles continue to build into play as well, so continue to bring that up. Just going to see the Zealot Stalkers and the High Templar gathering around. The Dropper Lords are set over on that left side. +2 attack, cannons, probes, and the Immortal are still in production. Well, Stalker, Zealot, Archon, High Templar gathering through. The Oracle set up a stasis ward. We are going to see the Dropper Lords coming straight by, and in we go. Hydra's Lings jumping into this. The recall back on the next. At the same time, we're going to try and jump at the front, and this is just obviously trying to cause chaos by fighting in multiple places at the same time. Warping was decent here, but the Sim City might help a lot against the Zealots that have been warping against this. And as enough units do show up, the Dropper Lords will actually make a bit of an evacuation on some of the remaining Hydras. Shin keeping a supply lead on this, and now he's going to take position onto this Nexus. Now, High Templars have got a couple of storms remaining maybe, but obviously you've got to use those storms a bit preemptively to try and zone this. Pushing them back here when they're already kind of on top of the Nexus to some extent does not feel that great. And Roaches and company come back over once again, looking to jump back onto this position. We are going to see a bit more of a commitment to the fight this time around. Roach is still coming through. 10, 11 workers going down. Maxpax's numbers definitely dropping off a little bit here, but he's also clearing a lot up. The Dropper Lord have been pushed away once more. Still not going to do too much extra. Shin only about 30, 40 supply ahead, which is probably not enough overall to really make this super terrifying. A few High Templars, the +2 attack upgrade, all those bits and bobs. Very much so still on their way across, as again the +2 missile attack upgrade continues to build as well. Roach Hydra trying to come about. Nice storm to zone the Hydras back over the other side. The Archons are still stepping through here. The Hydras and Roaches are going to get onto and kill off the Nexus. The other couple of Zealots still stepping forward as well. Hydra's still kiting backward. I mean, these are the important moments here from Shin, getting some momentum going with this. He's starting to break onto some of these high attack units. Nice storm on the bottom side is going to force a few of those Roaches back. The Archon's starting to be left on their own. The Hydra's putting some serious work in up top without any splash damage near them. And we do see Maxpax losing a lot of his tech units already. His Archon up top goes down as well. And again, if you're taking down those tech units, I believe in Shin's ability to keep this going. Maxpax has to warp in another couple High Templar, morphs 2 of them into an Archon straight away. And again, his amount of available storms is so much lower than before. He's only on 1 High Templar at the moment. And even that was kind of low energy already, so the storm availability for Maxpax is at an all-time low, looking pretty brutal to say the least. Things Roach is coming about, just going to see this couple of Zealots are going to come around. Hydras and the Roaches gather back together for just a few seconds here. Again, that Carapace upgrade still coming through. Ling Roach Hydra, all producing. And then a couple of Roaches and the Hydra still going after some of those Zealots as well, just trying to find a little bit more damage. One Zealot goes down, Hydra's play cleanup. Going to shut that down as well. The rest of this Ling Roach Hydra force back into the center of the map. Again, Immortal Archon High Templar continues to gather around there. Take a couple of seconds. Hydra's Carapace upgrade coming through. He's going to see this Roach Hydra army pushing down. A couple of Archons are going to be right there to help push away on this. A big group of units over the left side getting settled in as well. Now these Archons coming back across. Storm coming down in a couple different places. +3 attack upgrade coming through. The Fleet Beacon coming over. Another couple of storms coming into place right here to keep these Hydras pushed away once again. Get more warp-ins here as the Zealots warp in once more from this nearby pylon. The Lings and the Hydra still pushing through. Nexus in some trouble. Storm coming down. Just going to have this Roach Hydra force able to keep going onto this Nexus, keep putting some damage out. Couple extra storms dropping into place. The Hydras are going to take a bit more damage. You step forward once again. The Archon full, and this Nexus is going to go down here. The Zealots and the Probes are going to pull through. I mean, obviously Shin gets rid of this base. Maxpax has other bases, so it's not like the end of the world sort of territory or anything just yet. I'm just going to be seeing these group of units pulling back away. The Zealots going to turn back around. Just going to have the Ling Hydra force still pushing through. The couple of Immortals coming back over as well. And this Hydra count still chasing through, jumping onto these Immortals, and getting a lot done. Stalker's in some trouble also. I mean, this is going to be Maxpax cleaning up the army, but having lost a whole lot himself, he morphs 5 High Templar in back at home, rebuilding the Nexus. Shin on his way to the Hive as he looks toward the future here. Does the Zerg ground do anything? Yep. The Zerg ground creates vision for the Zerg, and it also allows you to move faster. All Zerg units move faster on creep. So it's pretty pretty big deal. Maxpax getting a mothership up. It's kind of nice in these kind of scenarios where it's pretty scrappy. A mothership cloaking up at the right time can absolutely like save a base, save a bunch of units. So a lot of potential with that mothership coming online and into play. As that +3 attack upgrade is about to be done. Spine Crawler still poking through a couple of these zealots as well, so just getting that on the way. And that's a defense. And Shin obviously sitting across 5 bases here is looking towards being maxed out again soon. Is he going to stick on this aggression? Is he thinking about teching up at all? Like I say, Hive is done. Not really doing anything with it yet. Adrenal glands would be nice. We're still using a few Zerglings, maybe not a ton of them, no melee upgrades, but like, it's one of these, I mean, I guess he isn't super rich though. It's not like Shin just has money to waste. He's on 74 drones, which is a fine economy, but it's not like a crazy, like, I'm gonna just be in an insane position economy at the same time, right? There's a couple of spines will come down there to help deal with this. I'm just gonna be seeing the mothership about to finish, the High Templar, the Prism, and the Tempest on the way through as well. Continue to get that going for the moment. Good storm onto the Hydras and the Roaches, continue to push through. We're just going to see the couple of Archons, the High Templars, and the Immortals kind of push onto this. I mean, this is just a lot of Zerg. And this is where you're going to see really just the kind of the sheer number of what Shin has really still powering up. And that's why, you know, he's obviously still just building more and more and more and just trying to have as much as possible. I'm a big fan of that. I'm very okay with that, actually. Seems very reasonable to me, as we just have the Roach Hydra Force still coming through. And again, the Hydra and the +3 missiles coming up. Tempest on the way. Nexus on the way, Zealots on the way. Just bringing so much of this still into play right now. Another Extractor drops down into position. The Nexus and the Tempest still building by. Couple Queens is going to be there. The Prism is going to unload a few Zealots down, so just going to drop those Zealots into place. They're going to go after the Queens for a couple of moments. There's going to be a cleanup though, so the Prism goes down, the Zealots are going to be dealt with, and so Maxpax is not going to be able to get too much done with this. And unfortunately for Maxpax, this is essentially just a donation of units, which doesn't even really buy him that much time. That's perhaps the biggest issue here, is that we don't even really do anything particularly useful for ourselves. Again, Hydra Roach back down to the south. We are going to be seeing the Tempest, the Prism, the Archon, the Nexus. All of that coming straight through. That Lurker Den is coming up. A couple of Spine Crawlers are coming over. Mothership drops the Cloaking down. A couple of Storms initially to zone a little bit of this Roach Hydra Force away. So just try and keep that pushed back over to the edges just initially. And again, that Cloaking staying very happy and active atop of everything else here. One more Storm coming down. Again, the Roach Hydra gets pushed back. Another Storm. Roach Hydra pushed away again, getting chased out of this. Again, a couple of Hydras just lunging up top, trying to escape from any sort of danger. One more Storm onto the Roaches. Nexus taking some damage. The Hydras and the Roaches still going to stay active. Time Warp coming down. Mortal and the Archons still joining together for a few moments. We just see this force continue to push across the map for now. One more Storm onto the Hydras. The Hydras still stepping through. Tempest in some trouble. Mothership is here to try and help us out. The Hydra's going to try and fight back the other direction as well. 2 more Storms dropping into play. I mean, Shin is just building so much. He's outmassing Maxpax on pretty much every step of this, and I think Maxpax is going to have issues kind of staying in this long term. I don't think there's a way for him to really stay kind of... I don't think he can... I mean, he's getting Tempest out, but there's a Spider coming from Shin as well. That's a nice cloaking with the Mothership. Again, just one of those moments where you see just how effective that cloaking can be. Now just coming over around that left-hand side. Next is going to start taking damage. The Prism escapes away. A couple more Warpings coming through with the Zealots. Tempest still building as well. Again, Seismic Spine's coming up. +1 flyer attack upgrade. Hydras in production. Just going to jump onto this Nexus right here, and it is going to go down. So once more, Shin is just going to find himself a base kill. And now he's got himself a position where Maxpax is down to just being a 2-base Protoss. So pretty much just doomed for Maxpax. I think it's fair to say at this point this is not really going anywhere positive. Yeah, unless there's like one army that Maxpax already has is going to turn this around. Obviously, Shin has to respect it. He can't just kind of, you know, go for like an all-out, like, I'm just going to screw it, just jump on you kind of trade. Unless there's no Storms, in which case, yes, you can. But yeah, I mean, this is him being cautious already, right? The idea is he's being cautious enough to kind of get to this position. GG has to be called, and Shin is going to open this series with a map win. Shin starts the best of 7 in the right kind of way. 1-0 up over Maxpax here on Blackrock. Again, utilizing those pathways well. Start off with a drop play, but turned away from that towards the end. We are going to be going to Lumen for the second map, which is kind of an interesting one with the Yeah, very interesting one with the blue gold base that Shin is definitely taking advantage of, and I imagine he'll continue to take advantage of a bunch of that over the course of this. We'll jump into this second game in just a few moments. Get this ready to go. In a couple of moments, guys. Get this ready to start out. There's Shin on my list. There he is. Grab him, put him up to the player spot. 5-10 casters. We're good. If the players are good, we can take a couple of moments and just head straight into Lumen for our second map. And like I say, I think some shenanigans from Shin are very likely on this one. As already in GLHF is called. Game number 2 does begin then. So away we go. Counting on down. 3, 2, 1. Away we go. Into Lumen. Alright. In the bottom right side, our blue Protoss player here is Maxpax. He is down a game in this best of 7. Shin up by 1. As we get this all going and ready to start. We'll cancel on the extractor there for a couple of seconds. And like I say, get this up running and ready to play over the next few moments. Alright, so the drone and the probe coming about, and we just have ourselves Shin. He's going to take that blue gold base straight away, by the way, so he's going to take that interesting location. As the probe scout will come to confirm just which base we are taking, of course. Just initially get that set up and get this ready to go. Yeah, this one will coming through, nothing super crazy about this one just yet as we take a couple of moments, so getting this set up and seeing where we'll go to, seeing what is about to happen. So bring this about, getting this started, seeing where we're going to. Just gonna be having a couple of queens and the drone on the way through for a couple of moments as well. Just having again link speed building as well. So Shin just looking around, like I say, has that intriguing base layout. We are going to see Maxpax taking the more normal natural, which I completely agree with as well. I think that makes a whole lot of sense based on kind of how we've seen these kind of maps play recently already. So let's see what happens. See what takes place over the next little bit. Let's bring this right around here. So yeah, just getting this settled into play, and just gonna have obviously, like I say, this gold base. Going to be stacking up soon, see exactly what Shin can do with it, see what sort of game he wants to play with it as well. Like I say, definitely interested to see what kind he might be able to find for himself over the course of this one. Dev's just going to get chased away for a couple of seconds too. It's just going to push those back. We do have the link speed still building into action as well. And again, the warp gate and the oracle continue to come in for a few more moments. Gonna see a couple of devs trying to get after those drones. Not gonna see too much though, so a little bit of action, nothing too crazy. Just for a couple of seconds there. Dealing with this. Again, just get those drones and the queens coming by. Just get all of that set up for a couple of moments in this one. Kick this into action. Keep this on the roll. And see what else we can do over these next few moments still. And obviously the Ling is going to take action over here. There's another blue gold base that you just get access to. So again, just a lot of gold minerals becoming available to the Zerg very early. Zerg is going to love that. That's a reason why Shin has expanded in the way that he has done. Makes a lot of sense for him. Puts him into a good position. Gives him a great setup to play forward from. No surprises at all with him kind of taking that approach here just initially. And we have that Resonating Glaives and the Oracle still building by as well. Let's just continue to bring that up and running for these next few moments. So bringing all of that into place. Oracle going to drop a little Revelation down. Just going to keep track of things. Obviously trying to see everything that's going on as well. Trying to make sure that we know exactly what is, like I say, taking place in the next couple of moments. Trying not to be surprised about anything. Staying into this very nice place. Oracle's going to activate through for a couple of these drones, so we are going to get through for a few workers, so a little bit of damage being dealt already, so some work going down. A little bit happening just for the moment. Just going to see the few Zerglings going to pop out. Away they go. Off to the other side. And we do have the Adepts all gathered up. Resonating Glaives is very close to being done here, actually, so going to have Glaives done in a couple of moments, and just seeing all these Queens gathering up as well. The Adepts are going to fight. So Maxpax kind of doing what we talked a bit about in that last game of like the Stargate into Glaives more so than anything else, and we're going to see a stage spot in the back to back this up. Now the Banelings that are coming through are going to be very important here. In fact, the Banelings are nigh on essential to this game plan right now, because without these Banelings, cleaning these Adepts up is going to be very difficult. They actually shade into the Banelings. Our Observer is usually so good, but he missed the shade into the Banes. The Adepts go down. It's a lot of units lost from Maxpax, and Shin immediately launches a counterattack across to the other side of the map. So away we go with those Lings running to the other side to try and see what else we can get up to here. I'm going to put a little bit more pressure into play right off the bat. Getting that on the go as the Lings turn away from the Oracles as well. Through Spines, plus one missile attack upgrade continue to come into play. Just going to be seeing a couple of Oracles going to come around the back and activate through for a couple of drones. So again, finding some damage right away here. It's just getting a few shots off. A few hits coming through. Yeah, the plus one missiles like through Spines as well. Like I say, the Hydra range getting online is going to be a big part of this as well. I'm going to get that all settled in for these next couple moments. Missiles, Groove Spines, like I say, all coming through. Bring that straight into place right here. Storming the Zealots, the charge is done, and the plus one is on the way as well. So again, every upgrade that we are finding possible at the moment as well. Got that on the way out. I think it's just going to find themselves an instant fourth base cancels. That's going to be a great starting point. Just deny that straight away. Don't really want to fight. There's no Baneling speed yet. Only just started the Bane speed, which might have been a mistake, actually. So not have had the Baneling speed on the way a little bit sooner, perhaps. These Adepts going to come shading by, and again, just trying to see where they can get to, what they can do. And we're seeing the shade in. Shin's pretty on top of it, though. Going to get rid of those Adepts pretty quickly. 4 drones do go down, so some damage dealt, sure, but nothing too crazy overall. And plus one missile attack coming in. Baneling speed, the Hydra speed. Shin's going to be very ready to kind of fully send this soon, but we're not quite there yet. We're still just missing a couple of those bits and pieces, a couple of those upgrades to really finalize things for him in these next few moments. So just looking to get that wrapped up, as we are going to see the Hydra Bane, though, is maybe actually going to be enough to fight off these Archons. If the Banes can keep the Zealots at bay, then the Archons don't really do that well against Hydras. They have to kind of run up very close. They take a lot of damage while moving forward. They don't really splash. They do fine onto Hydras, just if it's the only thing you kind of got going against those Hydras with no protection because the Banelings wipe them out, it's going to be a little bit of a rough one. It's not going to be an easy job in the slightest. Ling Hydra just gets onto this Nexus then, it's just going to pick straight through that. Do some damage already. A couple of Storms still coming into play. The Banes are still trying to run across as well. Then Hydras, the Queens all still building up and around. Just going to be seeing the Nexus getting cancelled once more. So no fourth base. If we can keep him off the fourth base, that would be absolutely massive here. So imagining that that is going to be one of the main deciding factors of this, as we do see Shin actually going to keep fighting into this position. Feeling good, I guess, especially the Hydras on the top. If they're not eating the Storms, and I guess is pretty good for them. It's not going to come across on that one. Again, there's the melee upgrade. The Hydras continue through for a couple of seconds, bringing that into place. You see the Archons just pulling back over there as well, so bring that back over for a couple seconds here. So it's all gathering up. Do you just have the Ling Hydra Force coming back around? We're close to being maxed out here from Shin, of course, up 1 in this best of 7 series as well. We do have our Ling Hydra Force stepping up. The Nexus and the pylon have to cancel away. The couple of Zolts going down. Still no fourth base allowed. If we keep him off of fourth base, this is going to remain a very difficult game here, I imagine, for Maxpax in the grand scheme of things. So let's see what we do. The Hydras, the Banes are backing up once again. Archons and the High Templar coming through once more. Stepping up. As you all can see, the Bane lane's just going to help to soften up the Zealots heading into this mineral line. Shin's just on top of it. Every time Maxpax has shown up to try and attack, Shin is just there. Like, he has units. He's not taking a long time to deal with any of this. He's just doing a fantastic job of this, keeping himself in a very comfortable position. There's a couple storms coming down, just going to be fighting their way through for a couple of moments, so can have that hitting hard, as you do have the probes already going down, though. I mean, the storms are nice, a couple of stay swords are good as well, but is it enough overall? I think the realistic answer is not really. Warpit is going to get cancelled as the pylon goes down. This base is about to fall, and Maxpax down a whole lot of supply. And have no choice but to say GG on this one and to round this out. So that is just going to do that. And that, my friends, is going to give us a... yeah, that is going to give us a... very fun lead for Shin. 2-0 advantage to our Zerg player at the moment. As Maxpax, obviously those Adepts getting caught by the Banelings is just not ideal, and losing those Adepts really does take away a little bit of what he was doing in this game, so not great. Our third map, at Eternity's Edge, coming up next. See if Maxpax can turn it around here. What's up, Praynix? Thank you so much for the 37-month resub. Back to Shin server preference as well. Hope Shin wins it all. Man, it'd be cool if he did, wouldn't it? It'd be sick, Shin bringing home a big win like this. It'd be very cool. And drop our lobby link into play. And we'll get game 3 of this series coming up in just a few moments' time. So like I say, Shin looking good as we get ready to resume in just a couple moments. Alright. Figure a couple of things out here. Just waiting for everyone to join us. Ten casters. Just need Maxpax disrupt to Protoss. Waiting for Shin to ready up. And we actually will just be fully good to go. What's up, Reese9? How you doing? Hello, hello. Again, hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you all. And thanks for hanging out with us for some games. Again, a pleasure to be bringing you guys some action. Just waiting for Shin to ready here for just a moment or so. And we can hopefully get this underway. Fingers crossed. He's ready. Yo, Zodiac UHD, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for all the content. Have a nice day. Thank you so much for supporting it. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much for subbing up. Level, what's up, matey? Thank you so much for the 92-month resub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you all. Hope you're having a great day. Enjoy the games. We are going into a game 3 here at Eternity's Edge. keep this one up and running. So off we go. As we take this away right now. Get this one started up and ready to rumble. In the bottom right-hand side, our red Zerg player here is going to be Shin. Taking on. And the top left-hand side, the blue Zerg, who is now down by 2 in this best of 7. Starting to be a long way back in this series, in fact. Is going to be Maxpax. Going to have to try and figure out a way back into this one sooner rather than later. As time is definitely ticking away from him if he ain't careful here. He needs to keep this on the move in his favor if he wants to see success. Does not get the hatch block, by the way. It's just going to survive there, so that's very nice. Just going to be seeing the gateway, the assimilator all coming up. Just going to be seeing the probe coming around for a couple seconds as well. It's just getting straight in position here. Put things into place. And that probe going to go back and forth onto the drones for a couple of moments. So just bringing that straight through. Just for now. So yeah, looking reasonable. Probe still nibbling, so again, just getting a little bit of work done. Nothing super crazy just yet. Again, kind of a lot of what we expect to be seeing just for the moment even. And continuing in with that as of right now. So yeah, just bringing this about. Just going to be seeing that probe still coming back across as well. And just trying to get a little bit more out of this one. Now we're going to have our Cybercore Nexus all coming through. The Adept is building into place as well. Again, the couple Queens, the Overlord, and the rest of it going online and getting into play. Probe Ball's back. Again, the Adept Chrono boosting. Stargate dropping into position. Adept ended up shading back here. Just going to see that link speed still trickling along. The Lings are coming up as well. So again, we bring that straight through. For a couple of moments, the Adept and the Warp Gate are both coming online. And give us an idea of where we are headed to with this. A couple Lings come back over again, so again, we just take a couple seconds moving around. Adept is going to try and shade by once more. We're into position to deal with this, and so far, early game not going to be doing too much. Gotta say, the early game of Shin has obviously been pretty good. Very consistent from him up until now, so that's been a real positive in the grand scheme of things. Has definitely kept him feeling pretty healthy throughout the games as Lings gather up again. The drone is just going to be right there too. Again, just hanging around for a couple of moments. Warp Gate, Oracle, next in the probe. Continue to produce on by, so bringing that straight up. For a couple seconds. Couple Adepts is going to be there. And again, the Lings are going to be around as well. So we'll just take a moment, get this set. Nexus, Gateway, and Twilight Council all building through. And again, the couple drones and the Queen will produce in as well. So bringing that about and seeing what the next step of this should be. The Lings pull back over to the side. The drones are going to gather up as well. So again, we bring that straight through for the moment. Just going to see the Oracle activating 2 Queens, 3 Queens in the Oracle. And for now, at least, we just get that push back. The Revelation comes down. A couple units get pushed away. And Revelation coming down just for a second. Just having ourselves that Twilight Council about to finish. And again, the forge, a couple gates with the probes building through. Rotron in the way. Ultras. Can you imagine an Ultra Cavern coming down right now? So sick. How did we get to an Ultra Cavern already? That would have been, that would have really been something, to say the least. And we are going to be seeing the Oracle still activating with a couple of Adepts then. Put a bit more pressure on and keeping this moving. For the moment, the Adepts are going to move in again. The Lings and the Drones are looking to try and deal with said Adepts, but Adepts can have a pretty good time of this, dealing with that pretty quickly right now. The Oracles are still coming through. And yeah, +1 Blink continuing into play at the moment. Overlord's producing, Lair and the drones all on the way. Let's continue to bring a lot of that into place already. The Oracle's going to activate through. A couple of drones going down already. The Queen's going to get there. The Oracle gets pushed back. Again, Lair, drones, Overlord's producing. The Stalker's going to get straight through for the Overlord as well. It's going to grab that on top of everything else. Yeah, a couple more OVs popping out as we speak. One more Stalker. Warps, moves, gets in position here. If Maxpax can do much with the Blink Stalkers that are coming about then in the next few moments, that is going to be the big question mark that we basically have coming up. Stalker's looking to push, Queen's coming around. And honestly, the Ling's just going to be caught in a stage ward for a couple of seconds, just going to have that happening. Stalkers will get rid of this hatchery. I mean, this is a big plus for Maxpax. Some actual activity that's going to be kind of really beneficial to him. Something we've not really seen much of as of late. Gonna see our charge coming through. So again, we bring that around and we'll just see what our next step of this will be. Just have the Ling is going to come back over as well. So they're going to step across on this. As we've seen, the Stalkers are once again keeping this pressure up. Obviously, this gold base now is going to become awkward for Shin. It's in a bit of an awkward place overall. See how much it can do for him as the Ling Roach Hydra continues up. The +1 missile upgrade coming about as well. So bring a lot of that straight through for now. Stalker's going to start shooting away. Just going to be trying to hit this gold once again. Hydra's in good numbers gathering up. The Lings are going to try and get through there as well. They're going to try and deal with this for the next few moments. Still putting a little bit more pressure into place. Yeah, Hydra's going to be holding tight for a couple of moments. It's also still swinging. The Ling Roach, some damage out as well. So again, looking to deal with this for now. Little Stays is going to catch on the Roach there as well. He's going to be handling that pretty comfortably for a few moments. So yeah, dealing with this, well, for the moment, the Stalker's still coming about. The Oracles are gathering through stasis, ready to get involved here. And you're going to see the Stalkers still joining back up together, so bringing them all back around just for a moment or so. And yeah, again, +1 missiles, muscle augments, all of this coming up. And again, the Prism, the +2, and the +1 will be the next step of this game. I just get after our Stalkers. Do we have enough from Shin to keep this protected? I mean, he's going to be benefiting from the gold base soon. The Zealot run by gets shut down by Roach Hydra pretty much straight away, so that's an easy shutdown, dealing with this very comfortably. Roach Hydra stepping through. A couple Stalkers will take damage. Already a couple Stalkers going down, so a couple will fall. Still got that Robo Bay coming by as well. The Stalker's just going to fight through. The couple of Roaches all dropping. A couple of Zealots being cleaned up as well. The Hydra's getting back up to the top side. The Roach is getting after some of these cannons. And we do have this army from Shin. Pretty powerful at the moment. This is a moment where you wish he had a bit of splash damage available, but the pure Stalker Zealot force is not going to love fighting against this amount of Hydras. So Hydras are looking very good right now, looking very comfortable And Shin shoving. Now 17 pros go down. Shin is taking some damage at the same time. Across the other side of the map, damage is being dealt, so like I say, we're not going to be done with that just yet. The Hydra Roach still threatening at the front. Hydra's still trying to fight those few Stalkers, still taking some extra shots. Going to keep trading out here. The Stalkers continue to go through. It does look as though Shin's numbers are going to be falling away right now. It looks as though Maxpax is going to be getting a hold here in the end. A couple of Zeldas jump onto that hatchery in the bottom left side. And it looks as though we have just had things just about go Maxpax's way. He did have upgrade advantage in this as well. Man, I really thought without splash damage this was going to become very difficult for Maxpax. And I do think it was not easy, but I thought there might be a bit more difficulty kind of involved in it than what we ended up seeing. The Roach Hydra Force coming through here. The Stalkers taking shots again. The Oracle's still peeling away. Couple cannons trying to fight. The Roach Hydra pushing through. Cannon, Immortal, Stalkers all in trouble just at the moment. They recall on this Nexus. I'm going to get that cannon knocked down. The Stalker's still coming forward. Just going to blink through. Looking to jump onto this Roach Hydra Force. The Oracles will activate. Again, those Hydras are not going to have a good time. And Maxpax has to say G to the G. Shin has to say G to the G. And Maxpax gets himself a map win in this series. Is finally able to go and put himself on the board in this best of 7 with Old Sun Temple. Going to be played as a map number 4 of this series next. Bring that up in just a couple of moments, guys. Yo, Tony Bohop, thank you so much for the £15 donation. Just coming straight through. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. As we get Old Sun Temple hosted, it's going to be on Central as well. Let's get that all set. Yeah, thank you so much for the donation. No message attached. Just the donation. Thank you very much. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you very much indeed. Alrighty, missing Maxpax from slowly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One caster and a Maxpax. There's our caster. Now we're just missing the Maxpax. Can take this one into play. Maxpax, like I say, again, it done with that Stalker's out force in the end. Obviously, was still getting good pressure kind of on the map and everything initially too, so shouldn't be too surprising. So we are just going to see Maxpax joining us here in a moment or so. Get that on the way. And like I say, ready to kick off sooner rather than later. Maxpax BRB a moment, it seems, before we get into this. How's everyone else feeling over in the chat? 329 people watching. Hell yeah, YouTube is doing well the last couple of days. Got good games and stuff goes on. Right, Maxpax has joined us now. Players are ready, and we are good to go into map 4 of this series, guys. Let's kick this off. Shin with a 2-1 lead in the best of 7. So still has that lead. Let's see what he can do on Old Sun Temple. Let's see what the spawns are. Close spawns, cross spawns. Obviously could change a lot of this. Can dictate a lot of how this might look. Countdown is on. And in the top right hand side, we are going to have ourselves the Teal Zerg player. This is going to be Mr. Shin. Still up in the game, still up in the series. Sorry, got the score the wrong way around. And looking to try and stop Maxpax from tying this up. Maxpax being the red props in the top left. As we do get top spawns to kick us off here. So Top spawns to begin with. Probe and the pylon continue to come through. We have that pull coming down already from Shin, so something a little bit interesting from him at least. Pull coming down early. Hatch build coming up, and Gateway and the probe going about. Just going to see that probe moving around for a couple seconds. The Overlord heading through the top side for a few moments, yes. Just moving across with this and getting things in position. Cybercore and the Zealot all coming up. And again, Ling's the Queen, catching the Extractor, going through as well to bring a lot of this by just for a few moments. And it's underway. So yeah, a couple drones going about. The Overlord and the Queen continue to produce on through. A couple of Lings is going to chase. That probe gets chased out of here. And we're going to see the Watchtower taken for a couple of moments. Those Lings will continue to go after that probe for a couple seconds as well. Again, the Adept of the Nexus and the Assimilator all coming by. Again, Proby producing through as we've mentioned already. We're just going to see that Adept still chrono boosting along as well. Bringing a lot of that up. Zald is going to start swinging through for a bit of damage as well. So far, so good. The Nexus is going to be finishing very shortly. The couple of Queens, the Overlord, and the drone producing by as well. And the Adept should be able to keep chasing. A couple of Zerglings off down to the bottom side of the map. Push that back, push that away. And again, just going to be seeing the drones and the wind speed and production for the next couple seconds. Stargate is obviously the choice still. No surprise to see Maxpax open with that kind of on repeat here. Just going to have the Adept heading toward that upper right side. Getting into position to obviously try and apply some pressure. Shade straight by. Just going to get into that natural expansion. A couple Lings. Pulling across against that as well. So just pulling that along for a couple moments here. Do again have the link speed and the Voidray and the Warp Gate all coming up as well, so again we get a lot of that coming through just for now. Lots to be done at the moment as we have the, again, Hatchery, Queen, Overlords and company coming up. The Voidray and the Warp Gate will come by as well, so just getting a lot of that up and running for the moment. Bringing this straight on through the Adepts. I'm going to recall away again. Not going to stick around in that position. Once again, the Ling's the Queen, the Ling speed, order, everything just coming up and running for the moment. Voidray activates, just going to go straight after the Overlord, which takes, obviously, as you can see, a bunch of damage. It's the nice thing about this Voidray, you obviously just get to take map control away from the Zerg super early. You knock down the Overlord, you chase a lot of this away. It's just a lot of quick positives you can see from it as the Voidray activating for this Overlord again. The couple Queens will once more step forward onto the Voidray. A little bit more damage being done again. As the Queens push that back. Get that shoved out of there. Again, the extra drones and the Overlord and the Queen still coming through. And the Queen's just going to step forward towards the Oracle now. Oracle will take a bit more damage. A few more shots coming into place on it. As the Ling's already activating across the other side of the map. And nice counterattack, hopefully. I mean, if you get the third base, that would be amazing. Surely the Oracle shows up, though, and defends this. A couple of Adepts are in position, are doing a lot of work. We're going to try and dive to finish off the Adepts, which is going to cost you a few more Lings, but these Adepts were super low, so you just said I'd rather get rid of them now than anything else, which does make sense, to be fair. You know, that does make sense, so I guess that does, yeah, I suppose, like I said, that does add up a little bit. Well, I'm just going to see the Oracle and the Blink continuing through, and the Forge and the Probe still continuing to be produced Got a lot of that on the way, as the Zerglings will gather around. Finishing up shortly. Again, the road drone is continue to produce by. Just have the Zergling back over toward the third base, where the couple of Stalkers are going to greet and shut down that no problem at all. It's just going to take that out of the equation. And a couple of Oracles still continuing their way up for the next few moments too. So again, bringing a lot of that up into place. Voidray going to activate. The Overlord already taking a few shots. The Oracle's still trying to arrive over on the other side. The Queens are going to be there straight away. Push that Oracle back and just say, no, no, you do not get to come in over on this position. Roaches and that Overlord speed producing through as well, so bring that straight into place. Again, the Blink and the +1 coming online as we speak. The Void Ray already activating onto a few of these Zerglings. And again, once that Blink comes up, we'll be able to work with this as well. Got Drop Lord on the way. The Roaches and the Overlord speed continue to produce through as well, to bring that straight online. Just for the moment. Queens are going to gather up. The Oracles will pull back once again. Just going to see one more Revelation coming straight down, so keeping the vision on this. One more Revelation again, just going to hit those Queens. And Stasis just coming through. The Ling Ravager gathering back up together. Bringing a lot of the rest of this over. The Stalkers still pressing themselves over toward the right side of this. Again, charging the +1 both building. The Nexus on the way up. It's going to be armor upgrade as well as the +1 attack upgrade. So 1/1 upgrades just in general coming through. And yeah, the Ling Ravager will continue to push through onto this set of rocks and look to open up this space and bring us down into position here to the low ground. The Ling is going to get caught by a Stasis already, so it's going to be a nice catch. Going to be a nice little shutdown right from the get-go. Shut that down, clean that up. Again, the Ravager is going to go in after a few of these Stalkers already, so again, put some pressure in on this. Just going to be seeing the Stasis Ward catching once more. Just for the moment. This is going to be enough for Shin, obviously a big commitment. Once they get rid of this Nexus, still has a lot of Ravagers, using those Ravagers to zone back the Stalkers, pushing them back with these Vials, just currently. And the Queens and Ravagers keep firing. We now get rid of some of the probes, so at least we're going to find some of the eco damage you need here as Shin. But his supply is not staying ahead of the Protoss players. A couple of Vials would have maybe been better to spend a couple of them on Stalkers as they were warping in, because that would have been guaranteed damage done. Some of these Stalkers are so low, but Shin is just not. I mean, I think he might. He's going to get rid of the third base. I just don't think he comes out with enough of a lead here in the end. Because these Stalkers are going to have so much utility. Maxpax already has a base up to the left to replace the base which he's lost here as well. So considering that, I think this is absolutely looking, sadly, a little bit abysmal for, Shin. And it looks like Maxpax might be right back into this series, looking to get it tied on up 2-2 after being down heavily initially. He is looking to have brought himself right back into this. It looks as though Maxpax is going to have himself the defense and the hold here. The Roaches step forward, the Stalkers are there to fight back. We are going to be seeing a few drones pulling back away into the natural again, so just pulling those straight back through as well. And then the Stalker's going to fight, the Roach is going to take some more damage. You do see the drones are going to transfer around here for a little bit. The Stalker's going to continue on the Roaches. We'll get more than enough done here. Maxpax will take this one down, and that is going to be GG as we round out game number 4. And like I say, we get all tied up, which means we are going to be going into Sanctuary for a 5th map. We'll get that on the way right now. West, Central, West, Central, West again. Put Shin in the server preference. And we get this next one ready to go. I kind of want to go nip to grab a drink, I think, just as this is getting started, guys. So I think we'll just do that quickly. Once I start this counting down, because I'll only need 30 seconds, so I will just set us off to that case. So yeah, give me 1 second when we get started. I'll be quiet as we load in. I want to try and keep the games going, because obviously we've got a lot to get through, considering we're in best of 7 territory today. Wait for Maxpax to set his race, and we should be able to go. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Thank you guys, as it's 2-2 tied up. Into this best of 7. Next map. Right here. Maxpax in the bottom left. Shin in the upper right. And we got this ready to go. Settling for this these next few minutes of the game. I have not missed anything early, nothing crazy early on while I was coming back in. So fear not in that regard, at least. Hatch Cat's Pool coming in then. And we'll see next dropping down as well from Maxpax. Powered up with a monster, guys. Hopefully you guys are as well. Thank you to Monster NG for bringing the TLMC to us this season once more. The Monster have been part of the TLMC for a few events in a row now. And also we've also had Shopify join us for this season of the TLMC as well. So again, thank you so much to them. Without their support, without the sponsors helping us, this one would not be possible. So big thank you to Monster and Shopify for bringing us the TLMC, and there's a tournament, the games that go along with it. Next on the side, we're building through a couple of Lings and Queens. We'll be building up initially. We are on a camera, right? I had to put us on any cam. Yes, okay, cool. We were just very AFK for a second. I was like, did I mess up? Oh, no, we're good. We are good. Upgate, Adept, Stargate, couple of probes all coming about. Just going to be seeing the Queen and the Ling speed coming through as well. Bring that all of that online just for the moment. Yeah, getting that going for a little bit and keeping this underway. It's going to be having again the Link Speed, the Stargate, coming across the Adept and the Warp Gate, continuing by just for now. So bring that all over. So going to see the Zergling coming about as well. The Adept's going to continue to shade across for a couple of moments too. Just bringing that straight over right now. Yeah, Oracle and the Warp Gate both coming into place. The drones and the Link Speed will be coming up. We're just going to see Maxpax taking the Nexus in the forward position here on Sanctuary, so this third in the forward, I feel like the forward third is quite far forward on this map, so that's kind of an interesting one. See how well Maxpax can defend against a TSC, what he can do about it. So get that set up. And the Oracle and the Warp Gate still coming by, the Nexus on the way over for a few moments. Oracle just activates to take down Creep Gmo already. Knocking that down. Oracle activates, a couple of crypt humans going down. And then Oracle's gathering, just gonna be seeing the Queen's gonna get in position for a couple moments. Drone will take some damage too. And again, melee upgrade is already starting here. The drone is the Queen, the Swark Roller. Continue to produce by for a couple moments. That next is about to finish you up. The gate's still coming over as well, just for the moment. The depths will continue about, so it's going to move that through. Queen is going to be hitting for a couple of moments as well. Let's put some more damage out for a couple of moments. And we've seen the Oracle. He's going to see the Queens continue to cross for a couple of moments. Just going to see the +1 and the blink continue to come through. And this is going to get jumped on. The Oracles and the Stalkers will gather around. Stalkers and the rest coming back again. The Oracle, the blink, and the +1 all continue to come through. It's going to bring that over for a couple seconds. So it's going to poke again. The Oracle will take some damage. Hatchery taking a few shots. Just going to see the +1 on the blink obviously coming about. The Ling's going to run forward here, try and jump toward those Stalkers. Stasis Ward's getting into place. Maxpax. Getting the hatchery is obviously a big deal. One Ling pops the Stasis only. It's a nice starting point, obviously. And we are going to see the next Stasis coming down as well. So again, that's straight into position. This hatchery will indeed go down just for now. Taking that down. Stalker's going to try and fight back the other direction. So again, trying to put a little bit extra through. Ling's going to regather and charge in the armor and the +1 attack upgrade. Again, everything continuing to come about right now. Yeah, the Ling's not really able to do too much. Shin's starting to lose a lot of units here. Maxpax definitely starting to bring this back in a big way. I mean, not just this game, but obviously bring this game back. Suddenly you're on match point after being down 0-2. The turnaround well and truly underway at that stage. More transfusion onto the hatchery, keeping things up. Just going to be seeing the pylon going down. The rest of the units coming over. Hydras and the Queens and the Ling's going to try and fight against those few Stalkers. The other Ling's going to come running up straight into place here. Stasis Ward catches a few Lings as well. Ling Bane is still running around. Just going to start getting Lings on the other side of this, catching a few of those Stalkers once again. Getting a little bit more caught. The Ling's trying to push forward. The Queen Hydra Force going back the other way. Hydra Ling still producing through with the +1 missiles, the Bane speed, and the muscular augments building as well. Might as well shoot the Stalkers, take damage. The Lings get a catch. And a few more of those Stalkers once more. So again, we find a little bit more value already. Just going to have these Stalkers still backing away. A couple Stalkers blinking back down to the low ground as well. Hydra's still shooting through onto the Stalkers, doing a very good job of things right here. And the Stalker's going to push back over onto those Hydras once more. Can we keep pushing this back to Shin? His supply is not really holding up too well. He's got a few upgrades on the way that will help him, but Maxpax is on his way to 2-2, so being on 1-1 already alone is kind of nice. Just powerful upgrades from Maxpax in this game of PvZ, something you don't always see. +2/+2, both coming into play, so again, bringing that up. Ling's going to get a wrap around, that's all it's going to be going down. The Hydra step across, keep chasing the Stalkers out of here. That Queen going down as well. And that's the Hydra still gathering about. The Zealots are going to fight against those few Zerglings. The Baneling speed continues to come up for a few more moments. And the Stalkers regather themselves. Again, a couple of Zealots are stepping over. The Lings and the Hydras coming through too. The Stalkers going to fight against these Hydralisks as well. Trying to do as much as possible for the moment here as the Zealots get back onto the Lings. The Zealots going to get back onto the hatchery now as well. So again, a lot being done there. Hydra's stepping across to chase those Stalkers down also for the next few moments. just think these Stalkers are going to... I mean, any game you see Blink Stalkers trading for such an extended period of time has got to feel good for the Stalker player, right? Because they're just getting value every single moment that they're trading there, essentially. So, seeing a lot of that really kind of adding up. And as the Stalkers come back through, and again, the armor upgrade and so coming about. That +3 armor, +3 ship weapons. Sorry, +2 armor, +3 ground weapons. Ship weapons. Yeah, +2 on the ground armor. I've just said upgrades are happening. TLDR, yes, cool, thumbs up. Shin is still kind of pushing this back. He's actually killing a few Stalkers here, which is really nice. Obviously, again, taking some of the efficiency away from Maxpax, but the supply from Shin is still not looking great. Down by about 10 army supply. He's going to grab himself an Oracle there. A couple more Stalkers being caught. The additional Zealots were rallying up the left-hand side. A few more Zerglings showing up. The Queen is going to have to pull away, and we are going to see the Zealot Stalker looking to shove straight back across on this. The Lings do get their wraparound onto a couple of those Zealots as well, shutting those down. As we play clean up here across the board. One more stage coming into play as we blink onto this hatchery. And there goes Shin's hatching. And again, unless we can get some serious kills in very soon, I'm just not loving where this ends up. I do like kind of the Hydras against kind of gateway units, but this was not ideal where the Zealots actually get to jump on the Hydras. That's a lot of efficient, expensive units going down for Shin, so it gives great efficiency to Maxpax. And Maxpax also kills the 4th base that was coming up on the right side. So again, without a 4th, this is becoming somewhat of a kind of impossible scenario, right? You're getting into just more and more trouble here over time. Hydras and the Queen still clearing up a few more of these Zealots. A couple more of those going down at the moment, getting that picked away at. And again, the Hydras still pushing down the bottom. Shin just says GG. He knows he can't stay in this one. Maxpax takes the lead in the series. 3 maps in a row to swing this series back into his favor finally. And it's starting to look like a very different scenario to how everything started off in this match, as we go to Verdant Temple for this next game. Looks back to server preference as well, where Shin now must win to take us to a Game 7 and to stay in the winner bracket. Again, this is a chance to avoid Clem in the lower bracket finals, basically, right now is what we're playing for. Avoiding Clem. It's pretty well recommended most of the time for anybody, so I'm going to go ahead and say that they both kind of like to get that advantage coming through. Who are we missing on the casters? Missing somebody. There we are. Crank joining us. And ready GLHF is called, so we're pretty much just set to send it straight away, guys, and kick off into another game. Game 6 of this best of 7. Clem waiting for the loser of this series. Shin says go. We get this ready to rumble. All right. Again, thanks for joining us, guys. Hope you're all doing great. Thank you so much for being here. And to kick off into this next game. Verdant Temple coming through. In the bottom left, we are going to have ourselves the Blue Protoss player. And he is on match point to try and make it to the grand finals of this Team Liquid map contest tournament. It's Maxpax, bringing it all the way back. 3 maps back to back to back for him right now, as he takes on Shin in the upper right-hand side, the red Zerg player. Let's get this on the go. Alright, game 6 coming through then. And we head into this as we get started. That's going to propagate down at the front, the assimilator coming up. A couple of drones in the pool coming into play as well. Let's take a few moments and I'm just going to see this drone is out the front, ready to just take the hatchery. So pool into the hatch. Want to make sure you get the natural down in this scenario. And Shin, obviously not going for the proxy hatch or anything, which has been a little bit popular on this map with the ability to kind of come up to the sides and get into the main base over on that edge. It's part of the way that he won against Classic the other day. As part of the 3-0 in the winner bracket semi-finals a couple days ago. Well, was that just yesterday, actually? That might have been just yesterday. First match of the day yesterday, wasn't it? Cybercore Nexus both coming through and online, so bringing that into place. We are going to have a couple more lings popping. The extractor about to be done as well, so finishing that up for a couple moments. And those couple lings will continue around. Just going to see the probe going to get nibbled at once more. And again, that hatchery finishing fairly soon, so bringing that around for the moment. Drones and the Queen coming up. Cybercore Nexus building by as well. And the depth still on the way. And a little chrono boost on that gateway. Keep things moving along nicely for the moment as well. It's just bringing that across, keeping that going. So far, so good. Drones still minding about. Again, the warp gate coming online. Bring that over for the moment as well. Rex gonna hop out of here, maybe a bit of lag felt, so just getting out of there for a moment or two, getting out of trouble. Again, the Ling Suit and the Queen still building up here. The warp gate and the Stargate coming up. The Nexus is finishing very shortly. And depth is still shading its way about, so he's going to go over toward the right-hand side initially. He's obviously just looking for some early info. We know Shin likes to be an aggressor early in the game, so ideally Maxpax wants to know if that is coming his way, if he has to try and deal with an aggressive Shin at any point, right? You want that kind of heads up in that regard, so... Adepts obviously had a lot of space to work with, but they don't find much. Shin, only good defense with the Adepts, at least for now. Making sure this is dealing with it. Does an observer who's lagging affect the actual gameplay? Yeah, because when someone lags in StarCraft 2, everybody lags. It lags the entire game, so it's... sometimes it's a bit weird, because sometimes you know when I say... Sometimes you might hear me say it's like, oh, I'm lagging, but the players aren't feeling it. Sometimes that's more so that we're not lagging, but like our connection to the server is like the tick, like there's like pack, I don't know what the technical term is, there's some kind of like packet loss or tick rate issue or something. So then you don't lag the game, but it just looks very jumpy and laggy on our side. But if you are like actually like getting high ping and like lagging out, then the players feel that as well a lot of the time, so. Yeah. But when Rex left just there, I don't think anyone saw anything, so that might have been like he felt the lag on his side, but it wasn't coming through. Like I say, this never used to be a thing. It's just with the quality of the servers having gone downhill a little bit, unfortunately, we're kind of in a position now where sometimes that does happen, where we're kind of left in this weird position, and it's, yeah, we're left in this kind of weird position with that. As the Oracle activates, drone and Ling taking some damage. Just be seeing a few more drones still coming about, the Blink coming through, Forge and the gateways continue to produce. The Oracle gets back toward the main base in the next couple of moments. Revelation drops down into the natural. Yeah, Blink, Gates, Forge, probes continue to come by for the moment. Stalker just going to hit that Overlord, damage being dealt, and the Overlord is about to go down. Overlord will fall. Again, blinking the warp gates still coming up. Plus one coming through. The Oracle activates for one more drone kills. Just going to grab that again. Knocking that down already. They should make it so that observers don't influence lag since they aren't playing. Yep, I mean, that's just the age of StarCraft 2, unfortunately. Yeah, the way the StarCraft 2 is built, it's just that is how it works. Yeah. Like, it can't really be fixed or changed. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's just how it works. It would require the entire. It would require basically rebuilding StarCraft 2 from the ground up, from what I understand, to kind of make that actually not be the case. At least the framework of how it works in game and stuff. So yeah, it just isn't happening. Even if we had a dev team, it just wasn't. It wasn't even happening back then, you know. And you gotta think, this was built in 2010 as well. I know some games obviously have a lot of these features where you can just kind of join watching from the lobby and stuff, but SE2 just wasn't built with that in mind. Like, esports was not as much of a thing back then as well, right? So, like, it's just one of these things where it's like, you know, streaming was not as much of a thing. Having, like, loads of people in the game watching was not, you know, there's just so many things that just overlooked because of the time that StarCraft 2 was built in. I mean, StarCraft 2 helped to push streaming forward, right? But at the same time, it suffered because in the way that it pushed a lot of things forward, it also evolved at a time where a lot of things changed in the gaming world. Like, StarCraft 2's business model was also very archaic when you think about it nowadays. Like, you buy a game and you buy expansions. Like, nowadays, it's just, you know, games aren't built on that. Like, StarCraft 2 was just built a few years before the Battle Pass and, you know, the free-to-play, but then, you know, paid content stuff. So, yeah, SE2 was just not really designed with a lot of this stuff in mind. Otherwise, it could have been a very different game. For better or worse, potentially. You know, I'm not saying that that model nowadays is better, but, like, you know, that's why I think the war chest stuff was always very rough for StarCraft, because even when it was successful, the war chest stuff was still kind of being built into a game where it wasn't really built around it initially, so, like, a lot of the units weren't designed to have skins and stuff, you know? So, yeah. It's, StarCraft came up at a weird time in life, really. Anyway, sorry. Hydras have been playing the defense here. Shin has been keeping Maxpax at bay while I've been yapping on with you all. Stalker's going to get rid of a couple of lings over here. He's just going to grab a few of those. The stasis ward's still coming down. Nexus, cannon, robo facility, and the gates continue to produce through as well. It's just bringing a lot of that into play right now as well. Get that all online. You can see those few Stalkers still being chased away. The Roach Hydra helping to push this back. A couple of lings taking some damage as well, trying to get back down this ramp again. Still having the +2 attack and the armor upgrade producing on through. Roach Hydra will come over, just going to be seeing the Zealots. It'll get rid of another Queen already, so just going to grab that right off the bat. Roach Hydra pushing back through. Stalkers stepping forward. Again, the Roaches and the Hydras, as you can see there, just going to take a few more shots just initially. At least they did fix some things with StarCraft 2. Like, at least we can recover from replays now. You guys remember all the controversy when we had disconnects in the middle of games that were maybe potentially won, but maybe not, and the outcome changed based on that? Yeah. Back before we could recover games, that was a bad time. I'll never forget the Marine King parting game that happened in was a big controversial one. This Nidus is massive, by the way, for Shin. He's going to get a lot of damage done in the main base. He's actually pushing the Stalkers back effectively in the middle of the map, too. Considering he's going to do very well in his main. Shuts down a bunch of pylons. Going to stop a lot of warp-ins. He's going to pull back. Don't know if I hate him just fighting in a way. He's going to Nidus to the low ground. We should be able to deny that. We're actually going to reinforce this Nidus in the main base, just with more units popping out. The lack of splashes, again, something which I really felt like was an issue from Maxpax in previous games, but Shin never really, I guess, got quite up to the critical mass of Hydras. Now that he's on that critical mass of Hydras, you are seeing the power of them when they are going up against no splash. They just pop out and they are doing work. Shin looking to bring this and is going to bring this to a Game 7. We're going to go the full distance in this upper bracket final. We're going to get to a Game 7 of this series, and we are going to see if Shin or Maxpax gets to the grand finals, and we will see who is going to fall to the lower bracket finals to battle against Clem. I do not fancy being the guy that loses this. You're going to come out of a long series into another best of 7 against freaking Clem. That feels absolutely brutal, quite frankly. I'll obviously give the guys a few minutes to take a little bit of time if they wanted, of course. There's definitely a benefit to being in that grand final. Not having to play the best of 7 just before the grand final is going to be, I think, quite nice. Best of 7s especially are quite, they're just lengthy, you know? They're definitely draining, I think. I think best of 5, long best of 5 can be, just best of 7s naturally obviously end up going longer as well. I've got everyone in here, so if the guys are ready, we can go. Just need Shin to swap over to Zerg, and we can kick this off. Ready? Get into game number 1. Alrighty, guys. And thanks for joining us over on the YouTube and on the Twitch, guys. We are coming up to almost 2,000 viewers across both platforms, so thank you so much for watching the WardiTV TLMC tournament final day today. Appreciate you all being here, and glad you're enjoying some StarCraft 2 with us, as per usual. It's a pleasure to have you all with us as we get ready for more into this next game in just a couple moments. Let's send it. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Zerg player here. This is Shin, and he is going to be finding himself in a game 7 now. Finally getting a map back off of Maxpax. He won a couple at the start of this series, now wins one to break the winning streak of Maxpax and to break that momentum down a little bit, which is a big deal. Maxpax. Like I say, he'd been playing a lot of kind of the latest kind of splash damage styles and was getting the better of Shin a bit, but in this case, Shin able to get there this time around. Maxpax is into another final later today. Is he really? What else is today? What the heck else is going on today, guys? I don't even know. A Ladder Legends tournament? Is that what it is? Crazy business. Alright, we've got ourselves the Cybercore Nexus coming through. Actually got some pool coming about. Get settled in here for a couple moments. Drones on the way. Again, Cybercore and the Nexus all building for a little bit at the moment as the probe moves around. No proxy hatch from Shin. Disappointing stuff. Yeah, no, he's keeping it very honest, right? I wonder if he just feels like he just doesn't think there's enough of a chance. Feels like maybe Maxpax is a bit too onto it based on recent events. Could be a couple of reasons why he's a little cautious of that. A couple queens coming up, the Overlord and the drones are building through. And Nexus still coming online as well, so bringing a lot of this into place for a few moments here. Yeah, link speed, queens and the drones continue to produce for a little while. Getting this on the way. So you can see the queen still coming out here on the naturals, just trying to bring that straight across. Again, link speed coming about, so you're going to see the lings and the queens coming over as well. Stalker and the probes are producing on through for a few moments. Forgetful Shade is going to finish off that creep gym. It's just going to pick away at that right away here as well. It's just going to take that down, clean this up. So far, so good for the moment. Seeming fairly reasonable. That's 4 at the moment. And Oracle and the Warp Gate building by. Just gonna have the next and a couple of additional probes still coming online as well, so bringing that over. The Stalker, having the vision there to be able to get after the Overlord as well, is able to put a bit more damage onto Mr. Overlord for a few moments. Picking through that. Overlord's still getting poked away at the Stalker. Able to get some damage done. Overlord is going to drop, so he's going to fall already. Going to be a nice little pick off just for the moment. So again, handling this so far. Forging that robo, all building through. Just gonna see the Oracle chased away. Push back up to the top for a couple seconds. And yeah, that Nexus coming about, a couple of probes and everything else coming online as well. Robo facility still producing, gates are producing. Bringing a lot of that by over the next few moments as again the lair, the drones, the OVs, and everything else continue to build into place. Just got a couple of Oracles. Gonna get turned around by those queens also there. Just gonna get that pushed straight back. Yeah, charging +1 still coming up as well. Just got ourselves the Additional gates building through. Robotics facility coming online. The battery building into play as we speak. And that adept is going to be good to clean out a Zergling as well. It's just going to pick that off for the moment. Shade not going to do too much. The Oracle's still moving about. Again, Prism the charge and the +1 all build into play right here. The couple of depths will go shading along once again. So again, just going to move themselves across. So that Rotron coming up on the top side. Again, Temple Archives charge and the +1 upgrade continue to build into place right now. A couple of Oracles still gathering together. These gates still going to be finishing, and we just have the Lings looking to try and get themselves a little wraparound on these couple of Adepts here. Just looking to deal with this. Next few moments, Hydra Den building from Shin. Maxpax going to be playing into this Charge Archon opening, so Roach is obviously very good to have initially here because it's going to be very sturdy defense against the Charge Arts and the Archons at first, so that's going to give you at least a good starting point to work with for the moment. And again, those Lings are going to be pulling back toward that upper right side, escaping back home. Gotta get ready to deal with these Archons, especially when they're going to be backed up by the Zealots. They're going to show themselves in this hatchery. Just to begin with, there's already a couple of Zealots leaking around elsewhere. We lose the Queen very quickly. And you can see these Archons are going to dive through for the next base along, so looking to really get to where the drones are. As the Roaches show up, this should be kind of fine. We lose some mining time, but we're pretty much able to push that back already. Chase that the other way. The Lings are going to continue to head straight over to the left side as well. A couple of Oracles activating to pick away at a couple more workers as we go. And +2 and Storm still building into place. The Immortal at the gates and the Robot facility coming online. The Archons are going to try and shoot through those Queens. One Queen already dropping. The Archons now jumping back into the Prism already. Ling Roach coming over again. And you do see the Zerglings just wrapping around onto these Zealots for a few moments. So the Zealots taking a bit more damage. The Prism coming back through. Again, the Zealots are going to try and charge back over. The Archon going to jump and grab this hatchery. And both those Archons together will put some more pressure into place. We do have again +2 attack and Storm Wall building through. The Immortal Cannon, the Zealots coming online. The Army of Shin is going to defend this. But like I say, with the Storm coming up, bit of a different setup from Maxpax to what we've seen before. Of course, it would go back to some of the early games of this series. I mean, Maxpax was on that Storm early in that first game, and Shin was still able to kind of push through and get enough damage done eventually to put himself in a good position of that overall. So, see what continues to happen here. Again, Storm, Immortals, +2 attack coming about. The Cannon, Pylon, and Stasis coming online as well. Bring that Storm over. Again, a couple of Immortals and the +2 still coming around. The Cannon producing just currently as well. Getting that on the way. Stasis at the front. Going to set up also, just for the moment. Get that in position. We'll get after the hatch, so I'm just going to see that coming straight through. The Roach Hydra gathering, a couple of Zealots continue to go down. Just going to be seeing the cleanup continuing there. It's got the Hydra and the Drop Lords still setting up as well, so bringing all that over, and it's time for Shin to kind of go back to what we saw in game number 1, where he had success with those Drop Lords, and into that kind of pressure around the map. Of course, that was on a map that really felt like it had a lot of available pathways. I feel like this has a few less and a few more choke points to work on, although we are already getting into good position here. A couple of units showing up on this right side, and that base in trouble. At the same time, we've got to deal with the Prism in the main. Maxpax does step across, and for the moment at least is going to defend this Nexus. How well does Shin do over here? Honestly, pretty well, losing some mining time, which is natural, but otherwise, actually going to be able to kind of clean this up and not really lose many drones in the process. Puts himself into a very good position there, all said and done. The Templars and the Immortals gather back around. Just going to be seeing a couple of those Roaches getting picked off. Again, +3 attack coming through. The Immortal and the Probe coming up as well. Continue to bring that over. And more Storm coming down. These Roaches still stepping through. Another couple of Storms coming into place as well. It's going to come straight about here. And off we continue. Just going to have ourselves the big Stasis catching a lot of these units. Maxpax's army would be in trouble if it got fully surrounded here, but those Stasis wards are obviously keeping these units at bay, giving you time to kind of work through other pieces. Maxpax is going to go deeper into this, so I don't know how much I love that, because, well, okay. It's going to work out pretty well. Those storms were great. Shin is not going to have the units to stay alive in this one. It looks as though Maxpax is not even going to get cleaned up on this little group of units. I thought this group of units was maybe diving a bit too deep. Not the case, and Maxpax shoves in, gets the win, goes to the grand finals. He will be meeting us there, as we will be having a ZVT best of 7 up next in the lower bracket final. Shin plays Clem in this next series. So Shin and Clem best of 7 coming up in a few moments time, guys. We'll get this on the way and get this ready to start. Let's make note of a couple things. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 maps we've not seen today. Because I'm not going to force any maps in, but we'll Alright, and get these next set of videos coming up. And we'll get this on the way soon, guys. Just going to throw some ads in, and we'll get ready to resume. Almost 500 people on the YouTube. That's crazy business. Well, we've got Clem Shin coming up next, and we've got the winner of that versus Maxpax in the finals of the day, guys. So that's what's coming up. And we get this TVZ coming through. Yep, best of 7. Everything for the rest of the day is best of 7. So 2 more best of 7s to go here on this final day of the TLMC. 2 more best of 7s to go. Got 2 matches so far. They've gone all the way to every single possible game. Love that. Great stuff. Awesome business. Alright, we will, like I said, give Shin a few minutes, guys. Obviously, if he wants to take a few moments, he can get refreshed and everything. Comes out of a long best of 7. We're not going to push him into this next series immediately. If he wants 5 minutes, then that is all good. Again, hope everyone is feeling good. Hope you're powering up with your monster energy. Keep yourself ready to play more StarCraft. Ready to watch more StarCraft with Monster. Again, bring us this Team Liquid map contest. I should have worn my Shopify Rebellion hoodie. I've just realized, like, this entire time I've not worn my... I've got a Shopify hoodie literally just upstairs I should have worn. Probably should have worn that at some point. That was silly of me. I mean, I've not been told to anything. I just, you know, showing support to the people who are showing support to us. I get the feeling Clem is going to keep vetoing. He's vetoed this map, I think, every time it's been in the map pool for him. He just does not want to play Fear and Faith, unfortunately. Hi, says Shin. As we'll take a moment and get ready for this TVZ. Got a favorite Clem in TVZ, but Clem has not been, like I say, as unbeatable as he used to be, right? Let's have a look at Shin Clem history. Probably, this is the kind of moment where I say something like this, and then the next thing we know, yeah. Clem is like, won a lot. Oh, wow, actually, the last 2 times they played, wow, they've only played once all year. WardiTV Mondays 71, round of 16, Shin 2-1 over Clem. When they last played in 2025, Shin 2-1 over Clem in the WardiTV 2025 Championship seeding matches. Wow, so that, the fact they've only played twice. Well, once all year, twice since December, that's actually nuts. That's, wow, okay, so they have not played a lot, and Shin has had the last 2 best of 3s off of Clem. A couple of videos come through, so we'll get to map picks in a moment. Alrighty, couple of moments, and we'll kick this off, guys. Again, thanks for joining us. Good to see you all with us, and we are just waiting for Clem to pick the first map of this series in a couple of moments, hopefully. Get that on the way. Get this ready to go. Bum, 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 bum. Shin could win this match. Well, yeah. Last two best of threes they played, Shin won both of them. I mean, that was a crazy that they've not played, like I say, once all year, but even the last one, Monday 71, was a long time ago as well. Like, this was not like last week. This was like 3 months ago that they last played. So, Shin's been really good in the last few months, so I could believe in his chances, to be honest. I could be believing. For sure. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Feel kind of bad for him going through that best of 7, then 5 minutes later straight to another one. Yep, unfortunately that's just how these events work. So it's just how these things go. We're going to Rainfall for the first map, guys. West Central West again. Shin gets server preference because he was one of the best performing players in the group stage. Alright, it's going to start on Rainfall. We'll start getting the casters in this lobby, and then obviously hopefully get ourselves everyone else into this lobby very shortly. Clem's on a crazy run. Yeah, this lower bracket run from him has been pretty insane. Obviously, pretty poor group stage, 2-2. Classic and Rogue not going his way, but getting it done against Lambo and Skills to advance. You start in the lower bracket, then you go 3-1 Kua, 3-1 Hero, 3-1 Percival, 3-2 Classic, and now into this lower bracket final against Shin to try and make the full lower bracket run. Looks like the map is going to be Wavebreaker as well, which I love. We're seeing a couple of the maps straight off the bat that we've just not seen yet today, actually. So a couple of those maps going to be our starting points. And then there's only 2 maps which we're yet to see all day today. I would love to see every single map once today. I think it would be really nice. Like I say, let's see what happens with these vetoes. Hey, what's up, Dinosaur OB? Thank you so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. How you doing? Thank you so much for priming us up. If you're sitting out there with the Prime sub available, guys, greatly appreciate if you use it. It goes a long way to helping us out. Helps support the channel, helps support the StarCraft. Just waiting for Shin to pick one more map, and we are fully set to go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 casters. We gained another one. Players are ready though. Let's go into Rainfall for the opening map of this best of 7 lower bracket final. Maxpax waits in the grand final. And let's get ready to send this in just a couple moments. Countdown completes. And we get ready to go. Go. In the top left side, to start off this best of 7 lower bracket final, one of these players will not make the grand finals, obviously. This is going to be our blue Terran player, Mr. Clem. In the bottom right, our red Zerg is going to be Shin, and I'm just going to have to tab for a second to get my dashboard open to check the donation that came through that I did not see in time. Anonymous gifting £38 and just says completely random number. I appreciate the £38 on the random number. Is that actually just a random number, or is there something maybe there's something I'm missing? I don't know. Thank you so much for the 38 though. Some love in the chat for the £38 donation, supporting the stream and keeping it going. Appreciate you. Alright, game 1, best of 7. TVZ time, guys. Put your feet up, relax, enjoy some SC2 here on this beautiful Sunday of games. The final day of the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 16 by WardiTV, powered by Monster Energy and the Shopify Rebellion. Damn, I didn't want to be anonymous when I forgot to change my name when donating. Well, that could be anyone, though. Anyone could just say that was them. Well, you know what? Joke's on you. It was me. I donated to myself to look popular. Called out. I appreciate it if it was you. Thank you so much for the 38. Thank you very much indeed for the support, mate. Thank you very much. It was not you, Vara. Okay, not everyone's claiming fame. You know what? Maybe it'll be easier if everyone donates, and then we can just point out who hasn't donated. 200 IQ. All right, let's see what we get. SCV just scouting early, but there's nothing much going on as we get a couple of queens and lings all on the way through just initially. No, it was me. What's up, Captain Head? Thank you for the 74-month resub as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm just going to be having a couple of lings. We'll deal with this first Reaper. We see the back and forth to start this off. We do have our Queen. Oh, very nearly getting the Reaper there. Not quite getting kill it off. And this Reaper just gets pushed away for a little bit. Grenade onto the Queen. Creep Tumor coming through as well for a few moments. And my command center, I'm going to be finishing up on the natural. So again, that's CC completed. Again, the link speed coming through. The Queens, the Overlords, and the drones all building up for the moment as well. So just bringing a lot of that into place at the moment. Again, that Queen still coming through. Overlord moving about. Let's Reaper back up to the high ground as the Queen is going to fight against said Reaper here for a couple moments as well. So put a bit more pressure onto this. As that link speed and the drones all build into place over these next few moments. So yeah, again, a lot of this up and running here. Again, Lair and drones, the link speed coming about, the Queen producing through as well. So just bringing so much of this into place for now. Reaper is going to be hopping down to the low ground and then back up to the high ground again, so it take a few seconds to move about. Again, Lair and everything else coming on in. Gonna get that Queen still building. And that's Stim back on the way from Clem, currently Marine SCVs reducing through as we go as well. Yeah, what's up? Steve Romo, thank you so much for the Prime sub 2, fresh and new. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting. Again, all your support helps to make these tournaments happen and helps us to keep on streaming. Again, don't forget as well the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. I mention it a lot because it's an amazing way to support our WardiTV tournaments. Obviously, this one is sponsored by Monster Energy, Team Liquid, Shopify Rebellion. But when we get back into the WardiTV Spring Championship and so in the next week or so, then obviously we'll have ourselves, more kind of mentions of the Patreon page coming up because that's pretty much how we fund our WardiTV events. So again, check out that Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. Sellout done though. Let's get into this road speed coming through. Hatchery is obviously a later third hatch from Shin, focusing a lot more on the aggression here initially. So kind of going about that or going for that kind of in the initial kind of setup. We'll see the couple queens are going to be here. The Reaper and the Hellions will start to grab at each other for a couple moments. The Stimpack still about to finish. Marines and Medevac still producing through. The couple of engineering bays are being added on. Again, that road speed is still just about halfway done. Carapace coming up for a couple of moments. Although there's medevacs, a bunch of Marines step through. Just going to have the dive down toward the bottom right-hand side of the map then. The Roaches, the Carapace, and the Roach Speed. Like I say, everything building for a few moments here. Just going to see a few Marines already unloading from the medevacs as well, so getting those out. Feeling's going to grab an SCV or so as well. And the Marines stemming into this third base at the front. Roaches and Queens going to be there to deal with that. The Ling's actually going to get through, so they actually have some potential to deal some damage as Clem is pushed back on the front lines of Shin's side of the map. Shin is going to be here knocking down the depot as he runs across the map with Roaches as well. Looks like he wants to try and keep this wall of Clem open. But he loses a lot of Lings there. I feel like maybe he could have had a few more SCVs if he went for it. As these Roaches show up, I'm not sure they can really do much, right? I mean, these Marines, they have medevacs. They're all kind of low HP. If they stim again, they're going to be even lower. So yeah, maybe we do have to be a little cautious for a few moments on that one. It's going to see the Marines coming back through. The Ling Roach getting pushed back away one more time. And the depot's just going to lower, and again, the Roach is just going to get turned back for a couple moments. 2 more barracks going to come down. So Shin not doing too much with this little bit of a Roach shove just yet. Everything resetting through for a few moments. At this point, 1-1 upgrade still coming about. The Roach is still producing. Again, Marines tank the medevacs. The SDVs all coming online as well. A couple of additional barracks coming through. Medevac is going to be right there, as you just see the Carapace upgrade also still building. Roach on that right side, trying to come back around. It's going to be seeing the extra few Ravagers just morphing in. The Marines going to stem forward, going to go after those Roaches, so going to try and get a couple of kills, but in the end, the Roach numbers are pretty high. Shin is just at 66 workers at the moment, so looking to try and play from kind of a big 3-base economy right here. It's going to see a factory dropping down into position. The Roach is coming back through. The medevac is coming over. And because of shells, the 1-1 upgrades all coming about. Just have our +2 Carapace and the +1 missile upgrade also building into play. Ling's producing through. The Roach is still coming up. Shin is going to stay over onto Clem's side of the map. Again, a lot of this Roach Ravager looking to push forward. Big shove right here. Clem doesn't have upgrades yet, so there's going to be a Carapace upgrade advantage. This Orbital has to lift off. SCV is going to have to commit to repairing that rather than pulling away to safety. So Clem will lose those workers, has to step away from the Biles. You can say, if nothing else, Clem's going to lose a lot of SCVs here. That's fine if he survives, because his army eventually is going to be significantly better. Roach Ravager over a long period does not really scale well. These couple of battles now, maybe hitting a medevac or so. A few more going to try and stop Clem from stimming into the Ravagers as he try and pick off kind of the tail end of this force. I'm trying to stop it from running away too freely. Clem is really just missing the upgrades. When that 1-1 finishes, he's going to start trading so much more comfortably. A couple of Marines get straight through. The Overlord is going to go down immediately then, so we're just going to grab that, no problem. Again, +2 Carapace, +2 missiles. All still building through. Another scan coming around just for a second. Marines now unloading over on the side. French Ravager still pushing up. Just going to be seeing the Bio units pulling away. A couple more tanks getting corrosive biled on for the next few moments here. And we are going to see, a big chunk of Marines getting corrosive biled there. Clem going to lose his siege tank, and I actually think he's going to be in quite a bit of trouble here. Just going to see the Roach Ravager still coming through. The factory going to get biled. Is burning, not going down just yet. The SCVs pull into this. We're not going to be seeing this Bio still trying to fight against a few more of those Roaches. Clem's supply is not looking good, though, as he is going to have a drop on the other side, but a couple of Roaches popping out should be able to clean this up and deal with that. And do you think we're going to start having this all handled in just a few moments? Roaches and the Queen's coming over. That medevac getting pushed away. Again, a couple more of these depots going to be under fire, but Clem just, does he have enough to hold into the natural? He obviously no third base mining during this either, so his economy behind it all is not exactly looking ideal. And as these Ravagers continue to trade on out. A couple more Biles. Medevac gets boosted down once more by that corrosive bile. And a few units going to come stimming straight across. Bio pulling back over. The Orbital is going to come floating over too. And again, the rest of this Roach Ravager force still gathering back up. The SCVs pull in to repair. Orbital's still getting healed back in. The SCVs pull through. Siege tank is going to get piled down. And obviously, as the SCVs dropping this amount of numbers, it looks as though Shin is going to have what it takes to take the game one here on Rainfall. to open up this series in his favor. So Shin gets the first map off of Clem in this opening game of ZVT. All right, so Shin gets the opening game here. We'll head into a second in just a couple seconds. As our second map will be Wavebreaker. This one's actually seen quite a few longer TVZs on it. I'm thinking of Bjorn in a couple of his games has been playing this one out to some of the later stages. Alright, drop the lobby link down, move a couple of people around in the lobby. Move Shin up, gonna move Clem up as well. 3, 6, 9, 11 casters. Doing my math today for sure. Ready, GLHF? They're ready. We're ready. Let's send it into game number 2 of this best of 7, guys, as Clem and Shin go to the second round of this game. Wavebreaker coming up for the map. Let's see how this one plays. As, yeah, like I say, starting with a couple maps that we've not seen yet today. After this, we'll only be missing, I think, Fear and Faith and Defender's Lab in terms of maps that we've not seen today. So, let's see how it goes. We might see Defender's Lab still in this series if we get far enough into it, but have to see just how far we go. In the bottom left side, our blue Zerg taking the first game of this series. It is going to be Shin with the 1-0 lead in this best of 7. Up against Clem in the top right, our red Terran player representing Team Liquid. Like to see it in the top right of the map here to kick this off. SCV depot coming through. Getting set up. There's the hatchery coming down. Direct on the way. Drone building. Rex is just going to be out of here. I feel like the lag's on his side, though. I don't think it's shown in the game, so he might be able to. I mean, he might be fine to just sit through it if it's just lagging for a few seconds. What's up, Mookie? Thank you so much for the 124-month resub, streaking it as well. My goodness, 10 years of just being awesome. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you so much. That's the Overlord. Let's toward that upper right-hand side. Just going to bring that through. Get that on the go here. And yeah, Reaper in the orbital coming up as well. Hatch gas pool all building. Add a drone on for a couple of moments. This SCV pulling back down toward the bottom left for a little while. So just going to bring that back over here as well. Let's do have our queen set up also. And the Queens and the drone still building, the Overlord coming about. Just going to be seeing the CC and the SCVs coming through as well. Factoring the reactor, continue to come through. Again, Queen just going to be there, pushing that Reaper away. Still got the hatch signed up. Again, the few drones and the Queen continue to come about for a couple of moments. The link speed coming about as well. Continue to get that on the go. Command centers building by for the moment here as that link speed is about ready to finish into place if he wanted to keep it going, but he doesn't, so he cancels the link speed and is instead going to keep that gas for another clan further down the line here. So that gas for at the moment. Factory swaps onto the reactor. Barracks comes over to the side of it. I'm just going to be seeing the drones producing through. Queen and the Overlord still building up. A couple seconds. There's the lair coming through, so that's going to be where the gas goes. So he cancels the link speed to get the lair started, then he restarts link speed. see if he, I mean, I guess he still wants to have link speed eventually. Just, I was wondering if restarting it was maybe a fake, but I think he probably just wants it, and he's going to go just fast mutas, maybe fast Spire when that lair gets completed here. And we look to kind of play from there over the next couple of moments. Just see, again, link speed, the lings, the lair, all coming through. Queen's going to be there. Hellion's coming back around. Again, the drones, the overseer, and the link speed all coming up. So just bringing a lot of that into place. While Hellions continue to step over for a few moments. And again, there is the Spire indeed on the way now from Shin. So bringing that straight into place just for the moment. Getting that on the go. And Stim is over halfway done at the moment as we just have the overseer still moving up to the top. Coming down that ramp, the Hellions get turned back around, so they're just going to pull back over in this direction. A couple Queens are going to shoot, the Hellions will take some damage, the Marines are going to go after the Overseer. And Stimpack about to be done, just going to see the couple medevacs and the barracks still coming online. Again, you got the Baneling Nest and that Spire coming up, the drone lings, the Overlord continue to produce through all these early stages and playing from there at the moment, so again, getting a lot of that online. Marines will stim. I was going to see a couple of Crypt Humans are still kind of pushing through. Just going to be seeing the Crypt getting cleaned out already. The 1-1 upgrades and that combat shield still coming over. So again, getting ourselves pushed up for a little bit. The Marines pulling back. The medevac's going to be there. Going to take another Zergling down. As long as the drones, the +1 flyer attack upgrade all continue to come through. Going to see the meters actually going to be able to jump on these medevacs. So Clem's going to lose one. Does he have enough boost to get the other way? I don't think so. Acceleration zone. Both these medevacs are going to go down. So Clem going to get cleaned up. And that's going to give Shin a good bit of momentum early. And as these Marines, a couple of Hellions are going to pull back. Do they have enough to hold with the wall off? I think they're going to be fine. No missile turret up yet. So the third base is going to be under attack from these meters as well. And that's going to be the issue. Trying to ping pong around to deal with these meters for the moment. More of those Marines still going. The meter's going to get pushed around. Let's go back to the right. Again, the Marines, the Hellions gather. Medevac going to be right there. Just going to have a Hellion that we can jump on for a second. Just going to pick through that for a couple of seconds then. Again, the 1-1 upgrade still coming by. The Marines in position immediately. Meters get turned once again, pushing that back at the moment. Metalists want to try and make their way forward once again. Obviously, Shin is going to hold a lot of map control here, and that's going to make up for this initial early investment into meters, or at least he hopes it will. Obviously, he sacrificed a lot to get these meters out early. You know, the upgrades are going to be trailing for him. Clem starts at 2-2 now, while 1-1 is only halfway done for the Zerg. So there are definite costs to having done what he's done, essentially. That's going to be seeing the Drilling Claws, 2-2. And everything else continue to come around for a little bit. Bring this into places. We just have the Drilling Claws coming about, the Thor introduction, the vehicle weapons, and the upgrades all coming by. Marines, Hellbat, and the other medevacs will continue to step over for just a little bit. Those meters looking to get into this upper right side. A couple of Marines are ready to stim, chase those meters down. It's already going to start taking some damage and getting pushed away. Again, Drilling Claws coming up. We are going to see this hatchery going down as well. It's going to be a kill as well, so killing that hatchery. Still got some Ling Bane chasing over. Then the Marines going to keep running. Just going to see the meters are going to run up here, looking to try and get involved. The meter's going to turn onto the medevacs. The other Marines get underneath. 1 meter goes down already. And again, drilling claws coming through, +1 vehicle weapons, the 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. It's going to be having the meters jumping onto the medevac again. Medevac will be taken out. Again, 2-2 carapace coming around. The Marines get underneath, just going to push the meters further back. Still got the 2-2 and the concussive shells coming online. Still got our vehicle weapons. They +2 attack upgrade. Reducing through as we go. Again, the rest of this all set up here currently. Do pro players share which maps from the pool they liked? Yeah, I think all of the players are in a Discord which Team Liquid utilized to, the guys that organize TLMC and stuff, communicate with them on to help decide which maps will become the ladder maps. And to kind of get feedback and iterations and stuff done. Like if anyone feels like, hey, this is a great map, but maybe we need to change this part of it. Stuff like that can get relayed back to the map makers there as well. So there's like a whole process towards getting these maps onto the ladder and making sure we have the best ladder map pool possible. And of course, TLMC voting will be opening up soon as well. Make sure when you get the chance to vote on TL.net, you do so. Voting for your favorite map can, if nothing else, support the map maker potentially by helping them win the TLMC. There is rewards for them. But obviously gives you a good chance to see the maps you like the most making the ladder. Public vote is heavily considered when picking the ladder maps. People, you know, we want to put the maps on the ladder people want to see and play. As Clem plays good defense, he's going to have a lot of Banes rolling in though. Okay, that was not so good defense. Obviously he's going to get overrun here. Does that open the door for him on the other side? Does he have enough just to send it over on the left? No, he's going to choose to pull back home to try and minimize the damage taken here overall. He's going to lose an orbital, though, so he's going to lose this right side base. That's going to be something he's going to have to reset himself a little bit. He's coming through. That refinery goes down. You can see that cord already. Again, 3-3 upgrades with +2 vehicle weapons coming up as well. The meter's still flying through. Getting after that armory, getting after this factory for a couple of seconds. The meter's going to get back in for a couple moments over here, and we are going to see this +3 armor upgrade. In some trouble, going to see that going down in a moment or so. The Thor going to try and help out, but is +3 attack going to go down as well? Yes, it is. The Thor just not doing enough. The meters do not care about it. So they are just going to sit there and take the damage. Now we're going to go for the armory. That's a massive reset on the upgrades, because with the armory going down, you then have to rebuild the armory as well, right? So big reset on the upgrades from for Clem. That's going to give Shin some time here where he's going to keep Clem at 2-2. Shin's actually on Hive, so he can start up Adrenal Glands and 3-3 himself and maybe take an upgrade lead in this game. Typically, when you play Ling Bane meter, you get stuck on layer tech a little bit, but that's clearly not the case here for Shin. Now, he's not moving forward yet, although there's the Carapace upgrade now starting. But like I say, that's definitely a possibility, and like you say, it's going to give him some time to play catch-up and even take the lead on upgrades that typically wouldn't happen. These will just be there. The Lings get chased away. Just going to see still 3-3 melee upgrades continuing through. Lings and the extractors coming up. The bio still getting into the center. The meters going to keep putting a bit more pressure on, a bit more damage being dealt here as they clean up a couple of the mines. Thor gets a couple shots off as the meters fly over. Clem's supply is still maxed out. Obviously, he is now starting to move a new base back across into the location he just lost a few moments ago. He's going to have himself the base over here from Shin under heavy fire. That's going to be Shin's 6th base, though, so not the end of the world if Shin loses this one. Still a very playable scenario for him. He's going to see that Thor still stepping up a little bit as well. Medevac going to load up, pulling further back here. Widow Mine going to blow up onto a Bane lane. The Marines going to turn around again. A couple more Widow Mines going off onto the Ling Bane Force. The Marines get rid of most of the Banelings here. Without the Banelings, you don't have the damage output to get through those Marines. So the Banelings going down gives Clem a much better opportunity to keep pushing forward. The Ling Bane will take a few moments gathering onto this planetary fortress for a couple of seconds. The Marines do finish off the base on the left-hand side. The space over here is lifted off. Will take a few moments to reset. Clem, if you can establish this, is going to be in an amazing spot in this game. He's also going to try and establish the 11 o'clock base at the same time. Both of these bases coming online, coming up to 5 base versus 5 base, would really put him into an amazing position, and I do feel like that is what we're on the verge to heading to in the very near future. Bio's still heading down. A couple of Widow Mines coming across with us as well. A couple of the Creep Tumors continue to set up. Banes running straight through Widow Mines, trying to target. Marines still running up to this high ground. The Banes are still continuing to go across right there. And this is a pretty good fight from Shin, all things considered. You are going to see Clem loading up and trying to evacuate away, keep as many of these medevacs alive as possible. The rest of the army from Clem, reinforcements showing up. He is going to be gathering up well enough, I think, to be fine for now. There's the Lings that came all the way around to try and catch these units. They end up just kind of running through and taking some free damage, so game getting very chaotic. Shin making some mistakes as well at this point in time. Comes with Mind's been working overtime in these fights as well. Shin is getting to ultras though, so big tech up moment from Shin, a moment in this game where things could absolutely shift in a big way. He's just diving onto the command center up there. Like I say, denying the 5 base setup is huge, because if Clem gets to 5 bases, it's going to feel so good for him. He's going to be feeling amazing about where he's at. He is back down the left side. A couple ultras coming through still. Again, adrenal glands burrow continue to come up. Just keep moving over here. I'm just going to catch a couple of the marauders. Take those down. Widowmine hits the Overseer and the Mutas. Actually going to be taking a bunch of damage right away. Now the Marine's getting underneath and the Muta's still being chased away. See a couple more shots coming through. Continue to put the pressure on. Thor obviously adding some damage onto those Mutas as well, so doing a good job there. Just going to see a few Lings going to run by onto the couple of those Marauders, trying to get a little bit more out of that. The Ultra Adrenal Glands +2 Flyer Attack continue to produce in, just for now. Bunch of additional Banes coming up. A couple of bits of this Ling Bane running across. The Ultra's going to be here. Widowmine doesn't go off just yet. Again, adrenal glands coming through, the couple ultras and the Lings coming online as well. The adrenal glands still very much so on the way out right now. Continue to bring this into play. The Ling Bane Ultra Force coming over. Continue to step through. Just gonna have these Banes still stepping up for a couple of seconds right now. Army still regathering. But apparently Shin is just gonna break through and is gonna be able to overwhelm Clem in the end. Wow. The ultras are just catching Clem in a moment where he's just not ready for them, right? Just, he's had so much preparation for kind of this kind of Ling Bane phase of the game. The Ultras hit Clem, and they hit him hard, and he's just not really able to recover from them. What a sick one from Shin. That was very, very well done. Clem going to be down by 2, and we're going to be going to Blackrock for a game 3, but Shin starting this series off like he started against Maxpax, up 2-0. We'll see if he can maintain it this time around, or if Clem will kind of pull a Maxpax and start fighting his way back into this. Again, what's up, everybody watching? We have broken the 2,000 viewer mark, 500 plus on YouTube. Hello, everybody. 1,500 on Twitch. Hello, everyone over here as well. Good to see you all. Thank you for joining us as we get ready for another game in just a couple of seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 casters is what I think we were working with on my last count. What's up, lovely Terran? Hello, hello, hi. That's in response to all 3 of your hellos as well. Is Shin going by Ragnarok again? He name changed for the Team League because he was playing with his old CJ Entus team, so he name changed back to his old name. I think he'll be going back to Shin sometime soon, as Clem and Shin are both ready. But Shin is up 2-0 in this best of 7. Lower bracket final. Maxpax waiting in the grand final for whoever is able to advance on through here. Blackrock are going to be our map 3 as we get this settled in just a moment. Clem needs this one. I think so too. Going down 0-3 in a best of 7 is it's a rough feeling, you know? Needing to win 4 in a row, no mistakes, back to back to back is... It's absolutely brutal. Reverse sweeping in best of 7s is very, very difficult to pull off. So, yeah, I kind of agree. This is kind of Clem's time to kind of step back into this series. Otherwise, it might just be getting a little bit too far away from him. He is going to be our red Terran player in the bottom left corner of the map. It is Clem. First Zerk he's played in the playoffs. He played Terrans and Protoss up until this point through the lower bracket run that he's been making. Going up against, of course, Shin in the upper right-hand side. And get this on the way. Big map here. we see our drones coming through. Again, drone overload coming about. Hatchery coming into place for a couple seconds. I'm bringing this around. And a couple drones stepping over for a few moments. And yeah, let's now have our overload building for a couple seconds here. Getting this on the way. Is this the end of Clem? I don't think so, guys. He's only 0-2 down in a best of 7. I think he'll be okay, even if this doesn't quite go the way he wants it to. Couple queens and drones in the overload coming about. Factory, command center on the way up. Clem, no weirdness to the build order, of course. Very standard stuff here for a moment. There's the Reaper. We'll start to put a bit of damage out. He's going to be there to put some shots on the Reaper as well. So just pushing that around. Again, CC coming up, factory coming through, reactor in production. Bringing a lot of that into play over these next couple moments and getting this all settled down. And getting a couple CCs building up as well. The SCV still coming through. The factory very much so coming online as we speak. Just bringing a lot of this up and running for a few moments. So yeah, factory command centers all on the way. The SCV still producing. The Overlord sitting overhead. The Queen is going to get some shots off onto the Reaper as the Reaper bops the Queen about a little bit. And the Reaper does go down, so actually going to be a nice catch in the end from Shin. Killing that Reaper off, picking that away. Getting rid of this already. The Queen and the Overlord all still building through. Starport in the command center coming about as well. Got a couple of SCVs and Hellions still building. Hellion moves over the right hand side. We are going to see a third hatchery coming into place. The lair starting up on the other side as well. So we got a lot of that started already. Again, Hellions, Viking and the Marine continue to produce. I'm just going to be seeing our, again, Land Roach Run continue to go into position right now. A few more drones producing into place at the moment here. Just going to see those Hellions poking around at the top. The Queens are going to swing back into position to make sure those Hellions don't get very far. I'm just going to turn them back through the middle of the map for the next couple moments instead. Well, the hatchery is going to be coming down, so yeah, the third base coming up, the road speed still building, Stim on the way through, STVs and the company coming up. Queens will start a fight. Queen is just going to be fighting back a little bit, just going to be having the roach speed. And roaches once again here from Shin. Obviously used that roach ravager style effectively in the first game. And Italians coming back through. Again, tank, marine, and the stim all coming online for a couple moments. Italians get through. A couple of those drones already getting picked away at. Just going to be seeing the roaches able to clean the Hellions up. So a little dive by here from Clem, not really achieving all too much. Not getting a lot done on that. Still got those 1-1 upgrades coming about. The stim pack about to be completing. Again, Marines and SCVs coming up as we speak right here. Roaches head to the bottom left side, so again, coming straight across. Just have the 1-1 upgrades, the Marines in the tank coming through as well. The extra barracks coming up. Infestation pit building from Shin. These Roaches are already going to go and put themselves onto the front. The CC on the third base lifts off already. We're not going to have our Roaches taking down a depot. Second and third depot in some trouble, but the tank defense should be comfortable. We've got a bunker as well to back this up. Shin is still committing to the pressure at least. He's building drones and infestation pit behind this. This is not all in, most notably. But obviously he's definitely adding up the numbers to kind of get at least, you know, a little bit aggressive here, if nothing else. So we're going to get some fire going as we just have a couple corrosive battles straight onto the depots there. Just going to see one more depot getting called down over the side, and more biles once more. Depot's taking a few more shots, a bit more being done just for the moment. 1-1 upgrades in combat shield, all producing by. And again, get those Marines, the medevac, and the tank coming online here. 5 Lings, Infesta producing through. And again, 1-1 upgrades in the link speed we'll be building along with this. Roach Ravager coming through, concussive shells in the combat shield coming in as well. Again, missiles, link speed continue to come up. Just going to be seeing that +2 carapace coming up as well. Melee upgrade continues to build by. Viking setting up there. Again, concussive shells coming up. Marine Marauder medevac continues through. The armory still coming around. Extra SCVs building as well. We are going to see this Roach Ravager force over to that right side. Microbial Shroud will be setting up, so we'll bring that into place. Again, just going to be having the drilling claws on the way. The extra Marines and Marauders still building through. Fire stemming up, getting a couple of kills already. Bit of damage done there right off the bat. And they are going to step through. Nice fungal going to land on these Marines. The medevacs going to have to try and boost forward as well. Just seeing the tanks continue to shove on up. Get into position for a couple of seconds. Roach Ravager force still trying to come through. A couple of corrosive battles still coming down. The Bioforce escaping away over to the sides. Tanks still pressing forward as Clem trying to capitalize on a start from Shin, which was maybe not as much damage Shin was really looking for. I'd be really interested to see if these infestors can actually make the Microbial Shroud look useful in these fights. It's going to be fascinating to see how he utilizes them, because I find it hard to believe dropping a Microbial Shroud is a better use of energy than just dropping a fungal, especially if you land a fungal like that. That's 2 fungals in a row that have been great. Now, we don't kill these Marines, but now they've got to really reconsider if they want to stim in here, because they're already going to be low. Like I say, you're going to have to be very careful about that, for sure, over the next few moments. We'll just coming about melee, chitinous, +2 carapace, all building through for a couple of seconds. Just going to see the Viking going after the Overlord. Overlord will take a few more shots already. Again, infestors, the Roaches and the Ravagers regathering themselves. Getting set back in. Melee upgrade still building by for a couple of moments. Continue to get this all set up. 2-2 upgrades +1 vehicle weapons. Bringing a lot of that into position for now as the fungal growth lands down. A few of these Marines getting caught. We are going to see the Ultra Ravager force coming forward. A couple of corrosive battles dropping straight into place. Bioforce fighting a couple of Ultras already getting turned away from that. And this is going to be a big pushback from Clem. I mean, Ultras are still coming through. They don't have kindness for a few more seconds. It's scary though. If Clem loses this position, he could lose everything very quickly, and the counterattack from Shin could be scary for Clem as well. And he's going to run through. SCVs are going to pull. A little bit of Marine Marauder will be right there. Just going to be seeing the tank coming across. 8 SCVs, 9 SCVs, and counting going down. A lot of damage being dealt at the moment. Just going to see 11 SCVs are falling. The Bioforce is going to knock its way through a set of rocks over on the right side. And again, Bio still pushing up toward the top here. Just going to see the Lings going to get chased away. +2 melee upgrade, the +3 carapace. Continuing to produce in, and the Bioforce still going to be sitting right there. Just going to be seeing the Marines. Coming back around, the Marauders will be there again. Just going to see the Ling Ravager force coming through. Bio is going to come back over. Just going to be seeing the Ultras still stepping up. I mean, we're going to dive onto the Ling Ravager in the bottom side of this. The Ultras are still stepping through the top. A couple of corrosive battles still landing into place. We are going to be seeing this army He's actually getting jumped on. Shin is with the Ultras, going to be able to break through this, and Clem maybe needed to step back and get an answer to these Ultras up before it got to this sort of a point. He's trying to kite back and get damage done as he goes. He's going to kill every Ultra, but then is the Ling Ravager too much? We can lift and we can leave. Supply-wise, Clem is down by 20 army. If it's just Ling Ravager, he might be able to handle that for the moment. Trying to get that 4th base in position on the right side. Corrosive Bowels, Medivacs dodge away. Medivacs dodge up to the top as well. Just going to be pulling out over there. Again, that Viking still coming through. +3 attack still coming up. Another Ravager going down. The Ultras getting jumped on as well for a couple of moments here. The Ling's still coming across. A couple more Corrosive Bowels straight into place already. Chasing forward Bio Army, trying to get on top of those Ravagers, clearing up where we can at the moment. Picking up everything possible. As Clem does push Shin away. Again, supply-wise, Shin definitely looking comfortable, but Clem can just look to stabilize against these Ultras. I mean, he's going to get libs on the way up, so that's going to help him to put some positions on this map that are a little bit safer for him to kind of stand in. Again, +3 melee upgrade coming through, bailing speed coming up. We have ourselves the Infestor Ling Ultra Force. Burrow there for a couple of seconds. Ling Ultra Ravager Infestor coming by. Medivac's going to lift up, coming on through. Just going to be seeing the hatchery. I'm going to be cancelling the top left side. Clem putting some pressure on. Continue to drop around for the next few moments. We've seen the Bio still stepping through. The couple tanks are going to be here. Again, everything joined up. Bane speed coming through as well. I mean, that's going to be nice for Shin getting some Bane speed available in the next few moments. You see the commands are going to drop down. Here we go. Ling, Ravager, and Baneling, Viper coming over. Just going to be seeing the Liberators. Just going to come through. Planetary Fortress will go down. A couple of limbs still shooting. The army going to get chased away. Fungal landing onto these Bio units. And again, just going to see the Ultras coming through. The other way. Again, +3 armor coming up, +2 vehicle weapons coming through as well. +3 melee, overload speed. Just going to be seeing a couple of SCVs coming back around. Still running up. Just going to see the Bio going to get there. Serving's taking a bunch of damage. Tank's doing a great job of that as well. Continue to do very nicely for a couple of seconds. As we do have ourselves the Bio again. Getting rid of this base in the top left-hand side. A pretty major positive so far. Doing a great job of this. Keeping this pressure up very nicely so far here. I see the Ling Bane Ravager Force down the bottom right, man. Shin is taking so many bases just around the map currently. Getting so much set up here, there, and everywhere to try and just see exactly where everything will go to. Ooh, a couple of burrowed Banelings going to get some work done as they actually managed to land a connection down there as well. Nice little shot on that. Is going to be coming back over, just going to be having the Ultras diving through. 12 drones going down. Corruptors, Ultras, I'm going to come back in for just a second and see where else we can go. Still moving for a little bit right now. And getting on the move for a few moments, bringing this all around. Keeping this going right here. Just going to be having a couple corruptors coming around as well. Moving around a little bit, and again, Bane Ultra Force still gathering up at the moment. It's a lot of bios, a lot of tanks coming around as well, so again, we bring a lot of this into play just straight away here. Getting a lot of this settled for a few moments. I'm just going to be seeing the +1 flyer attack coming through. Again, getting a lot of this on the way, just nice and quickly. I see an army coming back down towards the bottom side of things here as well. I'm just going to see 15 more Banes coming up. +1 flyer attack is coming over as well. And bring a lot of that through just for a moment or so. Hey, what's up, Hobbit Kabul? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 6113 sub on that Prime. Appreciate it as always, you know it. Thanks so much for supporting and being awesome. Continue to be the best. At least one of the best. Appreciate it. As we do have Bane Ultra again coming around here for just a little bit. Just going to be having the +1 flyer attacks coming through, the couple of spines. This game, 17 minutes deep. Shin has quite the bank. Obviously, a lot of bases. Clem only has 4 bases, which I do think long-term is going to become a problem for him. Because I do think, genuinely speaking, there is going to just be a point here where he's going to kind of run into trouble, right? Like, there's going to be a point where it's just going to be difficult for him to have enough to kind of keep things going. So, I do worry a little bit about that, I suppose. We'll see exactly where it goes soon enough, I'm sure. Again, Bioforce tanks gathering around for a little bit right here. Just going to see the Marine Marauder still coming around. Got a lot of that going just for a couple more moments. At this current point, just going to be seeing the Ling Bane Ultra still chasing. Siege tank is going to get grabbed for a few moments too. Good fungal growth coming down. Snipes onto the Overseers. Need to get some of those snipes onto the Ultras as well in these next couple moments, else this is not going to have a happy ending still, as we are going to make our way straight through this. Clem is killing a lot of stuff. I'm just not sure if he's going to have enough overall. I'm just going to be seeing the bio still gathering back over. The Corruptors are going to be there. We pull back through the Orbital Command. Pulling back as well for just a couple seconds. Again, resetting things momentarily on this one. And Ghost Marine Marauder coming through, so Clem knows where he wants to go to, but Shin just has the rebuild potential, and Clem, if he has to keep replacing bases he already had previously that he no longer owns, I think that is long-term just not going to really do it for us anymore, right? Like, that is just going to put you in a very difficult position at the end of the day on this, so yeah, I think that's going to be one of the bigger issues. All said and done, coming towards the tail end of this one, and I think that's going to be, like I say, very difficult to overcome in the grand scheme of things. IO gathering back up, the Ultras coming over as well. It's going to get a hatchery at least. So Clem is on the push, but I just don't see this army standing the test of this force. It's a lot of Ultras. I mean, position utilizing the position of the mineral line, so very effective. I'm sure something that can absolutely benefit us here, but I just don't think it's going to be good enough. The Ultras are diving through, the Corruptors are going after the Liberators, and the supply is looking great for Shin, who is already replenishing with 7 new Ultralisks. So he's already getting a lot on the way behind this as well. It's obviously also going to be a pretty huge factor, a pretty big deal. And yeah, it's just hard to really see this going any sort of way. It's going to favor Clem, as Shin is looking to get a 3-0 lead in this series. Isn't that just absolutely bonkers, considering what we typically expect of, Shin, Clem. Especially Clem's TVZ is, so freaking good. One of the matchups he's the absolute most, not just, good in, but super consistent in as well. Like, Clem is usually so good in this matchup, and I'm not saying he's been playing badly today. Oh, whoa, we're going to see the tank on the high ground, by the way. I didn't realize that just yet. So actually have the high ground siege tank being utilized. Hurrah! Clem utilizing the map. Go Clem, doing what all the map makers were hoping he would do. For a little while, we've been waiting for someone to actually utilize that, so nice to see it coming into action. Again, rest of this bio coming about. The Ling Ultra going to come over for a few moments as well. Just going to bring this straight over, and in we go. Just going to see this bio force setting up to try and deal with this, try and handle this position. Snipes coming down as the Ultras charge on through, but this is looking so good for Shin. It's about to be a 3-0 lead. Big fungal to wrap things up as well. Oh my goodness, the Ultras are going to love chomping through those Marines and Marauders, and they are going to get straight to work on it. So, yeah, looking great, looking fantastic. GG is called, and that one is going to be victory for Shin. A 3-0 lead and 1 map away from taking Clem down and advancing to the grand finals for the rematch against Maxpax. Coming up in just a few moments, guys. All right. Well, might not be a rematch against Maxpax in just a few moments, but Game 4 will be coming up in a few moments as we get ready to go into Old Sun Temple to determine whether Clem will bounce back at all or if Shin is just going to run away with this entire series, which, like I say, would be, I think, a shocker to most, and fairly so. Drop this lobby link down and get this settled for a second, guys. Again, thanks for patience during these games. Just got a lot of casters getting the lobbies and everything. LHF and ready. I think we've got enough casters. Looks good. Ready. Let's send it, guys. Let's go into this next game. 600 views on YouTube, 1,800 on Twitch. Hello, everybody. Hope you're enjoying. We are going into Game 4 of this best of 7. It's time for Clem to try and turn this around. Shin is just able to hold out so far. He's been able to keep it in his favor. Keep things looking good for him. Let's see what happens on Old Sun Temple in just a couple of moments. So bringing this straight up. In a moment, bringing this through. We're going to have in the top right-hand side the Red Zerg player with a 3-0 lead. I'm actually going to swap them around the scoreboard. Let's do it like that. Perfect. In a 3-0 lead in the upper right, it is going to be Shin. A map away from the grand finals and a rematch against Maxpax in a series which I actually think he could do pretty well in a rematch, honestly. I'm not going to doubt him. I believe a little. I believe a little. On the bottom, top left-hand side, our blue Terran player here is going to be Clem. Well, let's find out Observer. Ah, why am I stuck on the one that eats around everywhere? Ay. I really feel like a more effective way of telling people to get off your camera is to go into like a bottom corner of the map where nothing's happening rather than yeeting around like crazy. It's gotta look miserable on stream, no? Ay. Couple of Ling's going to chase around for a few moments here. It's just going to move about for a couple of seconds. Get this on the move. Get this going. Ling's going to take the watchtower for a little bit. We're going to fight against a few of the Zerglings, so again, we got a bit of damage done there straight away. And you're going to see this Reaper coming back across for a couple of moments, so let's see what else is going on. Put a little bit of pressure in for the next few seconds. Obviously, the Lings show up, and the SCV is going to be here, so it's only a little bit of harassment. The Marine will deal with this in the end. And a couple Lings will continue to run around to just try and get a little extra out of this altogether. Continue to try and play cleanup for the next few moments. Well, Reaper is going to stay active over on this side, trying to, again, find as much as possible for a couple of moments here. So, again, staying as active as we can do. You can see the Reaper back across Ling's. Speed is coming online as well, so continue to bring that straight into place. Getting that going for a couple of moments. Reaper going to hop back down the low ground. The Ling and the Queens come through as well. So again, we reset things for a couple of moments. Bring things about. Again, layer drones, Queen on the way through for a few moments as well. So just bring that all up and running. And again, the layer is on the way by. The couple of drones still producing through for a few moments. Bringing a lot of that into place for the next few seconds. So you can see the Reaper and the Hellion together will put on a little bit more pressure also. So again, just get some damage done over here for a couple moments. So some work being done, some damage being found. As we'll run into the Marines, not be able to do too much else. A couple of Hellions on the map, but otherwise we're going heavy on the Marine production. Stim halfway done, the starport done, so we're going to be in full medevac mode very shortly, and aggression will be kicking all the way out, so expecting that very soon. Lings are going to get after these Hellions as they kill 3 drones, so not a bad starting point for the Hellions at all. Just going to get those, and on we should continue as we have the medevac Marine Stim Force continuing in. Hydrogen coming up, Evolution Chamber coming online as well, so again a lot of that coming straight into place at the moment. I'm just going to BRB 1 second, guys, sorry. Sorry guys, I think it was barking and the door went. I didn't know what was going on. You can see the Marines coming back around, medevac's coming through. Just going to be seeing a little stim forward as we go after a couple of creep tumors. 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield coming about. As you are going to see Clem stepping in, trying to put a little bit of pressure on. So the medevacs are going to be picking up and getting away from here. Shin taking some damage. Hydra count coming through as he gets that groove spine on the way up. Marines dropping down, 7 drones coming over. And again, 1-1 combat shield coming up. And this is going to get down Overlord. And get picked away at that for a couple seconds. Y'all can see the combat shield and the 1-1 upgrades obviously all building through. So Clem getting into that upgrade setup. Carapace coming through as well. Muscular augments also building. And bringing a lot of the rest of this around. Infestors, Hydra's coming up, Hydra speed and the +1 missile upgrade still coming by as well. So again, we get a lot of that starting through just for a couple of moments and keep this pressure on the way. Again, +1 missiles, Hydras and the Infestors coming around. Gonna have ourselves the Armory coming up as well. Again, tanking the Marines all building through here. Again, those 1-1 upgrades coming up as well. And that concussive shell is also building. So yeah, just bringing a lot of that straight into place for a few moments. See where we go with things. I was just going to be seeing the Infestors coming about. Ling Hydra will step through. Gonna see the Lings and the Hydra's going to get back over. Biotank coming across, medevacs up in the sky, the microbial shroud coming over. So I'm trying to keep the pressure up, working through this top side of the map where possible, so I'm doing what we can. Just initially. And a couple of tanks, a few Marines all coming about just for the moment. Just having the Lings continuing back over. Marines here going to fight against a few of those Lings as well. Just going to see those Lings push back the other way. Just going to be seeing that getting cleaned up for a couple of moments. So far, so good still. Alright, so that continues through. Again, just going to see the 2-2 upgrades, the +1 vehicle weapon coming online. Marines, the tank coming across for a couple seconds. Again, bringing the rest of this online for a little while. And see the 2-2 upgrades coming about again, the 2-2 on the side of Clem coming into play as well, so bringing a lot of that online. Clem still pushing up into this position. Lurkers obviously make it difficult to keep pushing through. Tanks firing, a couple Lurkers taking some shots just initially. Not going to be seen again. Liberator tank, Marauder. All of the upgrades coming by for a few moments here. It's going to be having the couple of Libs maybe even pushing a bit further up and just going to start sieging this position. As Libs get settled then, look at Hydra, what we're going to do. I'm going to try and dive into this. Microbial Shroud's coming down to where the Lurkers are about to burrow. Cool idea. You see the Bio pulling further back. Oh, nice fungal as the Bio gets caught clumped. The Hydras are going to step forward. I mean, we did some work with the Microbial Shrouds. I will genuinely say it. The Microbial Shroud was better than expected. Microbial Shroud was better than expected. I'm not going to lie. I mean, to be fair, he put it down in a really good place, right? He put it down preemptively. And where the Lurkers were going to be, and also where the Hydras were going to chase the Bio into. So it was just really good placement on the Shroud. Really good placement on the Shroud. Going to see the Hydras open up this set of rocks. They're just going to knock those down for a couple of seconds. Break those through. Again, Hydras and the Lurkers coming about. Just going to be seeing the push down to this bottom side onto this orbital for a couple of seconds as well. And 3-3 coming about. The Ghost still producing. A couple of Liberators going to get sieged up. The Bioforce terracing forwards. Nice counterattack coming in at the same time here as well. Coming straight across. We are going to see the couple of Infestors still coming about. The Hydra Ling Force coming through as well. So again, a lot of this coming around. Just going to see the Hydras and the Lurkers still stepping up. Breakthrough upgrades coming through. Just going to be seeing the Ghost still building by as well. Again, getting a lot of that into play for these next couple of moments. Still that hatchery settling down onto the bottom right-hand side. Hydra, Lurker, all producing through here for a couple of moments. Big Force, Ling, Lurker, Hydra Force coming across then, trying to see what we can get up to for a couple of moments. Going to see the Microbial Shroud coming down. Getting in position there to deal with this. So coming straight about, just going to be seeing the base going down. Nice push. On the bottom left side, there's a little bit of harassment at the same time as well. Also just looking to come through for a moment or so there, so I'm just trying to handle that for a moment or two. Deal with this as best we can. I'm just going to go after the couple of medevacs here for a few moments as well. It's just going to try and clean these up for a couple of seconds. Just going to see those Hydras still gathering. And then everything joined together for a couple of moments. Bio Ghost will be involved here. And again, all those upgrades are going to be a big part of this. Just going to have the Ling Hydra Infestor continue to build through. Close and fast is coming up. Going to be a big deal as well. So again, getting that on the way just for a moment or so. Continue to bring that into action for a few seconds. So again, bringing that all around, getting that set up just for a few moments. Fire going to fight. A little fungal growth coming down as well. Just going to get that settled in here for a couple moments. That's ready to go. Just going to be seeing this Bioforce still pushing through. It's a lot of drones going down. Shin does not really have enough to stay involved in this, I don't think. I think this one is going to be coming to a close as Clem is going to get a map back in this best of 7. Is going to get 1 point on the scoreboard. And that is so good to see, considering how things have been going for Clem in this series. So going to turn this around, going to get that back on track. And we are going to get ourselves a Game 5 on Rorschach between these two, as Shin looks to still close this out and send us through to the grand final. Still a map away. Obviously, like you said, going to be difficult for Clem to win 4 in a row, but never say never is the moral of the story, realistically. Move Clem up, move Shin up. Looks like enough casters. Oh, Clem needs a couple minutes. Alright, guys, we'll run some ads if Clem needs a couple of minutes. As, man, Shin had the best microbial shroud I've seen in a long time. Still wasn't good enough. It still wasn't good enough, unfortunately. As we get set to get back at this in a couple moments, guys. So, get this on the way very shortly. Alright, so yeah, we just need Clem to be ready. Take a couple moments. Definitely felt like there was a few moments where Shin was getting control back in that game, just didn't quite manage to do enough of it in the end. Clem is ready. That was a very fast 2 minutes. Alright. Let's wait for Shin to ready up and we'll be able to go, I think, guys. So, should be able to kick this off in a moment. Players set. GLHF's called. We can get this on the go. Kick this off and get this beginning. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for, say, a little bit of patience here. Get ready to take this into play. Beautiful stuff. Alrighty. Rorschach going to be our map. Let's get this started. Let's get this going. Let's see what's going to take place. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Zerg player, still a map away from victory, is going to be Shin with that 3-1 advantage. Clem looking to bring it back on this one as we get this on the way and ready to go. So, getting this started up, get this rolling out. Rex gas, SCV on the way through, pool, and a couple of drones are coming about here for a few moments as well. Let's bring that straight into place. Right, Reaper coming through, the few Zerglings coming up already from Shin as well, so getting that underway and operational to begin with for a couple of moments. The older command coming online, the Reaper is building with the command center coming up as well, so a lot of that just coming through for a moment or so here. Getting a lot of this started out for the next few moments. Battery will come into place. We're not going to see those lings arriving kind of early from Shin. If he wants to try and get something done, we'll see what it looks like. Again, drones and the Queen coming about. The Overlord coming through as well. Let's just bring that around for a couple of seconds. Yeah, Tech Lab coming about, a couple of racks on the way through. And just get that settled in here for a couple of moments here, so just getting this on the way, see what is coming around. Queen's going to be there. Reaper just getting pushed back. So again, we chase this away for a couple of seconds. Handling that pretty decently for a few moments. We're going to have the Stim, the Marines, the rest of this coming through for a couple of moments. So again, just get everything settled in for a couple of seconds here. Get that started up. See where we're going to take things for the next few moments. So again, bring a lot of this into play. The Hellion is moving back around over on the right-hand side. Getting set up as well, but just a little bit. And as you have the drones and the Queens continue to produce through also. So again, getting a lot of this just straight on the way, on the go initially. Bring this straight about. I see the Lings running through. Actually going to get a catch on these Marines, which is amazing. So it's going to be some nice damage dealt straight away here. Being able to get straight through and just jump in. 4 SCVs go down. Clem dealing with it pretty well, all things considered. It's not an ideal situation, but he's still making the most of it. But in the end, it's 13 SCVs going down. So some early damage for Shin in what could be a decisive fag moment in this game and hence in this series as well. Kind of crazy business over here as we just have the Medevac's going to get after this Overlord. It's going to take that down already. Just going to knock that straight through. Again, Marines in that combat shield coming up. The barracks and the SCV still coming around as well. Continue to get this on the go for the next few moments. We have the few Marines actually stepping up towards the place for a couple seconds. Just going to knock that down. Go through with that for a couple moments. The Ling's going to be able to force these Marines to lift off. Supply-wise, Clem is still okay. He's obviously down a bunch of work from where he should be. He is going to get a few drones in return at least. That will help him in terms of the economy. That will help you get pushed back toward the right direction here, if nothing else, for a little bit. You can see those Lings going to come wrapping around, so they're going to look to do a little bit of something about this as well. Just for a few moments. Again, 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming online. Medevac's going to load up, just going to move straight across here for a couple of seconds, just going to come straight by. Get that on the way. We do have a couple of hatcheries building about, Carapace and the Roach Speed coming up as well. Continue to bring that straight over for a few moments. Again, Evo Chamber and the hatcheries all building up. That gold base on the top of the map being taken as well. It's just getting that set up here for a second. So yeah, just coming around with that one as we take a moment and have ourselves the Ling's going to run across. Going to put some damage out pretty much straight away. So again, try and get in here. But the Marines are in position. The Widow Mines there, not really needed, the Widow Mines at least. But still something for us to think on for a few moments, if nothing else. Again, just going to be having the Overseer still coming about there as well. So again, just getting that all joined up. Keeping our eyes on things. This gold base from Shin to the top side, if you get away with it, is obviously amazing. But do you get away with it is a pretty good question. I think is genuinely the answer is, you know, kind of typically meant to be no. You probably don't get away with that, but we shall see. Roaches, Ravages, the Lings gather back around. So just going to bring all of that together. Still got the 1-1 upgrades coming through. And the Marine Marauder continuing up as well. So just bringing a lot more of that into play. The Widow Mine going to go off. It's a lot of Marines available at the moment here, so collecting them together for a couple of seconds. And we're just going to be seeing this Roach Ravager force kind of getting outnumbered a little bit. The SCVs are pulling through. I'm not even sure how much we need the SCVs, to be honest. As you can see, the Roach Ravager... Well, at first it felt like the Roach Ravager was getting pushed back no matter what, SCVs or no, but actually in the end, maybe the SCVs were a little bit necessary. We lose a few of them. Clem knows if he can just knock this army down, his army's going to be much better in the next stage of this game, so it's going to be tough to do much else about this. You see that Bioforce all coming around, just getting settled for a couple of seconds here. Rejoining things for a few moments. It's going to see the 2-2 upgrades all coming about as well. So again, we bring a lot of that up and into play for a few moments. Let's do Carapace, Roach Ravager Ling, all building through. So again, we bring a lot of that up. Got a lot of that running. Just going to see that Overseer still going to be sitting about here for a few moments. Bioforce heading straight over to the left-hand side. Just going to be seeing those medevacs sitting overhead as well. The Roach Ravager army is going to try and chase down on this. Clem may be getting a bit over-aggressive here. This army, especially with unsieged tanks and not just being preemptively set up, is going to struggle a little. We are going to have to see him. I'm surprised he didn't just lift everything and run away already. Like, I felt like he was going to lift things a lot sooner. As reinforcements get here, you can kind of see that he's probably going to be, you know, kind of fine. Just again, seeing the 2-2 upgrades, the +1 vehicle plating coming about. So we've seen there's a couple of tanks at least getting siege. I mean, again, you can kind of see the firepower of the Marines kind of shredding through the Roach Ravager, giving it, you know, the right opportunity. If not enough Roaches stay in front of the Ravagers, they're going to melt away as well. Does Clem have enough for Bioforce? It is +2 Carapace, at least from Shin. It's going to give these units a little bit of extra defense to what they're currently working with. Roach Ravager force spreading, trying to split. Shin trying to stay alive to stop Clem making the attempted comeback in this series right here. We are going to be seeing this Bioforce still standing strong and getting through a few more of those units still for a couple more moments. The Roach Ravager still going down, still being chased away at this point. Well, upgrades still coming through. The Liberators and company coming up as well. Bringing a lot of that around here for a few moments. Roach Ravager just stepping forward for a couple of seconds. Just going to be seeing the Corrosive Bell under attack, but this time the tank's going to stay alive. And of course, if we're backed up by tanks, Clem's army is going to be feeling excellent against these Roaches. So that's obviously a big thing to remember as well. If those tanks are in play, it's going to be a real good time for Clem, typically speaking. Couple of Liberator shots, drones already going down, so again, damage being dealt already. A few shots coming straight through. It's going to be seen +3 attack, Marine Marauder, and extra barracks from Clem as well. And so we do have the gold base from Shin, and if Clem doesn't deal with that gold base, that could be an issue. He never spotted it. Maybe these Liberators were on track to see it just then, but still no, not just yet at least. He actually turned them away, so he's maybe still unaware of that base, and if you let that go for too long, that could be a little bit of a problem. guessing the bio going to be there. A couple of is going to be sieging up. Just going to be seeing the Roach Ravager continue to come across. Just going to have the rest of this going around as well. Just going to see the Roach Ravager still putting some pressure on. And his orbital command is going to be under some fire. The Bioforce going to go back the other way, going to push this away for a couple seconds. And so Orbital is living. Do we have enough firepower against the Roach Ravager force as Shin tries to break through this? I just don't think he has the damage output to really break through himself, honestly. I think that's actually the biggest issue here. I just don't think he has enough, and obviously, as he blacks reinforcements, it's not going to be good enough, and that is going to be GG. Clem brings it back by another game, and we are going to go to a game 6 of this series. And Clem is a map away from forcing the ace match game to come around. So this is getting pretty serious, plain and simple. As we get ready for this. Yo, KJ. Yo, thank you for the £50, mate. I hope you had a good finals yesterday. I much appreciate. You're much appreciated, mate. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the big donation of the 50. Some love in the chat, please. Man, the donations are going crazy today, no? Donations are going crazy today. We're going to play Exarch for the next map, guys. It's a big one. We'll see if we get cross spawns. I think Clem might be in some trouble personally, but maybe he can prove us wrong on that. Alright, on ads, we're good for ads. Did I miss a donation? I feel like 100 or something is crazy. I know we just had 50, we had 38 or something earlier. Miss a donation at some point? Or maybe it just didn't reset it from yesterday or so. 50, 38, 15 from Tony Bohop. No, I guess 15, 38, 15 is going to be... I guess that kind of makes sense. No, I guess we're right. Wild. Okay. Let's get into this next one then, guys. Get this ready to go. And be away in a second. Ready GLHF, ready up from Shin. Clem and Shin into a game number 6. Shin with the 3-0 lead, slipping away from him little by little. Can he bring it back? This is a massive map. I expect mutas to be a big possibility here. It doesn't necessarily have to be the go-to, but I think it's a big chance of being what we see on this one. Let's find out on Exarch as we get this game hosted and ready to go. Clem's server preference for this game, it will be Shin's server preference for Game 7, if we get to a Game 7, obviously. Let's give you guys a heads up on that. As in the bottom right, still has match point in his hands, a chance to get to the grand finals against Maxpax. In the bottom right corner, this is Shin. So close, and yet it starts to feel so far when Clem is starting to win games like this, obviously. So close, yet so very far, it feels like. As we get this up and running. Obviously, Clem starting to amass the comeback here, looking to try and make the full lower bracket run if he was to win this, then go into the grand finals against Maxpax. Started in the lower bracket from the group stage performance that ended him in 3rd place of his group. Game 6 this series. Get this on the way. Drone to the low ground, getting in position for a couple of moments here, moving around. Obviously, we got these worker tubes we've discussed a lot throughout the course of this tournament as well. We'll see if they get any love in this game. Of course, we've only got one best of 7 after this, so each time you're seeing a map now, guys, it's very likely it's the last time we see the map. And there's a very good chance that is the final showing of the map in the tournament, so I could say one last chance to see these features. Obviously, we will probably be using some of these maps in some WardiTV events in the future as well. Sometimes, we oftentimes update the map pool a little bit before, keep testing some of these maps and give them a bit more love and stuff as well, so it's definitely a possibility. Bring this around for a couple seconds, nothing too crazy just yet still. To settle this into place. Barracks, depot, command center all coming up. The SCV in production as well. In just a few moments, and you obviously see this forward point in base. Crossbones is going to indeed be the worst scenario here for Clem. Good scenario for Shin. Bigger map essentially you get to play on, and Zergs do love the size of the map being bigger. The bigger the better, they say, in the Zerg spice of life. Well, the Marines, the command center, and the factory all coming through, so we bring a lot more of that into place at the moment. Again, link speed still coming up. It's going to see one Reaper coming through. Queen already going to take some shots. Can push back. Queen's going back the other way, making sure those Reapers do not get too close, keeping them at bay for the moment. We'll just have a couple of queens gathering around, so join those up, get that settled in. Maybe we're going to fire a few shots off as well, just for a second. Get this on the way. Link speed will continue to come around, so again, bring that straight up into position just for a couple of seconds. Getting this all ready to go, go, go. Just gonna have that stim, the Marines, the medevacs coming through as well. A couple more SCVs and the depot coming online. The layer's about to finish, the Lings and the Overlord coming up as well. So again, we bring a little bit of this over for the moment. If it comes back through, let's fire on the way about. Hatchery coming over just for a second as well. So bringing that over right now. I've seen a few Marines going to get in after this for a couple seconds, so a little bit of damage being done, nothing too crazy overall. Just going to be seeing these Marines are going to get busy for a couple of seconds as well. Just going to be seeing the Marines getting after those Lings, so putting some damage out for a few moments. The Marines getting after another Queen. Pretty good start here for Clem, getting some serious value off these Marines. I mean, this is just 1,600 resources. He's lost 2 Marines and a Reaper. Killed 4 Queens, all the Lings, and just having a fantastic time of things. So right now, having a pretty excellent time for sure. As things are looking good right here. And yeah, that's definitely a pretty good way to go about things so far. I mean, at this point, Shin is already just in serious trouble, so this is bad. To say the least, this is really not what you want to be seeing. Disaster time already early in this game for Shin. So can he bring this back? Can he sort this out for himself? We'll be finding out in a moment or two. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines going to load back up. They're going to pull back away to the sides for a couple moments. And get a reset here. Just bring this back over in a couple of moments. Again, Mutas and Banes on the way up, so we're getting to kind of what we expected this map to look like. Muta's very good on a large map like this, right? So kind of getting to that idea and getting to that point, but it's not there quite yet, as we are going to see the medevacs pulling back. Actually going to get onto a couple of the mutalisks for a couple of seconds as well. It's just going to jump straight onto those for a few moments. Bring those over. Just getting this settled at the moment now. So bringing that about. There we go. Bane's going to roll through. Marines pulling back. Banelings don't really do enough, and then you're left with these mutalisks to try and make something happen, which is obviously just seeming very unlikely as well. And it's fair to say, I think that this is just not looking great, as we are going to see a few more Banes crashing through. Not going to do much there either. And yeah, like I say, looking pretty rough as the Marine Meters and the lanes get on top of the Siege Tank. Gonna grab that, pick that off as well. I mean, Shin is still down 20 supply, down against the down the attack upgrade as well that Clem has in his favor. Oh, you're actually gonna get another full series of games. It feels like it, because at this point I think Clem is looking great right now. Definitely feels like he's getting into a very solid spot. And I think is about to make this through into the GGs. And there you have it. Clem is going to take us to 3-3 in this series. So we are going to have ourselves next map coming up in a couple seconds. What is it going to be? It is going to be Defender's Lab. All right, Defender's Lab to decide it as we go to the West Coast server. Can Shin bring it back? He's lost 3 in a row. Makes this series 3-3. My goodness. Alrighty, let's get everyone in position here. Move Shin up. 3, 6, 9. We're missing a bunch of people from this lobby. Hang on. Guess I'll run ads just in case we get a big game. Ready? Game 7 coming through, going the distance in this TVZ. As the winner plays Maxpax in the grand finals today, guys. So, kicking this off in a few moments, get this ready to go. Get this started, like I say, in just a couple of seconds. Defender's Lab coming through. Let's have a look at this one. Like I said, it's one of the maps we've actually not seen yet today, so it'd be nice to be able to get a little bit of a peek at this. In the top right side, our Blue Terran is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. 3 in a row to bring this back through to a Game 7 here. As in the bottom left, our Red Zerg is going to be Shin. Alright, so we kick this off and get this started up. Get this underway. Game number 7 going the full distance. Clem just hitting early in that last one, getting into a great position right away. Not much more to be said about that. Clean, simple, and easy. Very comfortable stuff to kick off with. Alright, so let me settle down just for a couple of moments here, get this on the way. Trying to figure out what we want to do for a couple of moments. Let's bring this all up and running. Let's see if he to scout initially. Who do you guys think takes it then, guys? Final game. Let's see the predictions in the chat. If you feel like it's Clem, throw the Clems up in here. If you think Shin gets the rematch against Maxpax, let's see the Shins. I want to see who you guys think takes this final game. Does Clem just have too much momentum? I think Clem. I think when Clem's won 3 in a row, such a momentum-based player at the best of times, then yeah, I think if he's won 3 in a row, he's going to have a very good time continuing through, to be honest. So yeah, I got the feeling this is going to be, to me, this is Clem. I'd love to hear from you guys what you're all thinking when we look to round this out. Just gonna see the Reaper put a few shots in. Nothing too crazy just yet. Just initially. Again, link speed, the Queen coming through. Just gonna have the factory and a couple of Marines coming about. The Orbital Command coming into play as well. Bring that online. Just gonna see the Queen is gonna be there. Reaper gonna get turned away for a couple seconds. Reaper coming around, trying to see what we're doing. Already seen the Reaper doing a few shots. Drone's taking some damage. Gonna see the Lingsby pulling about. Again, the lag coming over. And again, the Queen coming through as well. Building up, the Marines and the SCVs coming through, and this is going to be having the land, the Rotron coming about. Against him, Marines, the Medivacs, are just going to be coming through. Roaches and the Roach speed continuing up. The Evo chamber coming down, bring that into play. Just gonna have ourselves a few drones gathering about, a couple of extractors coming by for now as well. It's just getting that set up again. Roach speed and the Roach is coming through. And Medivacs is gonna gather. The Overseer gonna get pushed away for a couple of moments. Gonna have the Overseer actually taking a few more shots. There's a Roach speed on the way up. Shin's seen a lot of success from these earlier layers and getting into the Roaches kind of aggressively in these series, actually, so he's going to be doing a little bit of that right now as well. Get this settled up and into action here. Bringing this around for the moment. Again, Roaches and that Roach speed all building through. Just going to see the Marines unloading, so Clem going to try and be aggressive himself. Bring the pressure to these Roaches before the Roaches can bring the pressure to him, seems to be the game plan right there. So get that set up. I'm just going to be seeing the command center, the barracks, and a couple of engineering bays coming over. I'm just going to have the Roaches. I don't think in good enough numbers to really fight these Marines just yet. The Roaches coming back around. And the Marines just finding up a couple of positions. As more Roaches came about there, obviously this became a much more comfortable defense, so we are able to push and turn that away for a little bit. More Roach Ravager still coming up, bringing that online. Medevac going to sit there with the Marines and the Widow Mines for a couple moments. 1-1 upgrades, and the combat shield still building through into play at the moment. So you're bringing a lot of that online, getting this going. It's going to be seeing the couple of Biles actually going to get rid of the Widow Mines. It's going to remove a bit of the defense. Shin begins to drone behind this. Obviously, this is pretty committed as of right now. Like I say, we're droning behind it, so it makes it, the follow-up a bit more easy. We do see Clem going to have his +1 starting on the engineering bay. That's not in the wall off. He loses all of these depots, so now supply blocks. Does he have enough against this Roach Ravager? Could pull a few SCVs. He can lose a few because obviously Shin did give up a bit of economy early as well. So you can maybe pull these. We're just going to see that Roach Ravager starting to go down. The Marauder in the back is so important. A little bit of extra damage against the Roaches is huge. Help to clear those out just pretty quickly. I'm just going to see a couple more SCVs going down. I think 7 SCVs is fine for Clem. You'll rebuild a few of these over the next few moments. And then you'll get a few of those rebuilt, no problem. You do have the 1-1 missile upgrades coming through as well, of course. One upgrades, link speed coming through, infestation pit building by. It's going to be seeing the couple of extractors and the creep tumors all coming up, bringing that into play. Medevac going to boost the Marines inside, going to be all the way over to the left here just initially. Bring that straight across. The Roach Ravager is going to regather. Medevac boosting down the right-hand side. All that Roach Ravager joining again. Missile carapace upgrades coming through. The link speed is building. And everything else coming online as well. So far, so good. Just getting ourselves set up here. The Marines get underneath. The Overseer is going to be grabbed. Just going to jump on that fort initially. See the Medevac going to load up once again. Just going to pull back another couple of seconds. Just going to be stepping away from this for a few moments. So again, dealing with that for now. Couple corrosive bars trying to come in. Just try and take a couple of positions away initially. That's going to medevac down the bottom side. Just going to be seeing the Marines going to be there, pulling off, and just going to be seeing the plus 1 missiles and the plus 2 carapace coming over. Oh, nice fungal onto those Marines. Marines are going to get healed up. Just going to be seeing the medevacs back up in the sky. The Marines over here are going to get after a couple more drones, a couple lings going down, roaches as well. Just going to be seeing the Marines are going to be getting there. A couple of these liberator shots still going into the drones, so a few more drones going down. You're not going to be having the position is great for Clem. 24 drones killed. He's going to continue through. Even after landing a couple of good fungals, Shin is in trouble, especially because he's not dealing with these Marines at all. So he is in trouble still. Trying to chase this down, trying to handle this. These Marines get so much worker damage. The Liberators have been going hooch too. It's 43 workers killed, and Shin from the 3-0 lead is on the verge of losing out here. Oh no. Clem looking for the reverse Sweeperinos. 43 workers killed is obviously absolutely massive damage. And Shin, I feel like Shin's just... I feel like he got to 3-0 and it's just been again, kind of similar against Maxpax. First couple of games, Shin looked so good, and then just after that, it just looked like a completely different series, which I guess it does when your opponent starts winning all of the games, but just looked like he couldn't really stand up and kind of represent himself as well as he had been doing in the previous games, which is a real, like I say, a real shame. It's going to see the older Cavern coming up from Shin. Not sure that's going to be there in time. And again, +1 melee, +2 carapace coming over. So let's see, +2 attack, +1 armor coming through. Gonna be seeing the Ravagers and the Roaches coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the Bioforce holding on the left side. I mean, Shin is not dead just yet. The Ultra Cavern gonna be one of the things he holds on hope for. That melee upgrade coming up and online as well. So again, bringing that over for a couple of moments here. +2 attack, +1 vehicle plating coming by. Just going to be seeing this medevac force over to the right side. The Zerglings are going to just get jumped on for a couple seconds. There's when a Cross Marines is going to be here. We're just going to unload a bunch of those things going down. Has to try and split against the fungal. Does eat the fungal. He's got so many medevacs. He's going to heal through that damage though. The problem is it was only the fungal. There was no units helping at the same time. And obviously Clem with the drop doing some work. A couple corrosive bars coming as we try and move down this ramp. And we are going to see Clem on the left side is just going to be owning this base at the same time. A little bit more of that Ravager Ultra Force coming back through. Settling here for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Bane Nest. The Chitinous plating, all of that coming across for a little bit. The Marines pulling back again. At this point, the hatchery already gone. The drop on the left side is still active. Clem can just lift and leave here. He can reinforce this position and come back kind of much more full strength a bit further down the line instead, I would imagine, is going to be his goal in the near future. So imagine that's going to be his play, as we just see a few Marines getting after a few more drones as well, so they're going to get busy and active for a couple seconds. Sailing speed is about to finish up. Just going to have ourselves the, again, +3 carapace, +2 melee upgrade coming by. Bringing that straight through. Ultras are going to try and come about here. We are going to see the Bio Army pulling away. Medivacs are going to be escaping with this. Couple of those roaches are going to be in there. I'm going to be seeing this Bio Force still pushing up. The hatchery is going to get jumped on for a couple of moments, so going to take this down once again. Shin not allowed to get this base on the 6 o'clock back up and operational. Clem chases through, gets the couple of overlords, and at this point, Shin is going to need to land some mega fungals, but he's had some good fungals. He needs to combine it with the ultras actually being able to get into the fight. He needs a fungal in a position he can take an engagement with. That's what's been kind of lacking for him, as Clem is going to sit on the other side of this speedy zone. He's just not going to care. Now he speed zones through to chase down the Ravagers. Couple of biles. Clem will eat a few of them, but he is going to be chasing in for this force. There's a fungal, and it's going to be on a lot of low HP units. However, like I say, the medivacs are there, and the supporting medivacs have been doing a lot, and Clem just does not care. He chases all the way through, seeing the chance to clean up this army. GG, well played, says Shin, and Clem brings it all the way back for the reverse sweep in this lower bracket final. It was Shin in games 1, 2, and 3 in all kinds of different games, but in the end, it is Clem that can power through for 4 in a row, brings it back, and puts himself in the grand final against Maxpax. Alrighty, guys. So, we are going to have ourselves... we are going to have ourselves the grand final coming up on the European server. It's kind of wild. We had so many Koreans in this event. In the upper bracket, it was all Koreans apart from Maxpax for a long time as well. But it's going to be the European server for this grand final coming through soon. I'm going to get the video process underway, guys. I'm going to get that started up. Again, if you're enjoying the stream today, we've got loads of people in here. Hit that like and subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. So many people joining us on YouTube do not know that we cast every single day. We have live streams every single day of StarCraft 2. So hit that sub button so you see when we're live. Hit the like button so even more people can find it. And of course, if you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. And of course, as always, I keep mentioning, check out the Patreon page, WardiTV. WardiTV after the Patreon. So patreon.com/WardiTV helps support the tournaments that you're seeing. And this one is brought to you by Monster Energy and the Shopify Rebellion. The Team Liquid map contest is coming to a close after this break, guys. I'm going to nip away for a couple minutes as we get this video process started. We'll be back in just a few moments. I'll see you guys soon. Alrighty, guys, I am back. So just to explain what the situation is going to be here, Clem and Maxpax are going to be forced onto map 1 as Fear and Faith, because that's the only map we've not seen today, and I would like to see every single map today, if possible, because why not? And it's easily done. So we're going to force map 1 as Fear and Faith. After that, they are vetoing down from every single map in the map pool. Every single map in the map pool. So there's no maps that are... This is not like a one veto each. They've just got the entire map pool to veto from. Which I think is kind of just a nice way to do it today. For the finals, we've had like an extended tournament. I think we've seen all the maps a lot because we've had the extended tournament. And as such, I think I'm pretty happy to say that they can just play whichever maps they want. I think everything's had good representation. Like I say, we'll force Fear and Faith. We'll force Fear and Faith, but because it's just not been seen today, and then every map's been seen today, and they can just play from every other map that's in the map pool, and just kind of pick what they really like for the finals. Like I say, we don't usually have this luxury because we're usually busy trying to, we're usually busy trying to, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, cool. We're usually busy trying to like equalize the maps, and it's like we barely get to see the maps enough. I think if every map's been seen today, we can just let them play on every single map that they want to play on for the rest of this one. So, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Couple more videos coming through. Obviously, that might mean we end up with a boring map pool. Because they might pick all the more normal maps, but yeah, I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm kind of okay with them just kind of playing what they want to play on and letting them decide rather than me making the map pool up. I think it's fine. I think it's a fun way to go about this one, I think. And obviously we've seen a bunch of games like 3-2, 4-3, 4-3 is pretty sick on our side as well, so... Maxpax just made his 4th veto, Clem is about to make his final veto, and then Maxpax will make one more veto. And we can kind of go from there as the plan around. The plan around. Clem, one more veto. Maxpax, one more veto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, because Fear and Faith is map 1 for sure. Beautiful. Cool, just telling the casters some stuff. Cool. There's the final map veto. And Clem was immediately ready to pick his map. He's loved this map the whole time. He's going to pick Storm Surge as map 2. So we're going to have a second map, Storm Surge, Fear and Faith, and Storm Surge as the opening couple of games here. Wavebreaker will be map 3. Blackrock will be map 4. I'm sure a lot of you guys are excited about that. That one's been very popular. The other maps in this series that can be picked from are Rainfall, Defender's Lab, and Lockdown. I will let you guys know which maps are available here, because why not? The finals will do it a bit differently. Defender's Lab will be number 5. And that leaves Rainfall for map 6, and Lockdown will be map 7. Perfect. Perfecto. Alrighty, guys. We are, I think, pretty much ready to kick this into some action. So again, thank you for joining us so far. Appreciate you all being here. I am excited to get into some StarCraft 2 here on this one. I'm feeling good to get this all wrapped up. Very excited indeed. Cool. Clem and Maxpax are joining the lobby, so we're pretty much ready to send this, guys. Cool. Maxpax was set. Clem was set as Protoss for a second. I was like, wait, no, not the Clem Protoss mode, not the PvP final. It had been such a good day. I just really wanted to avoid the PvP. All right, so we're going to get this off in a couple seconds, guys. As you can hear, countdown is on. We are going to get into this. We're going to kick this one into this play. All the normal maps. I'm shocked. Yeah, I know, guys. I know. I'm shocked as well. Look, it's the grand finals. We had the chance to let them play all the normal maps once. It's so rare that we just let them... You guys remember when we used to do the best of 15 finals? That was the day. Those were the days, you know, back in the best of 15 final days. We just played every map. We actually did that as well, as just every map was worth prize money. That was actually kind of a cool way to do it. I mean, I actually really like that. It's just one of those things where it's like coming back to doing that nowadays. It actually probably works out worse than just kind of doing it like this. Today's been awesome, so yeah. All right, let's kick this off in the top left-hand corner of this grand final. It's just a straight up best of 7, guys. No winner bracket advantage. The winner bracket advantage is Maxpax got 1 more veto. So just a straight best of 7, no match resets, no 1-0 lead, clean best of 7. Maxpax a bit more rested. He didn't have to play a best of 7 already. Obviously, the lower bracket players typically have to play more today. Clem is now on his 3rd series of the day, and this is obviously back-to-back as well. In the top left side, our red Protoss is Maxpax. In the bottom left, our blue Terran is Clem. Every map again played is awesome. It is, but then we've had every map played today as well on the final day, right? So that's kind of nice too, I think. Like I say, this is something that was not necessarily guaranteed in previous editions, so that's still kind of neat. Maxpax Clem, best of 7. Grand finals here today, guys, in the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament Edition 16. We've been doing this now for 10 freaking years. It's actually crazy. Our very first, not quite, okay, fine. Our very first one was in 2017. It was the first time we got to do the TLMC. So that was back in 2017. So we are 9 years deep on running these TLMC events. So thank you so much for still tuning in and supporting it all these years later. Thank you so much to Team Liquid for having us back for our 16th time. And thank you to Monster Energy and Shopify Rebellion for making this happen as well. We appreciate you all. And let's sit back, relax, and enjoy some awesome games of SC2. I got a feeling this one is going to be pretty darn fun. Nexus and a Cybercore coming in to start us off just here initially, so just going to be starting off with that. As yo, Brain, oh my god, what is this timing? The double gifted sub just bam on the same second. Are you guys linked? Brain Dead drops the 20 gifted sub. Captain Hair drops the 10 gifted subs to kickstart this grand final with a 30 sub bomb combined. Boom! How about that? All right, guys. Teeny tiny sellout then at the very start of Fear and Faith. Get your subs in the chat. Let's get some primes up in here. Let's start a little hype train because we got 30 subs. We're going to be like insta level 3. So get your primes out. Drop a few bits. I've not sold out throughout the course of this tournament. So get your primes going. This is my moment to just say thank you for watching, and I appreciate it, but also give me some freaking money. Hey, Roland Boy, thank you for the 21 on the 3 sub on the Prime. Andy on the 500 bits, appreciate you as well. Thank you so much, as we have our command center coming down on the natural expansion, getting set up over here for a couple of moments. Daily Herbivore gonna give 10 subs as well. That also works. I will read all of the gifted subs out properly after the series, guys. Obviously, we're gonna be a little bit spammed if I read them all out now, so I'll not read them all out at once. Thank you, Daily Herbivore, for the 10. Thank you, Bren, for the 9-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Look at that. Insta level 3 hype train. There you go. Happy on the 117-month resub, coming up to 10 freaking years. Deadly Donkey Kitten coming up on the 5 gifted subs as well. Thank you so much. Also, yep, that's what we're talking about, guys. The freaking hype to start off the finals. Let's hope the finals lives up to it then, as Maxpax and Clem get started on vertical spawns here on Fear and Faith. Soulman, thank you for the 500 bits. Appreciate you. Sellout time. Let's go, chat. Let's go, Maxpax. Cheers, Deadly Donkey Kitten in the chat as well. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to share your support for whoever you think is going to take this one down. Both of these players are looking to be first-time Team Liquid map contest tournament champions. Isn't that just freaking bonkers? I thought this was one of the craziest stats overall. As, yeah, did not really think that was going to be a a stat when I kind of first saw it. Crazy business on that one as we get up and rolling here and just have ourselves a little bit of action breaking through for a couple of moments. So bring that about and getting this ready to rumble for a couple of seconds. Alright, so you settled down for a moment or so. Get everything joined in here. Going to be seeing a couple of Widow Mines going to drop off, so going to get those dropped down as well. It's going to be seeing the Medevac just about moving away. Widow Mine does not quite catch the Stalk. We're not quite able to grab it already. Just going to try, I mean, making an attempt to, but not quite getting there. Now the Widow Mine moves up top. Widow Mine going to burrow the probes, pulling away. Widow Mine going to go bam for a single worker already, knocking that down. And just trying for a little extra. Again, Prism back down the left side. Viking tank, couple of Marines in the stim pack coming through. The Marines are going to step across, try and get onto these Marine Stalkers as we try and defend against this corner of the map being set up by Maxpax here. Reaper's going to come across. The Stalker's going to lift back up just for a couple more moments. Trying to get away from this one as the Nexus continues through. The Engineering Bay and everything else coming about as well for a few more moments as well. Yeah, we bring that out and about here for a couple of seconds. Just bringing this straight over. And we are going to see the Stalkers actually absolutely able to knock down a bunker at the front. So that's nice, obviously opening the pathway a bit further down the line potentially. That's a nice little grab for sure. Getting a little bit of value here then. And it's going to be seeing the Viking trying to zone the Prism out, Clem trying to stop Maxpax from getting too much further in. We lost 3 Stalkers and 4 probes in this. We've only killed 2 Mines and 4 Marines. Not a single SCV has fallen, so the economy of Clem has stayed very stable throughout this in the early stages. Just going to see a few more Stalkers gathering up. That third Nexus on the way from Maxpax. 2, 3, 4 more gates, plus the Robo Bay is going to be where he starts to take this right now. So setting that up, bringing that online, and bringing this into play as we get this settled. Again, Stim and the +1 coming through. Marines and the Medevacs coming up as well. Just going to be seeing a Marine Marauder Medevac all coming about. Bring this into play. Getting that established for the moment. Those Marines going to join up. That Raven nearby. Just going to see the charge, the gates, the thermal lance, and the Colossus all continue to build on through for a couple of moments. This Prism is thinking about going down the left side. The Raven was keeping an eye out over there, but not going to commit through just yet. And again, the +1, combat shield, and concussive shells all building. Add a couple of Medevacs into that as well. Medevac on the bottom side, making his way back home too. One of the derpy parts of this map has just been those tubes. They're very cool. I like the idea of them, but air units kind of running into them looks a bit derpy. I mean that with the best of intentions. As do have the Stalkers still gathering about. Combat shield done. Combat shield still coming through. So Clem going to be full power on his bio units very shortly here as the Colossus and the Thermal Lance continuing to settle in just a couple moments. Again, that Thermal Lance continuing by just for now, bringing that straight over. Getting that underway as the Bioforce sends itself out the front. Medevacs and the Raven will gather together here. Just going to be seeing these bio units looking to push up a little bit. Again, +1 on the Thermal Lance all coming through. Colossus, Sentry, Zealot, Pylons all building up for a few moments, bringing that online. So, Widow Mines and everything else just continue themselves into play for now. When we get by, just going to have ourselves the Colossus actually going to step back. Clem is trying to chase into this. A couple of tanks are getting sieged up already. Just going to see the Zealot and the Sentry already taking some big hits. We are going to be seeing the Zealots thinking about charging through onto this. The Bio going to keep stimming forward. The Colossus not really having enough support to help them out at the moment, so it's looking a little scary. Clem's going to take the tanks and push them further up, bringing them over to the left-hand side. The Zealots going to position themselves down toward the bottom left, looking for a counter-attack possibly here over these next few moments. Tank's going to zone the natural, which means he can run up into the natural expansion. Stalkers blink to the high ground. Robo would be a great target, but so are the probes. You can't really go too wrong, I guess. Well, there you go. We are going to see the Colossus can walk up there as well, but now we're going to drop into the main base. The Zealots do clean up on the low ground, however, so Clem is getting pushed back a little bit, is getting chased away for a couple of seconds here. Medivacs are going to retreat away. Only 7 probes died in this. Felt like that was going to be a significant amount more, honestly. That really felt like it was going to be seriously worse at first than it ended up being. Again, there's the Nexus coming up from Maxpax in the 4th base, expanding through the top of the map into that upper right corner. As we are going to be seeing Clem already rallying forward. A 16 army supply lead. Disappears quickly if you're not careful, and 4 Colossus are scary. We do not have that many Vikings to kind of knock those Colossus down ahead of time or anything, right? So, like I say, they're definitely a little bit scary. As we are going to see the drop back in, though, Clem is going to have to deal with the warping of Zealots. Good battery is going to help out a lot. He's going to target fire the Stalkers. They'll die a bit more quickly. We can take a few units up to the main base as well. Tell you what, this is looking like how Percival's been playing lately. Just super active, dropping everywhere again. It's something we haven't seen as much of from the Terrans as of late. But Clem bringing it back a little bit in this one, as he is going to stay ahead on supply for the moment. I think most importantly just has that good eco lead in play as well. The 10 worker lead is going to mean that Maxpax is struggling as this game progresses, and it's definitely going to be something we got to kind of keep track of here for a little while. Fire units is going to unload. A couple of SCVs there to maybe help repair the medevac up. Stalkers, yeah, going to be forced to blink away from the wooden mines. We actually try to micro those wooden mines around. I like it from Clem. He actually does a good effort to try and put some pressure onto that, so doing a good job in that regard. And now just having, again, the Armory, the Vikings, Marine Road is still coming through. Good Prism into the corner, right in the corner of that base. Gets the warp, and that's going to take Clem's attention while Maxpax is also trying to push on the right side. Clem has to prioritize here. This is very easily a moment where you can lose a ton of SCVs if you're not careful. So a moment where Clem has to be a little bit cautious, still getting pushed at the front by everything else as well. 22 SCVs going down, so never mind. He might lose a few SCVs. He absolutely has lost a bunch of SCVs. Bioforce going to clean up a lot of this army. Clem in the top right gets a few workers. 28 SCVs killed. Clem going to try and dive onto the bottom left-hand army. The army that's just outside of his 3rd base. He tries to jump on now. So he moves straight onto that. This drop is actually still doing very well. 1-1 against just +1. So no armor upgrade here. We're going to recall to the upper right. Clem knows the recall's in the upper right. He might run to the upper left. I mean, I don't think it's going to be difficult for Maxpax to hold back to the upper left if he needs to. So that probably isn't going to go too well. Clem lost 34 SCVs that warping into the main base. Absolutely brutal. As Clem is going to try drop up the left-hand side. Still has the drop in the top right. Ready to potentially strike and do some more work as well here. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Medevac looking to boost in. No, Clem going to lose the Medevac in the top right. And in the top left, he actually does get the unload. This part is successful, funnily enough. As we are just going to see this bio army coming around. A couple of Zealots and company coming about also for a couple of moments. Man, that was definitely a little bit scary, no? It felt pretty scary. You'll see still the Vikings shooting at the Colossus. And we are going to chase that down. Clem, Bioforce over here. What else can we do? The Viking count is good enough to get the Colossus at least, so we're going to knock those down. The few Bio-units are super low HP. A Widow Mine Splash is going to kill multiple Marauders. The Vikings landed to try and shoot these Stalkers down, which is happening. Clem keeping this a bit chaotic, honestly. I mean, I don't know if he needed to commit through with everything here, but he's going to say GG because Maxpax has apparently held this off well enough. And Clem, in a game where he just kind of owned the early game, falls apart. Why does he leave? I think because he's 3 base and he genuinely thinks he doesn't have a way to build enough stuff up. He just lost all his Vikings, and so maybe he could have stuck in it a little bit longer. But yeah, this was a wild game. Clem just losing a bunch of stuff, and then I mean, really just doesn't recover from the 34 SCV losses at the end of the day. That's the part that really is the killer, right? Just so much, so many SCV losses, so much being lost so quickly. Like I say, not really ever recovering from that point, and was still competitive in the army, but then took a couple of fights that just weren't quite good enough for him. I'm getting into a game 2 of this in a couple of moments. And yeah, his entire army's dead at the end of that, guys. Like, all the Vikings are gone, all the tech units are gone, all of the ghosts went down. I don't really, like, I know it seems like maybe a quick GG, I don't really disagree with it. Like, his economy's not there to rebuild. Like, he needed to do damage with that army when he was going so full-heartedly, so wholeheartedly into it and just sending it, Ready and GLHF called. We're going to jump straight to a game 2 of this best of 7 grand final. Get into this one, guys, and yeah, like I say, it was a very, very good start for Clem. Like, he took no damage, he traded amazing against Maxpax's early units. He was pulling Maxpax around the map as well with the drops. Maxpax struggling to deal with the top right defense and the left side base. Honestly, I think one of the big issues is Clem losing the drop in the upper right for free, just F2ing that back over. Is so sad, because if you keep that drop alive, you have so much pressure in the top right. The moment that gets cleaned up, all of a sudden, Clem is, Maxpax is feeling so much freer because the top right doesn't need defending for a few moments. That allows him to come over to the left side a little bit more wholeheartedly and pull a little bit more defense into that position. So, GG's, and Clem finds himself down a game at the start of this best of 7. Can he bounce back, heading to Storm Surge for map 2? Clem has overcome all the best Protoss in the world in this tournament outside of Maxpax, right? You mean he took down Classic and he's taking down Hero in this lower bracket streak. Can he take Maxpax down as the final hurdle to become a TLMC champion for the first time? Clem lost in the finals 2 TLMC events ago when he lost to Cure in the grand final. Let's see if Maxpax can also be a first-time TLMC champ. As we have had, like I say, Hero dominate 4 of the last 5 of these events, Cure winning the event that Hero did not win. Game 2 of this best of 7 starting up right now. It's been an epic day for games. I'm very much so hoping that all the previous epic series are not going to lead to this one being a little bit of a letdown. So fingers crossed a little bit on that. As the racks and the gas come through, the SCV building up, and we get settled in for a few moments. Getting this into play and seeing where we can take things for a little bit right now. So bringing this about, getting this going. You can see that Nexus coming through, the Reaper and the Orbital, both building up here. So again, getting a lot of that underway just initially. The Probe is going to step back over and come up and nibble at the SCV for a few moments. Just going to get some damage on this. A few shots coming around. Again, Nexus, Cybercore, and the Assimilator continue to build into play for a couple moments. So far, so good. Factory Orbital and the Reaper building up as well. And again, still just seeing that Cybercore building into place, the Nexus coming online, Probes producing, Simulator going to be jumped on by the couple of workers. And getting cozy over here for the next few moments still, so again, all that set up. I see a little bit of back and forth on the SCV and the Probe at the moment. It's, here we are on Storm Surge. We've seen this map a lot. It was actually one of the very popular ones in the early stages of the event. It's definitely one I think a lot of people have been enjoying as the SCV finishes off the Probe, actually, which is nice. Cyclone as the opening from Clem here. Yeah, this one got a lot of play. It was being picked a lot of the time. Like I say, in the first couple of days. With that warp gate coming through on the server course, just going to get that going initially. Starport building, Cyclone online, and Stargate, Gateway. A couple probes in the warp gate, all coming through. We'll get this going for a couple of moments. Maybe back to the middle of the map. Again, Starport about to finish. Reactor coming through. Command Center, Widowmine and the SCV building up. The Phoenix and the warp gate. Excuse me, the Phoenix and the warp gate will build as well. We're just going to have our Adept is going to be here to hit that Reaper back. Reaper taking a couple of shots of damage, getting turned around. It's going to be seeing that Barracks coming through as well, so putting that into position already, just for the moment. Yeah, Phoenix and the warp gate coming about, that robot facility is coming through. We had a couple of assimilators on, the probes in production. Let mines peel off over to the side, and we'll see where things go for the next couple moments. Yeah, Reaper and the Cyclone going to be hopping up. The Adept taking some damage. Cyclone is going to stay locked on for a moment. Ooh, pulled back, but actually maybe not a bad pullback because the Phoenix are chasing. Phoenix going to jump on the Reaper initially. That's going to be a guaranteed grab. What more can we go for here? Just going to be seeing, yeah, okay, he does get the lift on the next Cyclone. 2 more Phoenix arriving. We'll have to relift the Cyclone. That's a lot of energy used. The Medevac is not going to get there to save the day. Medevac should be able to boost away if it feels the need to. Has got a couple of Widow Mines in the middle of the map as well, which I believe Maxpax saw. So he's going to circumvent those and continue to bring the Phoenix over. Man, the Phoenix look a bit trippy above the water. With the effect that's going on there, the Medevac is probably going to die. The Marines get 1 Phoenix low, but only low. And it feels as though right now, Maxpax is going to start running away with his early game a little bit because Clem is not having a good time. The Widow Mine's not going to get a chance to do anything. Yeah, a lot of this is going to start falling apart pretty quickly, I fear, over the next few moments. Just going to see that stim. The Marines and the SCVs continue to build on through. Continue to bring that up as the Phoenix regather themselves. Again, Marines, SCVs, and the stim pack building up into play for the moment. Rax drops down onto the tech lab. Reactor, tech lab all coming about. Marine Marauder on the way. Combat shield, stim pack building as well. Bring a lot more of this over. And yeah. Mine hits the Phoenix. There's going to be at least a shot that brings one of those Phoenix a bit lower into the Colossus on the follow-up to this. We'll see what Clem does in terms of his follow-up. Does he want to push? Stim and combat shields are on the way. If it was charge on the way, then I'd feel a bit bad about Clem maybe looking to be aggressive against the Colossus. I could see a bit of a push still having some success, so definitely some potential there. And it's going to have, again, Stim pack, combat shield all building through. Marine, tank, Medevac coming up. A couple of SCVs building by. And there is the army from Clem starting to go back through to the center of the map. Once again, Phoenix are going to jump in. The Medevac will take quite a few shots of damage. It is going to go down already, so Medevac falls. You can see that picked off straight away here. And you still got that combat shield coming through as well. And Clem waiting on that to be fully set up. First Colossus is available. Obviously, we don't have a lot of the power of the gateway units like you usually would. You don't have charge just yet or anything. First tank is going to siege these Phoenix. They're going to melt to the Marines. We're going to lift up a couple of them. The Colossus is obviously doing some good work. The Immortal getting involved as well. The Sentry will go down. The Phoenix being targeted so it can keep the tank on the ground. However, we do have 1 Phoenix left in the end that's going to get the final lift off, and this tank is going to remain up in the sky. Clem could not get his way through that Colossus. The Immortal living as well. We reset the Phoenix countdown, so you at least get some value on the trade. Clem building a 3rd CC and investing into the starport number 2. Wants to make sure he has plenty of Vikings, especially in a game where he's lost a couple Medevacs at this stage already. His starport kind of control in the game is obviously lacking because he's going to want to rebuild Medevacs. He's also going to need to get a Viking count up here. So it makes sense to see that second starport being a priority for him at this stage before he even goes into upgrades, actually. Like, we're engineering bayless right now, which is a little crazy, in fact. So yeah, a little crazy to be without the engineering bay even at this current point in time. Well, Medevac brings the tank over. Just going to see the Bioforce up the left side, getting positioned here. You can see a bit of a stim in onto this Nexus for a couple of moments. So bringing that straight through and into play. I'm just going to jump straight onto this one and not even cancel a 4th base. Clem is going to find himself in a position where Maxpax can't easily find his way kind of back forward or anything just yet. So that's still kind of a to-be-determined kind of factor. Just going to see the couple of Phoenix getting turned around and chased away once again here. Just pushing that back a little bit more once again. Fire will get rid of the pylons. The pylon goes down. A couple of Zealots are going to chase through into the center. Maybe already threatening the counterattacks that Clem's going to have to try and stay on top of. Maxpax expands to the right side, of course, if he doesn't get the 4th base on the top side of the map up. You're going to try and go to the other side instead, so that's exactly where he heads to. And a couple of Phoenix will be up back into the main base as this orbital lifts off, moves over to the right. And you see Zealot, Stalker, Sentry, Colossus army trying to move down to the bottom left. Rax Vikings, the Marine Marauder +1, all of that building through. Just going to see this Bio-Viking tank force is settling. The Vikings probably want to jump back up in the skies. I imagine they actually are needed against the Colossus. There's a couple of them, there's 3 of them on the ground. So yeah, get those in the skies, make sure we're properly set. You do have this kind of high ground defense between the natural and 3rd you can set up on. So it is kind of a way to kind of cover both entries at the same time with stuff like the tanks sieging up. +2 attack, Blinkle building, just going to be seeing the Nexus and the gates continue to produce by. Bringing a lot of that up and running. The army still settling from Maxpax on the left. A bunch of Zealots going to warp in over on the right side as well. Getting that up and running as well. As the scan comes down, the Vikings and everything coming through. Prism is still sitting nearby as well. Here we are going to see the Zealots are going to start charging forward. Bioforce is going to get through. A couple of shots already coming about, so some damage being done just initially. We're going to have ourselves the army jumping into this. Now the Viking's going to get rid of the Colossus super quickly, and Maxpax just loses everything. What an ugly fight for him. The army on the left side was just absolutely abandoned, it felt like. The Colossus were just completely left on their own. And you know, on the right side, he just absolutely melted. Now there's a few Zealots up into the main base, but that's pretty much the only good thing that's come of this whole thing from Maxpax. He has a bit of action on the natural as well. Clem cleans up there. 12 SCVs down. Okay, still a few Zealots leaking on the right also. Disastrous fight from Maxpax. He's floating a ton of money, 1,700 minerals. He does have the Prism still up and running, so he's going to get one more warping into the main base. Another group of Zealots will attempt to make some damage. It's going to be the end of the Prism, though, so Prism goes down. Clem loses 15 SCVs. His current army supply massive. We've seen this plenty of times before, though, where the army supply lead is huge for the Terran, and just if you can't quite close out on the other side, then that economic damage does start to seep through and does start to really become that much more meaningful. So an eye on that as we do see a few more Stalkers warping in, the Colossus and everything else gathering around. Just going to see the rocks under some fire. Just going to be seeing the Viking Bio Lib going to be here to try and join up. We are going to see a few Stalkers coming down this ramp. Liberator is taking a few shots already, a few hits coming by. Vikings are still taking some shots. We can lose a couple of Vikings at this point from Clem. It's not the end of the world as the Biostim is back across, and again looking to push those Stalkers away and to shut those down still. SCV is going down too, knocking down the rocks here. Disruptor, the rest of that army settling for a moment. Vikings just going to finish off the Colossus in a moment. Just going to get rid of that. The Zealots are going to keep charging on forward here. I'm just going to see this Bioforce still kiting away. A few more Zealots going down. Disruptor shot landing. We're not doing too much just yet. The Vikings land as well. The rest of these Zealots are going to come charging straight forward, and we are just going to be having these Zealots again still trying to chase this down. The Stalkers joining up. The Disruptor going to be here. Liberator, Marine Marauder coming through. The couple of Zealots get straight onto the SCVs. Another Disruptor shot trying to hit. Not going to do too much. And again, the Zealot Stalker force gathering back around. The rest of these Zealots gathering up and joining in at the same time. Just going to see the Bioforce with the Vikings landed over to the right side. Still a massive army supply lead. Clem is losing SCVs still. He's going to chase this Disruptor into the corner. It's going to recall, so we're going to make sure we get rid of that. We'll take down a few probes. Maxpax is expanding up to the top side, so you'll have this base to work with should Clem deny this one, which obviously looks like is absolutely going to happen. Clem's army supply is still massive here. Going to siege up the Liberator. It's going to go down before it gets a shot off. Okay, it gets one. It actually kills off the sentry because Maxpax ignored it once it got low. He didn't get back through to finish that up at all, so Clem is still holding about a 40 army supply lead. Again, if he could just keep some more of his economy alive, these games would go a lot smoother and a lot easier for him, but just not happening quite yet as the Bio Viking force back to the center of the map, repositioning for a little bit. Liberator sieging up, and again, Zealots and the Disruptors continue to come through. And as you can see, Clem actually catching a little bit of this army, especially the Sentry. There's a nice grab. Obviously, remove Guardian Shield, remove Force Fields from the equation whenever this battle truly breaks out and happens. Just going to keep pushing up. A couple of Zealots getting chased away for a few moments. The Liberator will be sieging. Going to dive on the first Disruptor. Second Disruptor obviously has no chance either, and I think Clem will just close this out. Clean and simple in the end. It got a little bit closer than maybe it needed to, you could argue, but again, at the end of the day, I think it's hard to really say much else. Like I say, Clem obviously took some eco damage, and that eco damage was the main way that Maxpax had any chance of getting back in this game. But Clem kept up the pressure, had the much better arm, and he knew it. But still getting the Zealots across the map. Maxpax trying absolutely every trick in the book to just get as much done as he possibly can here, and to find as much value as he can over the course of this. Bio going to have to turn onto a couple of those Zealots. They're going to start going down. Disruptor shot needs to turn away. Is about to land onto his own Zealots there. I tell you what, Maxpax is 2-1 upgrades, so little scrappy fights like this could be a way back into it for Maxpax as well. Remembering that Clem is not on a great economy. Clem sees these Zealots coming in, preemptively pulls them. The Zealots are going to try and find any shots they can outside of reach of the Liberator. They're going to go down eventually. Clem into the middle of the map again, trying to fight. Again, the upgrades are an issue. Means the Zealots are very tanky. Makes it take a long time for him to kind of move through this. I don't know why, but when he moved into the water, I was like, no, he's going to start moving so slowly. Yo, those Zealots are doing work right now. Clem has to back it up. He has a lot of army supply and medevacs. He actually needs a few more fight units. He needs a little bit of damage output going. And Maxpax, as he sort of semi-stabilizes here, is going to begin a Colossus and try to get back to those. Clem with the Libs is going to make it very difficult for Maxpax to fight. The Liberators are going to really dominate this game if you have no real true answer to those. Stalkers show up, a couple of SCVs begin to go down, knocking those away at those initially. Fireforce coming back over, the couple of Zealots and everything else starting to chase up this ramp. The Liberator already sieging. Bio pulling away. Just going to see the Bio still fighting. A couple Stalkers going down. The Zealot gets caught. It is going to get cleaned up already again. Liberator, Marine, and Marauder producing through. Get a fuse dropping over. He's going to see the Colossus. So Clem knows maybe a couple of Vikings will be necessary once again to kind of keep him in this and to keep him active. Gonna see the medevac getting caught. The few Stalkers just going to be there. The few Marines still gathering up. A couple Liberators going to be sieging. I'm going to get rid of this Nexus. I mean, he's scanning the right side again. Clem knows the absolute utter importance of not letting a fourth base come up from Maxpax in this scenario. A lot of Liberator sieges. They're going to put out a lot of the damage that, you know, the Liberators are cool because they don't care so much about the upgrade deficit that Clem's playing with right now. It's only a 1 attack upgrade difference at this point as he does lose those libs, getting blinked on as he loads up for the drop in toward the main base. Clem, another game where it feels like he's been absolutely dominating, and yet the struggle to actually win the game out is truly there. Again, Maxpax, what he did well, denying the economy of Clem, getting the upgrade lead, and keeping the game scrappy enough that those factors have come into play. Clem going to keep the units that are, Medivacs that are full of units away to this top side to threaten. Liberator here will see some long distance mining. May just try and siege the natural Stalkers in the main base, yet Clem can't really justify going into there just yet. And again, Marine Marauder, Viking continuing back through. I'm just going to see the extra Marine Marauder coming up. A couple of probes going down to the Liberator fire. Stalkers do begin to clean that up at least. Again, a couple extra Vikings coming about. Missile turret still building. Dark Templar being warped in as the, again, Medevac, Viking, Marine Marauder force all continue to gather about for a little bit. Just going to see the DT on the bottom side going down as well. Just going to clean that up for the moment. And the rest of the Zealots and the Stalkers coming back around as well. Bio going to unload. A couple of these probes are going to be in some immediate trouble, so I'm going to start seeing those going down. The Stalkers pulling down this low ground also, just to try and clean this up. This is the drop that we saw before, and Clem just going to get as much done with that as possible. Try and find as much value as he can. A few more SCVs going down. Again, Clem keeping economy alive has been a major struggle. Honestly, not just in this game, but just in TVP in general for him lately. I mean, look at some of the weaknesses he did have against Classic, against Hero in this tournament. It's that economy just not being able to be kept alive that has genuinely seen some of the struggles. He has to pull back again. Clem, no thought of upgrades, right? He knows this game is scrappy enough that he probably doesn't have time to get upgrades, and investing into upgrades maybe slows him down too much. Viking count being back up is huge. Getting rid of the Colossus is massive. I think Clem might have just found his way to an army that is large enough to truly make a game-ending shove right here. Maxpax cancels the base. He's long-distance mining because he needs some way to get his economy back on track. And long-distance mining is pretty much all he's got to try for, essentially. Into the main base, this drop is being able to find its way back in again. Clem consistently finding access with these drops at this stage and getting damage done with them. And now we're just going to dive over to the left. A couple of these Zealots and the DT probably going down. Just going to see the Marauder stepping through. We don't kill the Sentry, but we force it back with the Guardian Shield. And in the end, Clem wrestles this game into his favor. Like I say, Maxpax did a lot of things right to make a disastrous starting point become playable again for himself. GG's, and we are going to be tied 1-1 here in this grand final. So tied up and heading to a game 3, which is going to be on Wavebreaker. Get this one started in just a few moments, guys, as we have setting up to go. Awesome. All right. Tied up 1-1. And everyone in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 casters, 2 readied up players. That's exactly what we love to see. And get this next game going in just a couple of seconds then, guys. Thanks again for joining us. Appreciate you all. Kicking this off in just a moment. Alrighty. Let's get this started up. Go to Wavebreaker. My chair is being funny. Just trying to wrestle it. It's not cooperating. as we get into this next game of this series. So tied up 1-1. And get this underway and see where things will go. There we go. Fixed it. I knew there was something I had to press down to get to move, and it just wasn't. I couldn't find it. Alright, sorry guys. I probe across the map. This was really bothering me. As we probe across the map, SCV coming through. And we get settled here at the Nexus, and so coming about. So let's get this started up. Orbital and the Marine building through Cybercore Nexus and the Assimilator coming over for a couple seconds as well. Bringing that into play for a few moments. This probe going to get chased away for a couple seconds. Also going back the other way. Alright, Rick has definitely seen a fair bit of love over the course of the games. Over the course of the tournament. Again, all tied up 1-1 in this best of 7, guys. Grand finals of this Team Liquid map contest tournament. And yeah, again, this did start from 0-0. There's no major winner bracket advantage. I do think, obviously, because Clem had to start from the lower bracket from the group stage, I don't know if I really love the idea of giving like a winner bracket advantage when Clem never had a chance to be in the winner bracket after the group stage went wrong. So, yeah, I like to say, I'm not going to get into it. I see a couple of people asking, but yeah, no winner bracket advantage. The winner bracket advantage is not having to play that lower bracket final and potentially have to play 3 back-to-back best of 7s, essentially. Hallucination pops up, going to start heading down across the map as the couple of Marines come through, Widowmine and the Starport coming online as well. Getting that going just to begin with here. Orbital Command coming through, again the Starport coming into place. Again, Twilight Council gateways, Warp Gate and the Stalker, a couple of the probes coming through. Hallucination is going to show up into the main for the next few moments. Get that on the way, settle this down. Bring this about. So Hallucination moves back over there. Again, Marines and the Medevac coming through. A couple SCVs coming over. Again, Blink and the Warp Gate still building through. An extra gateway coming on the line. The factory moves over to build up the tech lab. Drop the Nexus onto the third base. Just going to see the Starport lift off, go over to the tech lab as well. Move over there for a couple moments as the Marines, the cloaking, all coming online, bringing a lot of that up and running. Again, that Blink coming over. Again, the Stalkers will produce alongside the Nexus for a few moments as well. So just bringing a lot of that into place. Medevac comes back into play, getting set up once more. Continue to get that on the go for the next few moments. There's the Medevac coming back across again. Banshee, tank coming through for a couple seconds. We'll be seeing the Medevac loads back up, and we're going to be back on top. Looking to get around the top side. The couple Stalkers are going to be showing up. Just going to move themselves into position. Again, that Blink coming online. The Robo Facility and Nexus coming online as well, so we continue to bring a lot of that into play already. And Medevac just going to sit there chilling for a couple seconds and wait to see if we can find an opening, with Maxpax heading to that 3-base setup. Already looking to be confident on that. Managing the Marines still building through. Again, the cloaking coming up. We are going to see the Marines get in position now. The Hallucination getting chased away once more. And the Barracks is going to step itself over toward the tech lab for a few more moments. Again, bringing that through. Cloaking finishing for the Banshee just now. And again, Banshee, Marine, Marauder, Stim, all building into play over these next few moments. And charge coming up, a couple extra gates coming down. The batteries are still producing through. Medevac just sits up top between the main and the third base. So again, putting itself in position there for a few moments. As we just have our gateways, the charge, the probes and the Stalkers all coming through as well. Just going to see that Observer keeping track of the Banshee moving back over to the right side. Again, a lot of units up to the top to try and see what else is going on for a couple of seconds. Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 upgrade. Everything building as per usual, just for the moment. Stalker's going to miss that Banshee, by the way, so it's going to be able to get through for a few probes, but the battery is there. That battery should be good enough to just say no, and that is going to deny the Banshee for now. Medevac obviously still lingering, and Clem is pushing at the front as well. He's got an army in the center of the map, so this group of units, Marine Marauder and a tank, probably doesn't really want to go just yet. Medevac's on the way. He's going to be a lot stronger when he hits the Stimpak Combat Shield and the +1 upgrade sooner rather than later. Oh, love this little position. Just going to be seeing the Widowmine gets burrowed, but we see it as Maxpax. Stalkers will not finish off the Widowmine. Okay, I was going to say, does not finish off the Widowmine before it burrows, but there is an observer there, so it goes down. Do you guys think Clem made a mistake by dropping the Marine? I wonder if he just dropped the Widowmine, if he would have been unseen there. Oh, the Medevac flies into Stalkers. Not the first time Clem's made a mistake like that today. Obviously, that earlier game 1, he flew some Medevacs through haphazardly as well. There's the Stimpak. Charge is about to be done, though. I mean, right now, honestly, take a fight. I don't think I hate it for Clem. He's up. Zelda unupgraded. The Sentry gets recharged, drops a couple of force fields down. The Zelda not going to do too much, and there's not a lot of damage behind this, and there's no splash especially. So right now, I feel like this is okay for Clem. Unburrows the Widow Mines as now. Obviously, the Zealots can charge through, but they were going to get set off by a single Zealot anyway. We scan. Potentially, the Observer can get caught in this. Clem knocks down the pylon. The Observer's still alive. There's 2 of them, but the tank is in range of the mineral line as well. Probes are getting blasted. Clem's position is good. That tank is very hard to reach, and the Colossus finally going to show up here from Maxpax. Zealots are going down very quickly, though, and that's a concern, because if the Zealots are down, then obviously everything else is unprotected. Marauder's taking the lead. Medevac's almost out of energy, but surely Clem has a couple new Medevacs on the horizon. Yep, there they are, as he actually does spot the Prism warping in, reinforcing Zealots from that other direction. Clem's going to decide to give up on the tank and just pull back here. Like I say, he saw that Prism. He's going to pull back, deal with the Zealots, stop them from getting across the map, most importantly. Gonna send the Banshee to maybe try and track the Prism, but it doesn't catch up, and the Stalkers deflect. 14 probes dead for Maxpax. Clem doing some serious damage early. Maxpax, couple things going his way, though. +1 is going to be finishing soon to equalize the upgrades. Thermal Lance is going to be finishing soon to give the Colossus a bit more reach, and obviously extra Colossus coming into play as well. All of that is going to be very beneficial here for Maxpax sooner rather than later. This Banshee probably, I was going to say probably dead, but actually does get away for the moment at least, so survives for now. Barracks coming back into place, and just going to get another 2 of those on the way up as Clem commits through to the 5 racks. After the triple CC, he is going to be on the top side, cancelling this Nexus, gets a couple of Stalkers that were there as well. The Colossus on the low ground is on its own. Everything's out of position in the middle of the map. Maxpax here, does Clem want to try and fight it? He did look like he wanted to fight it for a moment or 2, but sees everything else has come back, decides it's probably not going to be ideal. Again, Marine Marauder Viking all coming back through. The Banshee gets jumped on. A couple of Stalkers coming over as well. As you can see, the Bioforce is going to get in after the Zealots. Just going to grab this and just take those down. Another Depot coming in. Orbital coming into place also. Again, Rax, Viking, Marine Marauder. Continue to build just for the moment. Prism back to the center. It is still around the top. There's a bunch of units from Clem retreating back down the left-hand side, so they're going to be pulling away for these next few moments. Again, Marine Marauder, Viking Liberator all coming through, bringing a lot of this into place. The single Marine steps up, and just going to be seeing a couple of these probes being targeted down, so just seeing those being kind of picked on for a couple of moments. We have got the probes dropping, so a few workers going down already. And the Bioforce getting back up top. The Prism is going to be pulling away too. Again, there's going to be 3 workers killed at the moment. The Bioforce getting back to the left side. Zealot getting jumped on for a few moments too, as well. Working on all of that. The Colossus, the Stalkers in the center is going to come around. And he's going to be seeing this is going to be a chance for Clem. He's going to jump toward the Colossus pretty quickly. Can he do enough to work through this? I mean, obviously the Prism is going to be a big defensive point. Clem's supply is looking good, but if he has to kind of eat Colossus shots, then you don't like it anywhere near as much, right? That definitely becomes an issue, so... Scans up, sees the army retreating away. Clem will actually step forward. There's a few Stalkers here that are stepping up. I'm just going to be forcing those to blink back at least. Maxpax trying to get as much done as possible with these units as the Bioforce continues to the upper right. A couple of these speed zones accelerating Maxpax's movement. He's going to come back over here. Clem sees it. Clem could do with just letting the Medevacs heal for a second, honestly. His army's kind of low HP, but he's got the Medevac energy to bring it right back up. And he's going to have a little Zealot drop into the 3rd at the same time. Again, Clem's weakness in this matchup has definitely been keeping the SCVs alive. as the game progresses through. The Vikings will get the prism, so that is going to fall. Clem got a few probes as well. I'm actually not sure where that was at, so he finds a couple of workers in return for the few SCVs lost. Economy's still fine for Clem. Equalish workers, down by 3. He's going to get a little flank on these Stalkers as well. It's going to be just nice. Just great value, right? 5 Stalkers are not cheap. And especially when you're up against Colossus and the Stalkers really want to be getting rid of the Vikings. Getting rid of like 5 of them just like that is pretty incredible deal. Because, yeah, now you're going to have to spend money as Maxpax warping in more. Maxpax talking about warping in more. He's going to warp in some DTs soon. Dark Shrine about to be done. It could be a cool way to kind of, you know, mix up the harassment here, essentially. As Clem tries to drop to the upper left side, catches the Zealots. I mean, the Zealots see the Medivacs, but then he gets to kill the Zealots. So, again, not a bad deal for Clem. And he's going to start this split push action. Again, something we really stepped away from a lot in this matchup. Widowmine just kills the Prism. And, well, there goes some of the threat of the Dark Templar, I guess. As we are going to see Clem is going to be forced in this split push kind of scenario. I mean, he is going to be pushing on the left side too. There's one Colossus over here, no Vikings, but Clem might just have enough to just send it on this left side, diving straight forward. A couple of Zealots warping in. The Colossus will go down, so there goes the splash. The Zealots out of here are clearly just not enough. And we are going to be seeing that part going very well for Clem. Over on the right side, maybe not so great. He's going to kill the Nexus before the recall comes down. That slows the warp in, so now he's going to get a bunch of free Zealots. He target fires those instead of going after the pylon, because he knows the Zealots being here aren't going to matter, so he can actually get the value. Instead of, you know, canceling them and giving the money back to Maxpax, he can get the kills and make that a wasted set of resources. Clem cleans up the couple of pylons here. 16 probes have gone down. And just see the 2-2 upgrade still building up on the side of Clem there. Over halfway done already. The bio unit jumping into the main base. The army on the right side coming over. Just going to have the pylon. Is going to go down. The gateways are going to be depowered off of that. Now the Stalker's coming across as well. We do see the Viking stepping up there. The Colossus is going to go down. So the Colossus falls. Bio units will take a bit more damage. It's going to load back up. Pull back around the left side. The Vikings are going to chase. We are just going to see the Colossus. It's going to go down. The Bioforce still fighting. A couple of Stalkers will be getting pushed away. The Bio now going to turn back into this mineral line. A few of these probes continue to go down just for the moment. So, a few probes dropping off. The Stalkers are coming through. 21 workers killed. The Bio continue to fight. The Zealots will come across. The Bio will, again, step back away from this just for a couple of seconds here. Medivacs in the main base doing their thing. Obviously, Clem has already denied the top base. The right side base is not mining. There is a lot of trouble in the game here if your name is Maxpax, and Clem is looking to take his first lead of this grand final, looking to get up to 2-1. Really readopting this very kind of, again, very active style of TVP. It's what Percival has seen a lot of success with recently as well. It's almost like the pros players have just kind of like been out of practice against it, but obviously it's very difficult to deal with. 2-1 lead for Clem. He gets into the advantage of this grand final. Best of 7. Map 4 in a couple of moments, guys. We are going to be going to Blackrock for a map 4 of this series. Get this set up. Big map. Obviously, the weirdness of this map comes from its lack of high ground in the center. But yeah, big map, and we'll see what this maybe gives us a chance to see. And let's drop the lobby link down. Be into this one as soon as the players join us and we get ready to go. Ready in GLHF, says Clem. It's fine, but I need to find him in the lobby to put him in the player slot. 3, 6, 9, 11 casters, I believe is what we've been having for a while now, so that should be fine as well. Everyone's set. Let's do it. Keeping the games rolling, guys. This grand finals now 2-1 in favor of Clem here. As we get to a game 4. Just a couple moments. Alright, jumping into Blackrock, guys. Countdown is on. Countdown is gonna wrap up, and we are gonna head ourselves into Game 4. In the bottom left-hand side, taking himself the first lead of the grand finals. Our blue Terran player here from Team Liquid. In the Team Liquid map contest tournament, it is Clem. In the top right, our red Protoss is going to be Maxpax. Game 4 of this best of 7. Probe, pylon coming up, SCV in a depot coming around. Get settled in here for game 4 of this series. Get started. On the left-hand side, Clem. Blue Terran, top right-hand side. Maxpax, red Protoss. Gateway probe, Rex in the SCV, all of that building through for a couple of moments here. Just settled down as the probe comes about. SCV will get nibbled at. Go back and forth for a few moments already. Yeah, Cybercon, the Zealot coming around, Orbital and the Marine coming about. Just going to see the couple SCVs coming over. Probe being chased, the SCV's turn. Just going to jump onto that probe. And the probe actually taking a bit of damage. Obviously, CC is coming down. Sweet. Deal with that early. Probe pushed away for a couple moments. So, getting this handled nice and early on. No problems just yet. CC in the factory coming on through. Again, the tech lab coming over. That depot is still building. Got another SCV producing at the moment. The Adept in the Warp Gate still building into place. The Nexus is halfway done. So, yeah, that Nexus being produced on in just for a couple seconds. Barracks is going to float across and is going to be dropping itself in position very shortly as well. Again, the factory still coming through. The refinery coming up. CC building. SCV in the Marine coming online also. There's the Twilight Council up into the top side, and just going to be seeing the Zealot coming over. A couple of SCV shots. Marine is going to fight against that Zealot also. Again, Twilight Council, Warp Gate building through. And just going to be seeing the SCV. And the Marines pulling back over. So a bit of pressure from Maxpax. The depot's raised. You can see that Cyclone is going to be on the way through. Starport about halfway done. The Cyclone able to catch on these Adepts. Obviously, Adepts do not do well against Cyclones typically, as the Cyclone is low. Needs kind of the lock-on to help it out here. It's going to have the vision on the Adept, finishes that off now. Should be able to get the Zealot as well. Zealot is going to play the line of sight blocker to try and limit what we can do here. Obviously, Cyclone knows it can take a shot or so off the Zealot. Stalker about to arrive, and Stalker is going to make it a bit scary for the Cyclone to stay committed there. Should just be a chance to back this off right now and pull into the natural, because like I say, we don't want to lose the Cyclones. Just going to have to pull this over. Make sure we would save a reluctance from Clem to pull the SCVs for a bit of repair. Finally, these ones should be able to start doing some repairs. He gets locked onto the Cyclone finally. However, now the Stalker dies, and that Cyclone is going to die, so Clem loses it. Because he dived forward for the Zealot, sorry, I think he said the Cyclone, but because he dove forward for the Zealot, he ended up giving up the, he's going to drop the Marine on top of this Stalker as well. Two more Stalkers about to arrive in the natural, and the Widowmines really need a burrow to help with that. He does kill the Stalker, so that's cool and all. He's going to burrow the Widowmines. These Stalkers are kind of stuck here, and to be fair, there's just nothing to deal with this. This is because he lost the Cyclone, and like I say, if he had the Widowmines in position already, the Widowmines had no right chasing the other Stalker down unless they really wanted to get into the medevac after. Well, this is a bit of a crazy couple of moments in fairness, as we do see the Widowmine gonna hit. Oh, the Blink is available. Wow, Blink just finished. He blinks into the other mine. Two more Stalkers show up. I mean, this might just be too chaotic still for Clem to really recover from at this point. Medevac pulling back, a couple more Marines. There's the siege tank. Okay, so Clem's going to start saving SCVs with pickup micro on the Medevac, saving both those SCVs. Of course he does. There's a few more Stalkers head down to the bottom left side to keep this pressure going. This is going to be off 4 gateways. I mean, not ideal to be up against 4 gates of Blink Stalkers and to have had so much trouble already, because it's obviously going to, take away from your kind of initial defense here. And we're going to see the tank firing. The Widowmine is going to splash onto the Stalkers, but we just need more units. Clem is very close to another siege tank. Loses the medevac as well. Good micro on the Prism now is going to bring the hurt Stalkers back. The Marines are about to have a bunker. Can we really protect this with just a bunker? Tank sieging. Stalkers blink off to the side. Well, the tank's actually very well placed to potentially protect the main base as well. You can see that that's definitely Maxpax's idea. Try trying to move in that direction. He's going to jump straight on top of the tank. Auto turret will come down with this commitment from Maxpax. He'll have to start micro and Stalkers back with the Prism. Does Clem have enough? Another question we asked ourselves a couple of times here so far. The Raven is the new target from Maxpax. He takes that down. Clem just doesn't have the damage output. GG must be called. Maxpax responds with this aggression and gets it 2-2. Just a micro war from minute 3 to minute 6. That does end in Maxpax's favor. Very nicely done. Alrighty, guys. We are going to get into a game 5 then. We are ready to roll straight through into Defender's Lab. Then Rainfall, and if we need it at the end of that, Lockdown will be our map 7 of this series. Trying to drag everyone up, but everyone keeps joining the lobby, and I keep losing the chance to drag people. Ready in GLHF from both. Let's do it. Straight into game 5. Tied up 2-2. So we're guaranteed 6 maps of this final at the very least. That part's obviously very exciting as we head into Defender's Lab to see if Maxpax or Clem will be the first to have match and championship point in their favor. Defender's Lab is on the loading screen. Let's go have a look at it. I like Defender's Lab. It's one of the maps that's just been silently good in this event, I think. So obviously it's definitely one of the more standard candidates, of course, which always helps itself kind of have a solid performance in the in the map contest tournament, because standard typically performs well. Clem in the bottom left, and the upper right, our Blue Pros player is Maxpax for game number 5, looking to break the tie on this one. Looking to break the tie, the SCV is going to get onto the map for a couple seconds. Again, Gateway and the Probe coming over. From the Refinery coming up, SCV building. Take a couple seconds. Refinery off to the sides, and Gate and the Assimilator coming through for a couple of moments. Imagine how different that last game is if Clem doesn't lose that Cyclone. Moved it forward to get the Zealot. Because of that, missed the SCV repair. Gave the Stalker the chance to kill the Cyclone. I think the entire rest of the game comes down to that. Because if that Cyclone's still alive, the next 2 Stalkers don't do anywhere near as much. If the next 2 Stalkers don't do anywhere near as much, you can really start seeing just exactly how this game kind of twists and turns and changes, right? So, yeah. He was he could have started to repair the Cyclone also so much sooner as well, right? I think it was a bit of greed from him to just be trying to wait and wait and wait, because I thought he was going to start repairing it. And to be fair, he still did have the repair on it in time. He just then moved it out of his own repair to try and get the Zealot, which was the mistake. He got greedy. That should have been the moment. It's like, okay, just let's get it repaired now. Just trying to get a little bit too much, trying to get a little bit of extra value, and like I say, it was just a little bit too much in the end, as the Tech Lab will finish here. Because of Shells and the Marauder will be on the way. And Pylon over to that left-hand side. Nexus halfway done. Adept and the Warp Gate coming up. Pylon on the way through. And again, Concussive Shells and the Marauder continue to produce for a couple seconds here. Getting this underway. Concussive Shells halfway. Again, Marauder, CC, and the Barracks all continue to come online. Bring this into place for the moment. Getting this all settled. I was going to see that Cyber Core keeps on chrono boosting for a few moments. And get that along. As the probe heads down onto the map, there is the Gateway over the far left-hand side. Again, Concussive Shells about to finish up here. The Marauder still producing through. The Command Center in production, and the Stim Pack being added on. Just to mix everything else into place for a little bit. So we do have Maxpax with the forward gateway this time, so he's going to really bring the aggression. Clem is opening with these Marauders, which are kind of cool initially, but if there's going to be a lot of gates, then Maxpax has a lot of unit production potential in his favor anyway. And if Clem tries to back away and ends up kind of rallying into units that have been produced off that gateway or warped in at that gateway, that could be very scary. Now, that said, Maxpax is out of position too, so he's got no idea this is happening. So this is going to get very weird very quickly. As Clem sees the lack of units over here, what does he do? Like, what is Clem's choice? They're going to see 2 Stalkers warping in. He tried to go after the pylon for a second, turns his attention to this. Other Stalkers show up. It's a lot of Stalkers. Now Clem should know there's a lot of gateways up early in this game. Extra Marauder shows up. We're going to get a Stalker at least. He's going to run one Marauder up top. The other Marauder runs back down. Like I say, that could be intercepted by the warp-in. Does Clem get a bunker on the go? He has got a bit of action going on at his natural expansion. There's an Adept that's already showing up. The Marauder's going to put some damage onto the Adept shape and into the natural. The Marauder, middle of the map, though, going to get caught as well. I think Clem dies, actually. I don't think he can survive this. He doesn't have the units anymore because the Marauders have gone down. So his early units have fallen. He does not have the bunker, and there's a 6 Stalkers showing up. We're going to pull the SCVs. And obviously Maxpax's tech is very delayed. Clem is going to have stim shortly, but with what units is he going to stim? Well, maybe the Marauder and the few Marines currently in production could go a long way. He's just going to take some damage on this orbital. That gives him a few moments to maybe establish a defense, but this is obviously a huge amount of time where he's taking damage. Like I say, the delay of the tech from Maxpax has to be significant here for Clem to have a shot at this. As that orbital pulls back, the Marauders, like I can't say they could stim, but is there enough damage output to justify it right now? Marines trying to help out with this. The Marauders trying to stay back so they don't just get instantly shot down. I'm going to say, does stimming even help us too much here? He will stim after. Maybe he can grab one more Stalker out of this, but he just needs damage output. And like I say, we're really lacking on that. He just doesn't have that many units. Having to pull the SCVs is never pretty. And Maxpax is going to win on this one, I think, because he's just got such an advantage. Now, it's not over yet, but Clem's obviously kicking off into more production with the 3 barracks kind of being fully in play. However, Maxpax is getting very close to Blink, and once Blink is done, he's going to have a lot of pressure available to be applied himself. Again, these 2 Marauders not really doing enough right now. Clem with a cute little bit of pullback micro there. He's going to lose one more Marauder. He'll get another Stalker. Are we actually going to be able to do significantly enough to make this work out? Blink is going to be a major issue. Clem needs to get a bunker on his natural now. Because if he doesn't have a bunker on his natural, he's in some serious issues. Blink will finish here for the Stalker. Okay, not before he dies. The other 2 Stalkers do blink onto this, but at least Clem has kind of taken them kind of forward. Again, no bunker yet, but at least Blink is done from Maxpax. He's going to start charge. He's got a robot facility building. Maxpax is only just now starting the 3rd as well, so that's obviously very late too. Again, Blink is going to help. However, that's a very quick Blink that has to be dropped here, and we're going to be able to see Clem able to get a couple kills. Again, pulling the Marauder back. New Marauder shows up. Every Marauder counts for so much right now. As we are going to see, the Blink back is obviously very valuable here, but we should be able to kill one more Stalker. Maxpax trying to find his own kind of micro to help himself out. We'll kill another Stalker. Stim will help us run away. At least we have to blink over to the right side. Crazy, just micro warfare. Clem trying to get the medevacs ready to go behind all of this as well. Extra Stalker showing up. We're back to having 2 Marauders once more. We've seen this fight before. We've seen this fight a couple times in this game already as, again, Maxpax now gets a couple picks. He's on his way to the Prism. We know that's going to be a major helping point for him as well, obviously. And charge upgrade coming through. The 3 Marauders are nice. The medevac's going to be a major addition here. There's the Extra Stalker showing up already. I wonder if Clem needed to kind of be a bit more aggressive, keeping the Stalker count low. He actually gets a bunch there, though. Maxpax loses a few. This Marauder count getting higher is massive for Clem. Getting to be a bit deadlier. And actually getting some value out of it. Making a couple of pickoffs because the Stalkers died so quickly. Now medevacs show up. Pull back, get a couple of these Marauders healed surely for a moment or so. Helps out so much if these Marauders stay alive. We're going to drop the Stim to try and chase, but there's the Prism for the micro potential out of Maxpax, and that's going to be really deadly for Clem now because the Prism has so much potential here. We're going to pull SCVs again. The Marauders in the back line will do damage, but again, Maxpax has so many ways to dodge damage at this point. Clem pulls his SCVs for like the 5th time this game. He's still chasing into the middle of the map. Oh, yeah, he is still chasing over here. He's chasing super far, and obviously units are reinforcing from the left side as well. Clem is just going to send it. He's going to jump on these Stalkers. To be fair, the Stalkers just have to retreat away. The Marauders do well. They could really do with the medevac again, keeping the bio units healthy rather than the SCVs. But Maxpax has now got the 3rd base up, and he's now onto a bunch more kind of economy than Clem is. And again, Clem has had to pull his SCVs throughout this game, whereas Maxpax has not. I like Clem's army, and I think Clem's army has a lot of potential, but can he trade against Blink and Prism Micro? That's the big question mark, and I think the answer here is not just yet. Now the Stalkers blink forward, and you can see Clem's units are once again in some trouble. He's going to have a bit more buy. He's going to pull the SEVs again. But again, how much economy can we give up in this game? The Viking getting forward, kills the Prism. So there goes the Prism micro. So now at least we're going to guarantee a few more kills when Blink is on cooldown. Look how low HP so many of these Stalkers are. So many of them are right on the verge of dying. It's going to stim again. The Zealots are going to be a big issue as well. They have charge too, yeah. The Zealots are a big problem. We don't have really a good way to deal with Zealots because we're so Marauder heavy. We don't have the damage output to deal with them effectively. And like I say, Clem is just having the economy problem in the grand scheme of this. I think the economy is the biggest issue. If he had a little bit more economy, if he wasn't pulling SCVs the whole time, his army composition is significantly better, right? Stim bio against, Zealot Stalker in lowish numbers. The Zealots are a big problem. We're going to try and burrow up the Widow Mine. Second mine gets burrowed. Is going to hit the Zealot split from Maxpax. Dodges some of the damage. Just going to see those Zealots will go down. Clem may have another stim in him. He's now microing the Marauders as he does. The Immortal shows up. I mean, great unit to add into the play. Because obviously, if it's Marauder heavy, the Immortal is going to absolutely feast on those Marauders. Stalker Immortal coming around. A couple of Zealots gathering up. We take a step forward. Widow Mine's going to try and burrow up as well. Zealots are charging forward. Another Widow Mine shot is decent. Like I say, so much of the damage going on to the Zealots here as Clem tries to hang on. We have a Colossus out now as well. Yeah, this is... feels like we're fighting a battle that is... it's going to just get worse for Clem, basically. I mean, Zealots are still going to be an issue. The Immortal is a big problem. We're going to get rid of that here. Not really enough Zealots just yet. We might get rid of a few more Stalkers. If there's not enough units, there's obviously going to be some potential to actually get rid of the Colossus, and maybe we can actually see some success on that. So the Colossus gather around. Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. Get the +1 attack upgrade on the way. Clem just going to say GG. He is losing out. He's been kind of losing a bit too much. I think this build just really favors Maxpax, especially when Clem commits his Marauders across the map early and just doesn't really get anything done with them, and then he's constantly having to deal with the aggression on the other side. And obviously, Maxpax just started to explode. There's a point where he gets the third base up. The economy difference is there. He's keeping Clem super busy and trading heavily, and now Maxpax gets to a 3-2 advantage here in the Grand Finals. Rainfall for what could be the final map of the tournament. Drop the lobby link down and we'll get this ready to start. Three, 6, 9, 10 casters. We're missing one. All right, ready? GLHF. Maxpax takes the lead of the tournament, guys, and is a map away from closing this out to Protoss and his own victory. Let's go to Rainfall. Let's get this going. GLHF gets called as we have got ourselves down a game in the top left side, looking to bring this back, trying to give himself a chance at a final game. We've had 7 games in every series today apart from the best of 5. That was all 5 games. Kind of happened again in the grand final. Would be one hell of a day if we got every single map possible. It is going to be Clem in the top left trying to make that a reality, while in the bottom right side the red Protoss player will be Maxpax. Got this game number 6 up and rolling here. Getting the probe coming through. Barracks is coming by for a couple seconds. Getting that set up for a moment. Bringing that straight in. And Maxpax sits 1 map away from victory. 1 map away from closing this all out. Max in the SCV building, Gate in the probe coming up. Thanks for the great commentary, no worries. Thank you so much for watching on the YouTube. Again, we've had great viewership today. One last chance maybe for us just to quickly say, if you're enjoying it on the YouTube, do just take a second to hit that like and subscribe button, help more people to find the games. find the channel, and obviously come back for more. Tomorrow we've got WardiTV Mondays, Tuesday Kung Fu Cup, the rest of the week WardiTV Spring Cup action. It's going to be a fun week of SC2. We stream live every day more or less on YouTube, give or take a couple. So come online, subscribe, get involved. If you're on Twitch, hit that follow button as well, see when we're live again in the future. And we have great players playing great games of SC2 pretty much every single day. So yeah, come and enjoy it all with us. There's the Orbital and the Reaper coming through, Commands and the Depot coming about, SEV production as well for a few moments as we get this all underway. Alright, CC coming about, SEV in the Marine producing factory on the way by. Take a couple of moments on this one. So I'm going to see that probe pulling back down toward the natural. And yeah, Depth Warp Gate coming online here. Getting that set up and ready to go over the next few moments. Yeah, thanks for all the kind comments in the chat. Thanks for all those gifted subs at the start of this finals as well, guys. Appreciate all the generosity. Obviously, all your support helps us to not just obviously keep on streaming, but keep on creating tournaments for everyone to play in and everything as well. Again, if you're enjoying the content here today, we run more tournaments, not quite like this one because we don't have new maps all the time, but we run big official tournaments. We make that with the support from you guys, so if you do enjoy, get supporting, whether that's on the Patreon page, whether that's just with a subscription or a Prime sub, whether that's gifting subs, it all goes a long way. Thank you for listening to this. Let's get into the action. Reaper shows up to put some damage out. Maxpax putting the pressure onto the other side of the map as well. The Reaper gets caught! Has to grenade itself out, but gets killed. Catch from Maxpax as he kills off the Reaper. What a grab that is. As you're going to see the two Adepts on the other side and just removing the threat of the Reaper and the information gathering it will continue to provide. Not a great start for Clem here in this Game 6. I think it's just a Reaper, right? But it is going to be your information gathering down the drain. It's definitely not a feels-good moment either. There's that probe getting that catch, and Maxpax will lose one Adept. Commits to the position here. The Hellion low. Obviously, the unit's able to clean that up. I wonder if he should have shaded that Adept away. Oh, the Stalker shows up from across the bunker. Kills off the Hellion at least, so that's one less unit Clem has that could potentially have gotten across the map and maybe look to make a little bit more happen. So, bit of a bonus there. Robo Facility, the extra gateways coming through, adding on that Blink and a couple of additional Stalkers as well. So continue bringing that about. Two more Stalkers just getting warped in right now. Again, Raven already halfway done. Marines in the barracks coming through. Siege Tank producing as well. So Siege Tank and the Marines continue to come around. The Robo Facility's about to finish. Gateways and the Blink still building. One more barracks drops into the main base. And the Assembler's still building on the natural for the next few moments. A Blink will finish. The gateway coming through. Pound the probe coming about. The Prism is going to be finishing here as well. Marine tank will continue by. The SCVs will be finishing shortly as well. Viking is about to be done. And that Prism is going to take a chance to move up through the center of the map as well. So it's starting to make its way to the upper left-hand side. That Blink wrapping up in a second or so. So Maxpax going to have that Blink ability available to him here. Again, there's the Marauder, there's the Stim, had a few Marines in the Siege Tank as well. The Raven obviously looking to get in for a bit of auto turret harass on the back of this mineral line, so we'll set up here, see what we can find. SCVs having to be pulled. We will just target down SCVs, as obviously it's important for Clem to keep the bunker alive, but Maxpax realizes that and he takes the chance to get rid of a few of those workers that pretty much, like I say, have to be there to do those repairs, otherwise it goes very wrong very quickly, essentially, as Marines and the Stim pack still building through. Again, Viking tank coming up. The Prism is going to load back up as well. And the auto turret is going to drop down. A couple of Stalkers will get the auto turret cleared. And we will continue to chase that Raven back up that right-hand side. The Raven is going to live. So at least for now, we'll have a chance to maybe get home. Maybe come in and drop another auto turret in this game still. Either way, staying alive where it could have very easily gone down there. A little bit of a victory. A small victory for Clem. A little bit of a victory nonetheless, as we have all these upgrades still finishing through. Again, Stimpack coming about. Bring that into play. Just going to see the extra Marine Marauder coming up as well. Charge on the Nexus coming through. Robobay drops down into the main base. Going to bring this up as well. Stim Combat Shield +1 attack coming through. Marine Marauder mid-slot turret coming up. Just going to have that Prism. Is going to get turned away by the bunker already. Again, that stim still coming across. And a charge. Robobay next is coming through. A couple of batteries are coming in. Extra gateways coming online. 3 more gates coming up. Getting that on into play. Raven settles down. It's going to see the probes. It's going to get shot at. 1 probe going down already. Next is taking damage still. Again, charge is coming up to being about halfway done here. Extra gates in the Robobay still building through. And again, the probes and the sentry coming up also. Stalker's going to get onto the Viking. Viking very nearly going down. Is just about going to live. The medevac comes back over. The Observer gets killed. Bioforce is going to start moving across. So Clem on a big shove right here. Big moment in this game, in this series, because this attack obviously needs to do some work. 3 siege tanks available. If he gets in position with those, amazing. Maxpax starts with a battery on the 3rd base, but that's the first battery and it's the only battery. Is 1 battery going to change things here? His first Colossus is going to be done soon. He's going to have a Prism he can micro or counterattack with. Right now the Prism's set up to counterattack. Potentially could force Clem all in. Clem not going to bother sieging the tanks just yet. Going to boost 1 tank into position a little sooner. Going to just attack toward the natural expansion, but what's cool about this is he's going to kind of stop Maxpax from being available to kind of fight down to the 3rd base. He just sends a few units down to that 3rd base. Going to get the battery. The probe's not mining already. The Viking will see the warp in here as well. So finds the Prism. Viking will be able to latch onto that. Clem will obviously know about it as well. Will realize that he's going to get flanked from 2 sides. He's going to pull back, try and deal with these zealots quickly. Can the tanks target fire down the Colossus in any sort of speedy effect? No, he doesn't really need to. He's just killing absolutely everything else. Needs another stim, but these Stalkers are melting. The Colossus is on its own now. Maxpax has to say GG. We're going to get every single map on this grand final day. We're going to go to the 26th map of the day. Is that right? 5, 7, 7, 7, 21, and 5, 26. Yeah, map 26 on the day. My goodness. All right. Map 26, lockdown to wrap up this edition of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Not a map was spared today. These guys got the memo. These guys got the notice. They got the instructions. Hey guys, we need to see all the maps as much as possible. Okay, they said. Okay, they said. Let's make sure that happens. Okay, guys. One final map. One final map. Lockdown has a little bit of not always being played. Clem needs a couple of minutes here, so we'll take a moment for that. Maxpax is currently set as Terran before we jump into this Game 7. Final battle. Yep, final battle coming through. Who's going to win today? The fans. It's been a fantastic end of the tournament. Jesus. Yeah, I'm Toast. What's up? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Again, if you're enjoying the stream, guys, I urge you to support. It helps me out. It is my job to urge you to support, so I shall do so. I shall do that. I shall tell you to do the things. Greatly appreciate it if you do. Thank you so much for listening to my sellout reel. As we are just waiting on Clem to be ready. Double check Maxpax knows he's not on the correct race as well. And there is Clem readying up with the GLHF. Ready GLHF. One of these guys will become a TLMC champion for the first time. Clem has been in 1 final before, lost to Cure. Maxpax was in 2 finals before, lost to Hero both times in those finals. 4-2 and 4-2 each of those times. Who will make it to the win on this event and who will get knocked down at the very final hurdle in a Game 7. Lockdown is the map. As we have in the top right-hand corner, the blue Protoss player. Will it be Protoss dominance in the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 16? Maxpax comes in representing and looking to take this down. In the bottom left, looking to fly the Terran flag high. A red Terran player from Team Liquid. It is Clem. Game 7. Final map. Final map. Gateway and the probe coming through. Rex and the gas coming up initially. Start this off, kick this off into play. Oh, take a breath. What a day. 26 maps of StarCraft 2. You know, here's me being like, well, you know what, guys, let's just make best of 7s today instead of best of 5s, you know? Like, well, we'll just change it up a bit. You know, I feel like we can do that. Well, that was a good decision, wasn't it? Bring that Pax, Max. Let's go, Clem. Go, Max. Got the cheers in the chat. Let's go, Clemperor. Nexus Cybercore being built right here. What do the players bring us for this Game 7? Anything different? Anything kind of weird or wild? We've not seen a storm dropped in this entire series, right? Am I forgetting a game where we had some storms? That's obviously been quite a few games so far. Excellent Cybercore coming through. Command Center Reactor Depot coming up. Probe is going to be pulling back over that right-hand side. It's just resetting back there for a couple of moments. Just a quick reminder while I've got peak viewership here, guys. Tomorrow, WardiTV. Monday is Tuesday, Kung Fu Cup. The next 2 days full of StarCraft. I'll be off on Wednesday this week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're probably going to be running the WardiTV Spring Cup. I don't have information on that just yet. I need to actually put it together still. But that is currently the plan. So I think that's going to be what we got going on. So just giving you guys a little heads up to all of that. There's a couple of probes and the Stalker. Come around for a moment. Command Center in the factory coming up. SCV and the Marines building. Going to drop the gateway down on the front doorstep there and get that underway. And everything very normal currently for this Game 7. Well, that council halfway done. A couple of gates coming over and online. And Twilight Council coming through. The couple of gates building up. The Marine's going to hit the hallucination for a few moments as it heads in toward the main base here. Getting that set up and ready to go. Just going to get the few Marines coming across. The Marines continue to produce on that barracks for a couple of seconds. Starport coming by. Cyclone, a couple of Marines, and everything coming up. Hallucination obviously getting a good scout of this. And Maxpax just heading into Blink. A third gateway currently on the way. But that seems like it will be about it for him at the moment. And Blinking the Warp Gate coming up. And tanking the Marines still moving through. Medevac on the way. A couple SCVs in the depot will produce the Nexus and the Pylon. Continuing to be added just for a couple moments. I'm looking on the few Marines coming over. Just going to be seeing the tank and the Marines continue to produce by for a little bit. Again, the Nexus, the probes, and the battery coming through. The Blink is halfway. Marines and the Cyclone still stepping across. Medevac will load the Marines. I'm going to take them up top, still pushing at the front with the Cyclone. So he's going to show the units at the front. Does Maxpax read the drop? He does. A few Stalkers already moving in position. And Clem, as he unloads, may just be aiming for this Pylon in the end. He sees them Stalkers. He's not going to try and do too much there. Pulls back out of that one. Well, a couple of the units just going to take some hits. Clem still rallying forward, keeps everything alive, so still has his full force available. The tank and the Marines stepping over, has the acceleration zone to speed up a little bit of this process. He'll just siege the middle of the map in case Maxpax wants to be aggressive. So just going to hold the center. Hallucination shows Maxpax exactly what's up. We're going to see the Raven now on the way from Clem as well, just to kind of follow this up right here. So Raven is the next step from him. Another tank showing up. Is that going to be the time to really commit to a push here? It might just be. Might send it. Starport moves off the tech lab. And, yeah, with the Raven now, it looks as though Clem wants to kind of pressure in just a little bit. Now the Stalkers are moving down the right side. They just saw this army looking to maybe come up over here. And so we do have the tank sieging, but the Blink back available for Maxpax to keep himself out of trouble for a little bit. Immortal. Stalkers gathering back through. Gates and the probe still building. Marine Marauder tank coming up as well. Still got that stem building into play also, just for the moment. The army settling down. Stalkers. Blink on the medevac. Clem saw it just in time. This is probably still bad for him. The other Stalker comes in from the other side, so the medevac goes down. The Cyclone at least kills the Stalker. We get something out of this, but, well, you're not loving that from Clem. It's a 10 supply going down. You've got a Stalker in return. Second Stalker to the tanks. Definitely still Maxpax, I think, feeling good about this, because Clem's going to have to back away and just go to the next phase of this game. Maxpax has not started charge yet, which feels weird. He's going to start the Robo Bay. We'll hopefully see charge soon. If he doesn't, that does feel like it's definitely missing. There goes the Raven, so no harassment from that either for Clem. But yeah, needs to get charge going. If we don't get charge going, I'm a little concerned maybe long term. I mean, Clem's going to be on Stim soon, and if you're going to be playing against Stimmed Bio with tanks with slow Zealots and just Blink Stalkers and maybe one Colossus at first, it's going to be a bad time for you, so that's definitely starts to feel a little scary there, potentially. Definitely something that could be a little bit rough if you're not careful. Again, Stim Combat +1 all coming through, and the Stalker's moving about, coming over for a few seconds. Just going to have the Robo Bay still settling in, the Forge coming up, Gates coming through. Take a few moments here, continue to get this all rolling. So it just gets in after the Marine, so a little bit of extra damage being done for a second. Dealing with that right now. You can see the Stalker's actually going to get pushed back the other way, so you are going to see some damage coming straight through there, so pushing those back, getting those chased out of this. That's going to be seeing the Bioforce coming back through, and just going to be seeing this army continue to collect together for a couple of moments now. So bringing this over, Clem is going to stem forward, the tank's going to get siege, Zealot Immortal going to get pushed back. Like I say, without charge available, Maxpax can't really do much to stop this. This fourth base gets cancelled. Clem is going to take that down right off the bat here, and that is going to be, like I say, a nice little moment. Definitely helpful to see the lack of a lack of the charge upgrade there, I think, on the side of Clem. Sorry, on the side of Maxpax, so that's definitely an impactful moment, no doubt. Pull back through. I'm just going to have the Bioforce just get back to the bottom left-hand side. We're going to pull away from this for a couple of moments. So bringing that back and down to the south, getting away from here for now. Resetting things for just a little bit. Mine going to go off, hits the Zealots, tanks and the Bio units gathering up. A couple of Zealots are going to take some shots. Colossus is still moving across the map. Maxpax looking for a bit of a counter shove for himself right here, so looking to push in. The Bio units gathering up. The Marine's already in position to deny the Prism. Maxpax not going to be allowed access over in this direction, not in the slightest, so not allowed in over here. Clem just says no. You're not having a chance to move in on this position now. Pro still mining the bottom right side. It's going to be seeing the upgrades continuing through as well. Clem loads up a single medevac of Marines, as we do also see a drop to push down the bottom right. Maxpax is looking to move it down into this bottom position. Clem was looking to catch a couple of these Zealots, but now he's going to be out of position here. Makes this an awkward spot. Obviously, he has to deal with the Colossus. Lifts up, is just going to evacuate. Loses the empty medevac, so actually is able to re-establish this control pretty decently. Gets back to the army defense with the Widow Mines and the Siege Tanks. That's going to help him out way more than anything else was going to there. My goodness. You're going to see Maxpax still committing into this. A few Zealots on the left side. We're going to lift up the Orbital. Clem loses a lot of SCVs. Does he have the army to fight through this? Tanks are still working away, but they're going to get blasted now by the Colossus Splash. Does Clem have enough to fight through the rest of this? He lost a ton of SCVs, but he is going to have, I think, the army to clean up everything of Maxpax. Maxpax loses every single unit, kills 20 SCVs. A drop in the main base from Clem is not going to do much more. We'll load into the medevacs, we'll retreat away. Clem is going to start moving across the map, knowing he just killed everything, and surely this has to be his moment to go, go, go. If you're not going to go now, when are you going to go? When are you going to find another chance to make things happen here? So, commit we do. Across the map we go. He's going to find this base down here, going to get a bunch of probes. He's going to kill a bunch of economy of Maxpax. So there goes 20-ish workers of Maxpax. Going to make it, let's call it 15. The Viking count very good, and that's an issue right now. Stalker count not great. Colossus saved just about by the battery there, keeping it alive. Ooh, we're playing dangerous games at the moment. We are playing dangerous games. I'll tell you that much for free. Just going to see Clem trying to move about. Going to find another Colossus. Should be able to get rid of that with the Vikings. It's going to be very low. Finishes it off. The Stalkers obviously want to get rid of the Vikings to keep future Colossus safe, but that's not happening just yet either. And Bio going to try and start getting onto this next. I tell you what, these Bio units are low though. They've been stimmed up heavily. Going to jump into the main base. Do we have units over here? We do not just yet. We're going to recall into the main base. Clem probably then turns it around and drops back down to the low ground Do we have any Stalkers left over? A couple. We'll try and do something. Probably not going to be all that effective at the end of the day. So we're going to be seeing the Medivacs loading back up. Looks as though Clem's going to back out of here. Can't believe this. Colossus has lived through all of that. DT's on the other side, was that? Yeah, DT's showing up, but Clem handles those pretty well also in this chaotic game. We are just about surviving through, at least for the moment right now. Oh my goodness, big stim. We're actually going to see Clem is actually on a concave against this army of Maxpax, who's maybe stepped too far forward. Didn't really realize maybe the position he was in, or maybe just felt he could feign some pressure, but being caught by Clem in a split from two different ramps, and now Maxpax takes a bunch of damage. That'll show up on the other side though, and again, Clem's economy is in tatters. 39 SUVs only, so it's kind of important that Clem wins in a big fight right now, but it's not going to happen. He's going to decide that it's not good enough. He doesn't have what he needs to continue in this, and he taps out of this game. Maxpax is going to take it down. He is going to take Game 7, and he's going to be your Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 16 champion here as he gets the 4-3 victory to win this through. GG's. Pretty crazy fight at the very end of this here. I thought Clem was doing enough. I really felt like he was just going to get rid of that Colossus and just go and have too much army, but he just couldn't get rid of enough economy. Too many warp-ins came in. He just got stopped. The recall into the main, him not being able to just consolidate and shove. Keeping that Colossus alive too, when that battery saves that Colossus. If that Colossus goes down and it's just bio units, potentially much scarier as well. Obviously, Clem was way too low on the economy to kind of be messing around. He had to just go pretty much. Yeah, crazy business. Crazy business. GG's, guys. Thanks for joining us. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you guys a bunch of games today. It's been so much fun. We've had a fantastic one. Hope you guys have enjoyed, watching the games with us. It has been, like I say, an absolute blast today. So hope you guys have had a great time. Again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much to all of the support as well, coming through. All those gifted subs from everybody. Brain Dead, Captain Hair, Dirty Herbivore, everybody else that got involved as well, Deadly Donkey Kitten, and everyone else getting involved at the start of this series. Thank you so much for watching. We had 2,500 viewers on this finals. We had 500 plus on YouTube, 2,000-ish on Twitch, so amazing stuff. Thank you so much for watching. If you guys enjoyed, like I say, we're back with more StarCraft tomorrow. WardiTV Mondays is amazing. We always have the best players playing, so make sure you come and check out WardiTV Mondays tomorrow as well. And, yeah. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Again, I appreciate you all. Don't think I've got anything else to say. So I think we're just going to wrap it up here and call it. And say GG's. There's going to be a YouTube upload in a little bit. Like I say, WardiTV Mondays tomorrow, Kung Fu Cup coverage on Tuesday, and then later in the week we'll have the WardiTV Spring Cup. Information on that is coming. I've just been trying to get my end of April and May schedule set up to try and figure a couple things out, because there's been a lot going on. So, yeah. Yeah. We are obviously, we are right into May in this next week. So, yeah, we're going to probably get the spring stuff on the way soon. So, yeah, be excited for all that, guys. I appreciate you all. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much to all the players for participating. Thank you again to Monster Energy and the Shopify Rebellion. And, yeah, I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I don't think there's anything else to say. I'll run some ads on the outro. Sit around, watch the ads. It helps. Like, subscribe, support. Check out the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. And I'm going to go rest my voice, because that was a solid 6.5 hours of awesome games. You guys have a great one. I'll see you tomorrow for WardiTV Mondays. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. And thank you to all the map makers. Thank you to all the map makers for making amazing maps for us to watch the TLMC on, guys. That should kind of just go without saying, but we'll say it anyway. Thank you so much, map makers. You guys rock. You make amazing maps. We love it. Thank you. Bye, guys.